Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with peace taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. But for Lee Jae-xing to be unable to answer them, he was even worse than the students he called out and criticized earlier. This made him feel very embarrassed. He would like nothing more than to run away or find a hole to hide. But he knew he could not run away. It was impossible for him to go anywhere. After Zhang Yi had taught them a lesson, his anger also subsided. He said to Lee Jae-xing, "Teacher Lee, the meaning behind those questions can be applied to the problem you gave to the children as well. I have seen the steps in solving the question on the whiteboard, and the separation solution you used was in line with an adult's thoughts and problem-solving pattern, but very different from what a child has learned from kindergarten and onwards. That is why the children could not understand what you are teaching." He picked up the marker, raised his hand, and wrote something onto the whiteboard. "What if I explained it this way? Chen, do you understand it now?" Chen took a look and said, "I understand." "Ah, I understand. I know how it is calculated now." So that was how it was calculated. The other children also chimed in, expressing that it was now clear to them. Zhang Yi revealed his own opinions and said, "And that is the reason why all of you think that the questions I posed just now were some sort of wondrous questions. That was what I meant. It's only good for the students if the teaching style is suited to them. At least, I feel that we shouldn't enforce the mindset of an adult onto the children. Each certain age group has its own thought process, be it primary school students, secondary school students, high school students or university students. Each of them should have a different education plan based on their thought processes. We have to move along with the times and ages of our beneficiaries." Everyone became speechless at this. Philosophy was even taught through these elementary math questions? Hidden reflections about society and education were contained in these elementary math questions? These types of math questions were literally unheard of before by Lee Jae-xing, the teachers, and school leaders, but today they were truly enlightened. At this moment, even if they were fools, they already knew that they had met an expert. Lee Jae-xing breathed in deeply and asked curiously, "Which age group of students are you teaching? Are you also a teacher teaching primary school students?" In his opinion, if someone could set these questions based on the thought process of primary school students, then it was very likely that he was also a primary school teacher by profession. That must be the reason he could understand the children so well. As for Lee Jae-xing, he had only been transferred to teach at a primary school in the last year, which was why he had a different line of thinking when teaching them, as he was still more familiar with teaching high school students, thus making Zhang Yi look a little better than him. The other teachers also thought the same. However, Chen's guardian gave an unexpected answer. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Me? I used to teach university students." "What? Huh? University students? You are a university teacher?" "Surely not. But you're so young. How could you be a university teacher?" "That's right, how can there be such a young university math teacher?" The teachers of number 2 experimental primary school were expressing voices of doubt. Li Jiaxing as a master's degree holder was also stunned, because he knew what it meant if one could be a math teacher at the university level. Mathematics as a subject was quite different from other subjects, as qualifications were not the only thing needed. Even though he already had master's degree, if he wanted to teach at a university, he had to first go through an internship and have worked for some years to gain the necessary experience. Even so, he might not end up being able to teach because the requirements of a university teacher were much higher than high school or junior high. Which university did you teach at? Li Jiaxing knew some people in this field and was unsure whether Chenchen's guardian was telling the truth, so he wanted to get to the bottom of things. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I taught at Peking University previously. Li Jiaxing was shocked. Peking University? Which Peking University? Zhang Yi said, how many Peking universities does China have? When everyone heard that, they were left with their eyes wide and mouths agape. What the fuck? Peking University? The top-ranked higher educational institute in the country? A globally renowned university's math teacher? Fuck. Could he not say something that was so ridiculous? How could he be a teacher at Peking University? A female music teacher laughed and said, Chenchen's guardian is really humorous, he. Li Jiaxing asked again, which school do you really teach at? Zhang Yi became speechless at this. The form teacher, Zhao Mai, finally spoke up and said, Teacher Zhang really is a teacher at Peking University. Not only is he a teacher, he's even an associate professor in the School of Mathematical Sciences at Peking University. A Peking University teacher? And even an associate professor? The school leaders and teachers nearly fainted from shock. Could it get any more exaggerated than that? To be a teacher at Peking University in his 20s was already shocking. He's even an associate professor? How could that be possible? The number of teachers at a university in China were just a handful. Since when was there such a young associate professor? That's not it. Wait a moment. Li Jiaxing suddenly remembered something, as his expression suddenly changed into one of fright. It was as though he had been greatly shocked by something. Then he said with a slight loss of his voice, You are Zhang Yi. Those words were like a bomb that had exploded in the classroom. The vice principal of number 2 experimental primary school stared at Chenchen's guardian and said, You're really Zhang Yi. The fine arts teacher slapped her thigh and said, Hi. No wonder I was thinking about why he looked so familiar. So it's because he is teacher Zhang Yi. I should have guessed it. What the fuck? That's what I thought. One by one, the teachers started to recognize Zhang Yi. They felt that they had really been stupid at this point of time. A guy in his 20s, wearing sunglasses in a classroom, with solid foundations in mathematics, and also an associate professor at Peking University other than Zhang Yi, who else could it be? Right, some time ago, there were rumors going around in school that a second-grade student's guardian was a celebrity. At that time, several of the teachers had seen Zhang Yi during the public class. It was in this second-grade class that the famous tribute to the White Poplar originated from. But as some time had passed, people had already started to forget about this matter. But today, Zhang Yi has appeared again. The person most affected was of course Li Jiaxing. He certainly knew who Zhang Yi was. Not only did he know him, he was also a hardcore fan of Zhang Yi. What Li Jiaxing admired about Zhang Yi was not his programs nor his poetry, but his unfathomable standard of mathematics. Thinking back, when he found out that the long unsolvable Dale's conjecture was solved by a Chinese mathematician, Li Jiaxing's excitement was indescribable and lasted for a long time too. On that day itself, he had posted many messages onto Weibo, highlighting his pride as a fellow Chinese mathematician. At that time, it was the first time he had came to know of Zhang Yi's legendary name. From then on, he had regarded Zhang Yi as his idol. In Li Jiaxing's view, Zhang Yi was a new wave of leaders, and also an important pillar in the Chinese mathematics world. Just he alone could hold up and support the entire Chinese mathematics world, allowing it to stand up with its chest out in the global field of mathematics. The scene and excitement at the time when the conjecture was solved, was perhaps only something that a true math practitioner would be able to understand. It was a feeling of having his heart pumping hard, the hot-blooded passion and excitement of a mathematician. That was why, at this moment, Li Jiaxing felt like he wanted to vomit blood for 3 straight days and nights. What was I doing just now? I was arguing over some math questions with Professor Zhang. I was arguing about how math education should be conducted with a world-class mathematics master. Your sister. Argue my ass. This was something on a whole other level. Faced with a living god of the mathematics world, Li Jiaxing could only stand there in a trance. If he knew earlier that this was the illustrious Zhang Yi, he would not have dared to argue over the math question with him, even if it killed him. Not only him, even his mentor in mathematics would not have the right to hold an exchange about math or science with a great mathematician like Zhang Yi. Their level of difference was too great, so there was really nothing they could exchange. At the most, his mentor would be there to listen. This was really Zhang Yi. This was really the legendary Zhang Yi. Li Jiaxing was genuflecting. He was thoroughly and sincerely genuflecting. Chapter 621, Witnessing a Celebrity's Appearance. Ding ding dang lang. The bells went off and signaled the end of the math class. But in the classroom of 2nd grade, Class 1, there were no signs that the class had already ended. Everyone was still talking with excitement. After the period was over, students and teachers of the adjacent classrooms also came over after hearing news of the commotion. Many people came to take a look at the celebrity and wanted to see for themselves just how Zhang Yi looked like in real life. Look, it's Zhang Yi. I know him, I know him. Ayo, it's really him. My little brother likes him very much. Why did he come to our school? I can finally see him in person. I think he came here last year too. There was hearsay that he's a relative of one of our students in the 2nd grade. He looks just the same as he does on television. Everyone says that Zhang Yi only has average looks, but why do I think that he's not bad at all? Teachers were human too, especially those female teachers, who were very gossipy as well. At this moment, Li Jiaxing went up to the rostrum and said excitedly to the students, Students. All of you might not quite understand, but let me introduce him to everyone. This teacher is Zhang Yi. He gestured politely towards the direction where Zhang Yi was and continued, some of you or your parents might have seen him on the news, and some of you might not understand what is going on, but I'm going to tell all of you about it now. Some time ago, teacher Zhang Yi was the person who solved the mathematical conjecture that had troubled the mathematics world for several decades. He brought us glory, dignity and honor, and is our country's most outstanding young mathematician. He is also one of the top mathematicians in the global mathematics field. With every claim made by the teacher, the children felt impressed over and over again. Ah. Is that true? He's that great? Chen, your guardian is so cool. The students clapped wildly. Chen calmly said, yes, he's passable. But Zhang Yi waved it off and said, Teacher Li, you are too generous with your praise. I'm not that great. It's just that everyone has exaggerated me. I'm only a simple mathematician. He was playing it cool. It was too great of an act. Zhang Yi thought to himself about his false modesty, but maintained his tone in a low-key manner by sounding very humble. Teacher Zhang is being too modest. Li Jiaxing said, Students, I hereby apologize to everyone. Just now during lunchtime, I did not consider the issue properly and the thought process was not tweaked well enough for you all. As a result, it caused everyone to fail to understand the logic of the solution, and yet I thought that it was because you all were not being serious and attentive in class. I even lost my temper at Chen. Therefore I would like to apologize and also thank Teacher Zhang. It was Teacher Zhang who had enlightened me. In the handling of our students' education problem and teaching methods, there are still many things that I have to learn. On top of that, there are also many things for me to learn from Teacher Zhang. From today onwards, I'll strictly demand more from myself and adjust my way of teaching. Zhang Yi waved his hand and said, Don't put it that way. He paused for a moment, then continued, When I came in just now, I was also probably too overprotective of the child. On this matter, Chen has her problems as well. No matter what, she shouldn't have challenged a teacher like this. He turned to Chen and signaled for her to come over. Come here, apologize to Teacher Li and the other teachers. Chen showed a reluctant expression. Li Jiaxing hurriedly said, Don't, Teacher Zhang, you're making me look bad. I didn't handle this matter appropriately and there were mistakes in the way I taught, so how could let the student apologize to me? Please don't say any more. If you say any further, I will not have any face left to continue teaching math to the students. The mistake has already been made, teachers do the same. If it were anyone else, Li Jiaxing would not have been convinced or even say such words. But standing in front of him right now was his idol in the mathematics field, a legendary expert of the mathematics world. No matter who Li Jiaxing would be unconvinced by, that person would definitely not be Zhang Yi. The matter was settled. Everyone was now satisfied and happy with the outcome. Under the instruction of the school leaders, most of the teachers were told to disperse and get back to their work. Some returned to their offices while some went back to their classrooms to get ready for the next lesson. When most of the crowd had dispersed, and with the school leader not around anymore, it became easier to talk about what needed to be said. Li Jiaxing came up to Zhang Yi immediately to ask him for guidance on some math problems. Teacher Zhang, can I bother you for a few minutes? I just need a few minutes. I have some math problems I do not quite understand. I've even sought my mentor's advice before, but he was unable to help me, so. Zhang Yi nodded and said, Sure, how can I help? They were both similar in age, but Li Jiaxing was clearly older than Zhang Yi by a few years. At this moment, in front of Zhang Yi, Li Jiaxing felt just like a humble student asking about some math questions that had troubled him for a long time, patiently waiting for Zhang Yi's explanation. Without much thought, Zhang Yi explained it to him in simple terms. Li Jiaxing could understand a bit, but still generally did not understand, mainly because his standard wasn't good enough. So he took out a small notebook, and scribbled down some notes like a student would. After that, Li Jiaxing promptly thanked him, feeling like he was filled with wisdom and had benefited a lot from the explanation. It was a case of meeting beats hearsay. He was indeed a world-class mathematics expert. Li Jiaxing looked at Chenchen and felt that the more he looked at this child, the more he liked her. Those big round eyes, how clever. Her small nose, how cute. Those eyebrows, so likable. As a result, he smiled brightly and said in a very gentle voice, "Chenchen, are you hungry? There is a microwave in the teacher's office, let me heat up the food for you. You can't continue without eating your meal." He picked up the cold lunchbox and said to Zhang Yi, "Chenchen is an extraordinarily clever and quick-witted child. To be honest, in my past few years of teaching, I have never come across such a smart child. In the future, she will surely have some great achievements. With your guidance, Chenchen will certainly also have the makings of a world-class mathematician." Chenchen. Zhang Yi. Form teacher Zhao Mai. Students of the 2nd grade, Class 1. Only half an hour ago, he was pointing at Chenchen saying that she was brainless, poor at math, and did not learn seriously, but now she suddenly gained the foundations to becoming a world-class mathematician? Li Jiaxing went to heat the food up, and then returned with the boxed lunch and gave it to Chenchen. He also took the initiative to inform the teacher of the next lesson of the reason, so that Chenchen could have permission to eat her meal during class. On seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Zhang Yi said to the form teacher, Zhao Mai, who had invited him over in the first place, "Teacher Zhao, I'll be leaving then." Zhao Mai asked, "Are you busy?" Zhang Yi stopped in his tracks and replied, "I'm not really busy, what's the matter?" Zhao Mai smiled and said, "Then let's go and talk in the teacher's office. The reasons I asked you to come to school today was first, regarding the matter that happened in the math lesson just now, and second, I wanted to discuss with you the problem of Chenchen's learning attitude. She's an infamous problem student in our school and many subject teachers have always intended to have a meeting with Chenchen's guardian to discuss about her." Zhang Yi nervously said, "Ah." Zhao Mai led him towards the end of the corridor, saying, "Please come with me." When Zhang Yi was still schooling, he had always been afraid of having his parents called to school. This was because, when they got home, he would be surely get a beating from them. But now that he as a guardian was called to school by a teacher, he could finally understand why his parents would give him a beating. It was because it was really just too embarrassing. If the child got into trouble, he would also get a scolding. As Zhang Yi was already a big shot B-list celebrity, he was of course not looking too good at the moment. Having acted so awesomely earlier, he was now on the verge of being exposed as incompetent. Zhang Yi only hoped that Chenchen's teachers would give him some face and not talk down to him like how his parents were talked down to in the past. Chapter 622, Heated discussions about the wondrous math problem on the internet. At the same moment, a math problem had suddenly caused a stir on the seemingly calm Weibo. A Weibo-verified user whose account belonged to a Beijing No. 2 experimental primary school teacher had posted an elementary math problem online. Who can answer this? Everyone, come and give a try. At the beginning, no one really thought anything about this. On seeing the call for a challenge to solve the question, at most some people would come and take a look at it, thinking that an elementary math problem couldn't possibly be too difficult. Even secondary-level math questions were not a problem for them, besides, who hadn't studied in primary school before? And so, someone began with an attempt to answer the question, but just as they seriously started reading the question, they found that it was basically different from what they had expected. Damn. What the heck? Fuck. What kind of math question is this? There's music? Is this an elementary math question? Can someone tell me what is the meaning of the question? Is the first answer 1 times 3? Is it correct? Fuck, I don't know. Are primary school students learning how to defy logic these days? It's impossible to answer the question. Which teacher was so wicked to set such a wicked question? PFFT, I've already given up. Same here, my head is swelling. Then, the No. 2 experimental primary school teacher followed up with a post again. Please note that this elementary math problem was set by our China's famous mathematician, Professor Zhang Yi, today. And to give everyone an additional blow, the math question was for our students in the 2nd grade at No. 2 experimental primary school. 93.2% of the students answered correct. Only 2 students in the whole class got it wrong while the rest of the students got it right. With that, the Weibo post was attracting a lot more attention and was getting livelier than before. What? Zhang Yi set the question? Is it really an elementary math problem? Since it was Zhang Yi who set them, Then it must not be simple or straightforward. It was needless of you to say that. How could a world-class mathematics expert set an ordinary elementary math problem? There must surely be many layers of profundity in it. I'm getting interested now, watch me solve it. The percentage of right answers by the primary school students was more than 90%. I wouldn't believe it even if you threatened to kill me. I don't even know the meaning of this question. Primary students can't possibly answer it. Even if they were elite students from a key focus primary school, they couldn't possibly be smarter than an adult. Watch me do it. I'll give it a try too. I'm sure it can be solved, let me think. I still won't believe it. Gradually, the netizens kept posting their answers, with each one becoming weirder than the last. Suddenly, some celebrities also showed up, some of them being Zhang Yi's friends. Yao Jiankai posted, "What lousy question did little Zhang set?" Peking University's teacher Suna posted, "I'm so angry. Flips table. I better continue teaching my Chinese language. The mathematics world is way too scary." Zhao Lu from Beijing Television, PFFT, "This question is really amusing, ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. But I have to say, this is exactly what Zhang Yi's style is like." Finally, the number 2 experimental primary school teacher appeared again and revealed the correct answers. Needless to say, a few of the netizens really could answer it correctly, but the rest of the people, numbering in the thousands, got it wrong or did not manage to answer at all. This ratio left everyone in disbelief as they all wondered if those children from number 2 experimental primary school students, who were more than 90% correct, were all fucking aliens. They adults were not as good as a group of primary students? What's going on? Isn't this absurd? Was that teacher from number 2 experimental primary school just spouting nonsense? Are the children these days all abnormal like that? The netizens were all expressing their denial of this. At this moment, Dean Pan of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences, whether told by some students or had happened to chance upon this math question, also posted on Weibo knowing that this was a trick question and told everyone, only Professor Zhang Yi can think of such devious questions. I can say for sure that this is really an elementary math problem but with a hidden catch somewhere in it. For a primary school student, it may not seem like a trap, however this is a trap that was specifically laid for an adult to fall into. When they saw that, everyone began to shout and clamor. Huh? This was a trap for us? Zhang Yi is really too wicked. This guy has always had a character like that. PFFT, I knew it. Teacher Zhang himself is already a trap. A trap of great proportions. Whoever gets involved with him will fall into it. What kind of trap is it? Dean Pan, can you kindly explain it? Dean Pan replied on Weibo, the principle of this trap falls on the different thought process of an adult and a child. Adults easily complicate simple things, and this complication probably starts right off at the reading of the question. It is a subconscious thought process that children do not employ. Whether it is a musical note or an onomatopoeic word, it's the same thing to them. These onomatopoeic words are basically meaningless to them, so they can easily see the essence of the question and solve it. From a certain perspective, a majority of adults might really be inferior to a primary school student at this and so would be unable to answer the question right. So that's how it is. Holy shit, so that's the reason. I was still wondering. Zhang Yi, this son of a bitch. If he doesn't con someone in a day, he will not feel comfortable. There was a wave of condemnation flung from everyone at Zhang Yi, as they laughingly scolded his wickedness. Dean Pan posted, it might look to be just an elementary math problem, but behind it lies some philosophies and reflections which are definitely not of the elementary level. Professor Zhang Yi is no doubt a rare genius in the mathematics world. This question is indeed very interesting. I have already copied it down and will prepare to use it for our Peking University students to try, and also to analyze it. For some problems and questions, if we change our perspectives and view it from a different angle, we may somehow get an unexpected result. Professor Little Zhang has let everyone know to never underestimate a simple-looking question at any time or any place. Because they might not be as simple as you think, but at the same time, they might also not be as complicated as you thought it to be. Let the Peking University students try out the elementary math problem? And even analyze it in detail? Dean Pan's words were no doubt the very high appraisal of both this elementary math problem as well as Zhang Yi himself. After seeing Dean Pan's explanation, everyone began to understand and see the trick to this math question. Upon deeper reflection, everyone had no choice but to admire Zhang Yi's talent, knowledge, and different way of thinking. An elementary math problem stuffed with many tricks including philosophy, psychology, and even the importance of mathematics, with the key point being that it could also produce such a mass face-slapping effect on others. Perhaps in the whole of China, only someone like Zhang Yi, who could make something out of nothing, could come up with a question like that. Chapter 623, ticked off by the elementary school teachers. Online, the netizens who had been left scratching their heads at the elementary math problem were all denouncing Zhang Yi in waves. Offline, at number 2 experimental primary school, in the second grade teacher's office, Zhang Yi was also surrounded by several male and female teachers, listening to their complaints. Chenchen's too naughty. Yes, in so many years of teaching, I've never seen any child as mischievous as her. Teacher Zhang, you've been too lax in the caring of your kid. In all the tests that I have arranged for the class, Chen has never passed even once. The previous time, during PE classes, she even fought with a boy. When we learned of it, we rushed over to check on them. Thinking that Chen had been bullied, we scolded the boy without a second thought, but later realized that nothing had happened to Chen at all. Instead, she left the boy lying on the ground with just a push, giving him a gigantic bruise on his arm. When the boy's parents came to school to question the teachers and found out that it was a little girl who did it, they did not take it up any further, possibly embarrassed by the fact that their boy had been pushed by a girl. Class 1 is not easy to handle because Chen always leads some of the students to cause trouble together with her. Teacher Zhang, you have to talk to her a little when you return later. Even though she is not your own daughter, as a guardian, you have to help educate her. After all, you're also a teacher of the people. The second grade teachers were full of gripes. Zhang Yi could only constantly reassure them, alright, I will definitely tell her off when I get back. Yes, what you said was correct. Ao, you're really tolerant. I will speak to her when we go back. Yes. Sure. This devil of a child. How worrisome can she get? Only when the teachers continued with their grieving did Zhang Yi realize how much trouble Chen had actually caused. She was already the gang leader of number 2 experimental primary school, giving the teachers all kinds of complaints. Luckily, because the teachers knew of Zhang Yi's status as a literary master and an internationally recognized mathematician, they still gave him some face and did not lash out too harshly at him. Of course, there were 2 female teachers who were just laughingly criticizing Zhang Yi for his neglect in disciplining the child, but did not actually have any bias against Chen at all. In fact, they really liked the child who appeared like a porcelain doll that was more beautiful looking than any others. Besides, Chen did not make any trouble for them in their classes anyway, so they just playfully scolded Zhang Yi a little as it was a rare opportunity. A big shot B-lister, a well-known person in society, when put into the hands of these teachers, it would be a wasted opportunity if they did not make use of the chance to say a few words. As they were there talking, a soft singing voice floated in from outside. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the clear sky. It was wishing we last forever, but sang in a very odd way. The voice belonged to a woman, but sounded very hoarse and strained. This was not a pitch and tone that most women would be able to sing in, and it made anyone who heard it feel very strange. The singing was getting closer and closer. A music teacher threw up her hands and said, Raspiluo is here. An art teacher gently rubbed her ears and said, it sounds so unpleasant. This little Wo, why does she always have to sing every day? A teacher who was much older said, I wouldn't mind it if she sang well, but just listen to that. Zhao Mai, the form teacher of class 1, laughed, I think it's not too bad, just that Teacher Luo's voice isn't that nice to listen to. Beside her, a female teacher nodded and said, Teacher Luo must not have taken good care of her voice when she was going through puberty, and that must have caused her voice to sound like the manly voice she has now. Zhang Yi asked curiously, who is this Teacher Luo? Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Zhao Mai said, it's Teacher Luo Yu, our school's physical education teacher. Because Teacher Luo likes to sing a lot, she's always humming a song wherever she goes. But as her voice sounds really rough, everyone gave her the nickname of Raspiluo. Raspiluo? Physical education teacher? Zhang Yi nodded, but his ears perked up and listened carefully to this singing voice that was getting nearer and nearer. There was no music accompaniment or rhythm, just pure singing. However, this singing stirred up a very different kind of feeling in Zhang Yi, but he did not know how exactly he felt about this Raspiluo's singing. In any case, it was just a very weird feeling. Suddenly, the singing stopped. The teacher's office door was pulled open by someone from outside and Luo Yu appeared standing at the door. Zhang Yi looked over and saw a woman who was built quite muscularly, at a height of about 1.6 meters tall, probably weighing around 160 pounds or heavier. Her face looked pretty normal, not pretty but not ugly either. To use a description from his previous world, she would be called a tough girl and probably be known as a tough girl among tough girls. Anyone who saw her would be pretty in awe of her appearance. Zhao Mai said, Teacher Luo, your class has ended? Luo Yu's speaking voice also sounded very hoarse. She said, yes. Eh? She noticed Zhang Yi standing there and asked, is this a new teacher? Or someone's parent? Zhang Yi introduced him, this is Zhang Yi. Chenchen's guardian. When Luoyu heard that, her eyebrows immediately narrowed as she exclaimed, "So you're Chenchen's guardian?" She said to Zhang Yi, "That child of yours is really incorrigible. Every time during PE class, she just tries to sit it out. When she has to do any running, she doesn't run properly. It's also the same for the aerobic exercises. She just doesn't want to learn them properly. Then there was this incident in which she even fought with someone during my class. She pushed the boy down and left him sprawled out on the ground. Her strength was really too much. In the end, I was called up to see the school leaders because of that and even got a bad scolding from them." Zhang Yi thought to himself, knowing that the child had been taught some basics by a certain someone. Chenchen's aunt had taught her the 8 trigrams palm from a young age, letting her learn the basic movements and making her do the horse stance for training. Even if her physical conditions as a child now restricted her from learning the true form of the 8 trigrams palm, the basics and foundations were still not something that anyone else her age would be able to match. Zhang Yi felt that even if another kid were to gang up together with that male classmate, Chen could still handle them, being such a brawny child. Zhang Yi humbly said, "You're right, I will most definitely tell her off." Luoyu wasn't finished. She continued telling him off, "You parents and guardians are always like this. You all spoil the child at home too much, not beating or scolding them, making these children harder and harder to teach these days. They're not obedient to the teachers at all." She continued chirping, airing all her grievances. The math teacher, Li Jiaxing, interrupted and said, "Teacher Luo, that's enough. It's not easy being a parent these days. The problem of children's education is a subject of national importance and would change in accordance with the changes in society. It's not something that just a few people can have influence over." Luoyu did not like what she heard and said, "If there's a problem with the children, then it has to be the responsibility of the parents or guardians. Why should it be blamed on society? Besides, is Rao Chenchen just your usual kind of mischievous kid? Let's not mention her relationship with the other students. Just based on her attitude to the teachers, she has never known how to respect others. She always says things here and there that drives us crazy." She turned to look at Zhang Yi again. "We've already called for her guardian to come to school many times to discuss this. It was a big sis last time, and this time, it's you. No matter how many times we call you over, it has not been effective in the slightest. Do you really wish to raise the child properly? Are you just going to neglect this matter like that?" After brooding for a long time, Luoyu finally said all that she wanted to. She drank water from her thermal flask in large gulps before she finally settled back down at her desk, ignoring Chenchen's guardian from then on. Zhang Yi was feeling really helpless. When had he ever been talked to like this before? First it was a group of teachers who grumbled to him non-stop, then came a PE teacher lecturing him for not properly caring for the child, but Zhang Yi could not and should not talk back to any of that since it was really Chenchen's fault for being disobedient and always causing trouble. What a huge loss of face this was. Zhao Mai quickly eased the situation by saying, "Teacher Zhang, Teacher Luo was just saying that for the good of the child, so she might have been a little harsh, but don't take it to heart. Teacher Luo is a good person and very meticulous towards the children." Zhang Yi said, "I understand. So then, if there's nothing else, I should be leaving now. I will go out for a smoke and then wait for Chenchen to finish school before picking her up. As Chenchen's actual guardian is not around and has gone to handle some matters, I will be watching over her temporarily. If there's anything, you can just contact me." "Okay, let me see you out then," Zhao Mai said. Zhang Yi quickly said, "Don't worry about it." Li Jiaxing immediately said, "Teacher Zhang, take care, take care." He wanted to see Zhang Yi out as well, but was stopped by Zhang Yi who insisted that he not. The other second-grade teachers also waved happily to Zhang Yi to signal their farewells. After Zhang Yi left the teacher's office, Luoyu looked at them in some confusion and asked, "What are you all up to?" "What, Teacher Zhang? Why are you being so polite with him? You guys even wanted to see him out?" The fine arts teacher said in a speechless manner, "You're really a thick one. Don't you know who that is? If you knew who he was, would you have criticized him so harshly?" The music teacher laughed and said, "Little Luo's still the gutsiest." Luoyu was a little taken aback when she asked, "Who is he?" Li Jiaxing glanced at her and asked, "You don't even know who Zhang Yi is?" Luoyu, still not knowing what was going on, said, "What, Zhang Yi or Li Yi? I don't know them at all." Zhao Mai didn't know how to react. She said, "The song you were singing just before you came into the teacher's office just now, wasn't that song written and composed by Zhang Yi based upon his poem Shuidiao Gitu?" When she heard that, Luoyu's eyes immediately widened as she froze in her seat. After being stumped for a second, she rose from her chair and said, "Ah. That was Zhang Yi?" Li Jiaxing said, "How could he not be?" Luoyu nearly fainted right there, but continued, He was wearing sunglasses and I couldn't recognize him at all. Holy shit. I've been singing that song that was written and composed by him almost every day. Li Jiaxing said with a belittling attitude, come now, why would a PE teacher like you not do something else but just sing that song every day? When you were coming into the office earlier, Teacher Zhang Yi already heard your singing. That lousy voice of yours probably left the original writer and composer feeling frustrated. The language teacher giggled. Before you came in, we had already spoken to Teacher Zhang Yi for a long time about Chenchen, but we were just talking in general and letting him know what the problems were. But you were really unforgiving. You even accused Teacher Zhang Yi of being negligent in properly caring for his kid. No matter what, he's still a Peking University associate professor. Luo Yu exclaimed, I really did not know it was him. How could he be Chenchen's guardian? I've heard rumors that Zhang Yi's temper is really bad. Do you guys think that I've gotten myself into trouble now? Yes. That's for sure. You've made a huge mess this time. All of the teachers were gleefully quipping at Luo Yu's troubles. Luo Yu vomited blood right there. Chapter 624, Zhang Yi's Wondrous Math Lecture. In the evening. The rippling rays of the evening sun shone as it set. At Jiamen East, Zhang Yi's rented apartment. Standing in the open kitchen, Zhang Yi sandwiched his phone between his shoulder and cheek while his hands prepared dinner. He placed the processed fish-flavored pork slices which he had bought from the supermarket into the pan, added some seasoning, then mixed and stirred it all about with the spatula. This person did not know how to cook, but he made do with whatever he could anyway. Zhang Yi said, Mom. I was still waiting for you to come home for dinner, his mother said. Didn't I already send you a text? Zhang Yi asked. His mother said, I just saw it. So you won't be back for a few days? Zhang Yi said, yes, I'll be staying in Jiamen for now as my landlady needed to go away for some time. And I have to help her take care of the kid. Ugh, don't bring it up. Just talking about it makes me angry. The kids' school called me up to ask me to make a trip to the school today. When I was there, a group of teachers criticized me about her behavior. What a loss of face I suffered. Humphrey, seeing kids behave in this way these days has given me mental trauma and severely impacted this bro's passion for children should I get married in the future. If my children turn out to be so naughty and uncontrollable in the future, I would totally get tired out. His mother said, you don't even have a partner yet, and you're already thinking about children? Zhang Yi laughed and said, don't force my hand, or else I might just suddenly bring someone home on one of these days as your daughter-in-law. If she turns out to be too beautiful for you, don't be shocked. You'd better be prepared for it. His mother happily said, yes, continue bragging all you want. Zhang Yi said, whether I'm bragging or not, you'll find out in the future. His mother said, alright, your mom will wait and see. I need to stop talking now. I still have to prepare dinner. Zhang Yi used the spatula to stir the food in the pan. His mother said, whoa, you even know how to cook now. Make sure the food is well cooked. Don't let the little one get a stomachache. Got it. Zhang Yi hung up and put his phone onto a clean area on top of the refrigerator before he did a taste test on the saltiness of the dish he was preparing. Chenchen, sitting on the sofa and looking very glum, said, Zhang Yi, I'm hungry. Zhang Yi grumbled under his breath, what are you in a rush for? Just wait. Chenchen's stomach had already been rumbling for quite some time now. After she had the argument in the afternoon with the teacher, she did not eat much of her food either. She shouted, Zhang Yi. I'm hungry. Zhang Yi. I'm hungry. What are you rushing for? It's almost done. Zhang Yi turned off the heat, put the food onto a plate, and brought it to the table. Chenchen did not wait for him and picked up the chopsticks and began eating. When she had eaten a mouthful, she inadvertently gave a look of dislike. She said, Zhang Yi, it's not good. Zhang Yi said, oh, is that so? It's not good, Chenchen insisted. Zhang Yi gave it a taste and said, it's not bad. Then he scooped out 2 bowls of rice and sat back down at the table. Picking up his chopsticks, he started eating happily and said, your Uncle Zhang's standard is just that. It's good enough that you have something to eat. It's definitely cooked, so don't worry about getting food poisoning. Saying that, he picked up a large portion of the food for Chenchen and put it into her bowl with his chopsticks. Quickly eat. Your aunt definitely won't be back this week, and I don't know if she will be back next week either. You'll be sticking around me for a while, so let's just make do with whatever we can. If this is not good enough, then we'll order takeout or buy frozen dumplings tomorrow. Chenchen thought about it for a long time before unwillingly picking up her chopsticks to continue eating. Zhang Yi spoke as he ate, these next several days, I will be taking care of you, so you have to listen to me. Let's have an agreement beforehand. First, you have to eat your meals at the right time and in the right quantity every day, so that when your aunt comes back, she will not see that you have lost any weight and blame me if you do. Second, you have to do your homework after dinner. If you don't have any homework or have finished it already, then you have to do your own revision until 8 p.m. Your form teacher gave me a dressing down today. I don't even know how to face her. You'd better buck up so that it doesn't become necessary for me to make another trip to your school again. Oh, then third and last point, you have to go to bed by 10 p.m., so no late night of watching cartoons. Did you hear all of that? Chen did not say anything. Zhang Yi looked at her and asked again, I'm asking you. Do you understand? Chen eventually voiced her acquiescence. Only then was Zhang Yi satisfied. With the landlady auntie not around, the full responsibility in taking care of the child rested on his shoulders. Not only did he have to take care of her meals, he had to oversee her learning and extracurricular activities as well. It was only after taking charge that he knew of the responsibilities. Taking care of a child was really tiring to the soul. After the meal. Shoo, go and do your homework. Okay. Don't just say okay, you have to do it physically as well. Okay. Chen sat herself down on Zhang Yi's sofa, opened her school bag and took out a book, pencil, and eraser. She slowly started to do her homework and paused every so often. Zhang Yi sluggishly dragged his feet to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After a long time of not doing chores, he really did not have any motivation to move at all. Laziness was a kind of habit. Once you got into the rhythm of this habit, it was extremely difficult to get out of it. This was the situation Zhang Yi was in right now. Old Wu had taken great care of him, and when he was at his parents' house, they would not let him do any chores either, so having not stayed alone for a very long time now, it was really difficult to get accustomed to this life again. After washing all the dishes, Zhang Yi went to take a look on Chen. However, when he saw that she had only written a single line in her workbook, he angrily said, "What have you been doing here for so long?" Chen said, "Doing my homework." Zhang Yi said, "Why did you take so long just to write almost nothing?" Zhang Yi. Chen pushed her workbook to him and said, "Help me write." Zhang Yi stared at her and said, "Write it yourself. If you don't finish it, then I won't let you watch cartoons later. When it's time, you will go directly to bed." After that, he ignored her and went to lie down on his bed while watching the news on TV. Central TV News. Entertainment news. He was watching it with enjoyment. In the past, Zhang Yi was never too interested in the news as he found it really dry. But after he had become a celebrity, he took a liking to it, part of it being that keeping up with the news was necessary for his career. He had to be updated about the social topics and current affairs so that he could be in step with the times. Chen looked up with a pencil with her hands. "Zhang Yi, you're disturbing me." Zhang Yi impatiently grabbed the remote control and said, "I'll lower the volume, continue doing your homework." Chen said, "It's still noisy." Zhang Yi lowered the volume even more and said, "It should be alright now." "It's still noisy, Zhang Yi." "Turn it off," Chen said unhappily. Zhang Yi smacked his lips and turned off the television in annoyance. He said, "You've been working for quite a while now, but that's all you've written? You're so troublesome." Alright, the television's off now." Chen continued to work on her homework. Zhang Yi looked around and decided that he could only use his cell phone to browse Weibo for now. After a short time browsing, he noticed the math problem he had given at number 2 experimental primary school this afternoon was posted onto Weibo. It had even attracted a heated discussion in the afternoon as it received a lot of attention from the netizens. This was something Zhang Yi had not expected. But after thinking a bit about it, when this wondrous math question was brought out in his previous world, it had also created quite a stir from many people on the internet. It was widely discussed at the beginning. Not until when everyone had gotten used to the existence of this problem did the hype die down. And so, when this wondrous brain-teaser math problem that had not existed in this world largely filled with traditional and regular math questions appeared, it naturally attracted a lot of interest and attention from people since it was a new style of a math question. They were also denouncing him. On Weibo, many people cried out with anger, as though Zhang Yi's elementary math question from the afternoon had inflicted damage to the self-esteem of these adults. They were all calling for him to give them a chance to make up for their loss of face. At Zhang Yi. "Teacher Zhang, you better appear right now. Zhang Yi, you're so wicked and mean. Give us another question. I refuse to believe that I can't solve it." "Right, this time we'll definitely get it right. If you're so good, give us another elementary math problem. I was just too careless before. It ended up with my girlfriend making fun of me for the whole afternoon. She even said that my IQ is lower than a primary school student's. I'm so furious. That question was made to trick people, it was phrased to baffle us. But if we knew what was going on beforehand, then no matter what questions you posed us, we wouldn't have any trouble with it for sure as long as it is really just an elementary math problem." "Right, as long as it's restricted to elementary math questions, We'll solve them in a glance for sure. Some were calling for a challenge while others were making a scene. Peking University's teacher Suna also came forward to comment. I suggest that teacher Zhang start a class on Weibo and post some elementary math problems for everyone to try out. Since Zhang Yi was not busy with anything, he immediately replied to Suna, sure. And so, Zhang Yi posted a separate Weibo post. Due to popular demand and requests for a challenge, in today's Zhang Yi's classroom, I shall share several questions for discussion. The same rules apply. I guarantee that it will be an elementary math problem that is meant for 2nd or 3rd grade students. We will see who can answer them. The time limit is an hour after I post the problem. If someone can answer all of them correctly, then I will even add a prize as a reward. If there are too many people, the prize will be given out as a lucky draw. If there aren't that many who can answer correctly, then all those who get it right will get a prize. It can be my autograph or my calligraphy pieces, we can always discuss that later, When the netizens saw this, they all gathered together over at Zhang Yi's post. Wah! There's even a prize? Zhang Yi's calligraphy works sound really good. That's great. Give us the question then. I can't wait. Count me in. Me too, I'm here as well. At this moment, the long unseen big saber bro also made an appearance. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Give us the problem quickly. Mathematics happen to be my forte. Yao Jiankai also appeared and said, what's up again? A Peking University teacher who was verified on Weibo joined in too. He could be considered Zhang Yi's colleague, but as Zhang Yi had not officially been given any classes before at the math department, he wasn't too familiar with this teacher. He didn't even know him by name, but would probably know him if he saw him. The teacher said, let me give it a try too. Even a Peking University teacher had been forced to make an appearance. In the end, many other Peking University students, whether they were Chinese department or math department, also joined in. They were all eager and ready to solve the question as they were not in time this afternoon to catch the first question and had only seen it for the first time when Dean Pan's Weibo discussed it. As such, they already knew the answer to it before they saw the questions, so there was no chance for them to even think about it. As such, many of them did not find the question to be difficult at all. After all, this was just an elementary math problem. People from everywhere started popping up. With the momentum from the previous wondrous math problem and the addition of gimmickry, goading, as well as prizes as encouragement, many Weibo users had already arrived at this post of Zhang Yi's in no time. Everyone wanted to see what kind of an elementary math problem Zhang Yi would pose to them, and if it was really going to another wondrous question. Surely it couldn't be more baffling and trickier than that earlier question, right? 1,000 people. 5,000 people. 10,000 people. More than 10,000 netizens had arrived to join in the fun here. Before the questions were even given, the post had already been forwarded 3,000 times. The scene was very grand as everyone went crazy, wanting to give the questions a try for themselves. No one believed that they could not do it. Chapter 625, Question After Question, the math questions that made everyone vomit blood. There were countless people waiting. Where are the questions? Teacher Zhang, hurry up. We're all waiting for them. I'm going to get Zhang Yi's calligraphy for sure. Haha, if all of us answer correctly, then with tens of thousands of us winning the calligraphy prize, Teacher Zhang might not be able to complete them even after his 30th birthday. Hee, we can finally get something out of Zhang Yi. Yeah, he has always been the one winning against others. Looks like the tables have finally turned. He will lose this for sure. The wisdom of the crowd is infinite. Everyone, let's work together to finish off Teacher Zhang. Let's shake hands. Let's build an alliance. Right, if one of us cannot win against him, then let's stand together to deal with Teacher Zhang. Even if Teacher Zhang has superhuman powers, he can't compete with the essence of everyone's wisdom combined together. Besides, he has already stated that it will be a 2nd or 3rd grade type of math question, so this time, we must show Zhang Yi how good we are. Agreed. Seconded. Let's get ready, everyone. We even have a Peking University math department teacher taking part, ha 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 ha. That means he's Zhang Yi's colleague, a fellow math teacher from the country's best education institution. Zhang Yi must not have expected a fellow colleague would join in the fun, otherwise, how would he dare to boast and even put up prizes for the correct answer? Come on, let's all follow the Peking University math teacher's answer. Since the answers are all publicly shown and Zhang Yi's rules don't forbid copying either, shouldn't it be alright? Right, there's also support from the Peking University students. These students are all the most straight-A students among the straight-A students. I don't believe that, with so many of us, we can't crack some elementary math questions. Everyone felt confident. Along with Zhang Yi's teasing antics earlier to fan up interest, everyone was stoked and took up the challenge. If they could make Zhang Yi, who had an unblemished record in online battles, taste defeat this time, everyone would surely be delighted to see it. Even Zhang Yi's hardcore fans did not mind this outcome. You could even say they couldn't wish more for this outcome, as they were the ones who were shouting and belittling Zhang Yi more than anyone else. Faced with such a scene, many people were overwhelmed. They wondered just how damn unlikable teacher Zhang could get. However, Zhang Yi kept his calm and was tickled by all that was happening. He understood that this was actually how an entertainment star should be. Being belittled like this by the fans and people was actually not a reflection of them disliking you. Just like what was happening here right now, it meant that everyone actually really liked Zhang Yi. It was time for the question. Watched by tens of thousands of pairs of eyes, the first question was released. The first problem of Zhang Yi's classroom: Little Zhang is the owner of a shoe shop. A pair of shoes cost 20 to buy and sell for 30. A customer pays with a 50 bill, but as Little Zhang did not have any spare change, he takes the 50 to a neighboring shop to change for 5-10 notes. Finally, he gives 20 of change to the customer. Later, when the neighboring shop discovers that the 50 note is counterfeit, Little Zhang has no choice but to pay them 50. All in all, how much money did Little Zhang lose? It's just this question? It looks pretty simple. Haha, come on, this looks like a very normal question. Many people had posted their comments immediately when they saw this question. After doing some calculations, they also posted their answers onto Weibo and felt that they had answered it correctly. However, after they had posted their answers online, they were in for a shock when they discovered that even in their group, people had different answers to the question. Some answered 20 RMB. Some said it was 30 RMB. There were also those who answered with 50 RMB. They all nearly got into an argument over this. It's obviously 20 RMB. No, it has to be 50 RMB. Do you all know how to math at all? It definitely has to be 30 RMB. If it's not, I'll run into a wall. It's 60. The first question had already stumped most of the people who participated. Only then did these people realize how that was not some damned normal question at all. There was surely some trick to it somewhere, otherwise, why would they all arrive at different answers? However, what left them truly shocked were the next set of questions. After reading the next few questions, everyone suddenly felt that the first question was indeed just a very normal and typical elementary math question. The second problem was next. From 1 to 10, these numbers have been divided into 4 groups: 1, 3, 7, 8, 10, 5, 9, 2, 4, 6. Please explain the pattern that was used to separate them into their groups. What is this? Pattern? How is there any pattern in that as far of a sequence? Permutations and combinations? It isn't that either. Besides, this topic shouldn't be covered in the syllabus for elementary school math, right? Aren't these numbers just randomly arranged? There's no pattern at all. Your sister, what kind of questions are these? I'm going crazy. The netizens began to be stunned by what they were looking at. Followed by the third problem. 7111 equals 0. 8809 equals 6. 2172 equals 0. 6666 equals 4. 1111 equals 0. 2222 equals 0. 0000 equals 4. 5555 equals 0. 8193 equals 3. 8096 equals 5. 4398 equals 3. 9475 equals 1. 9038 equals 4. 3148 equals 2. Derive the following: 2889 equals? Holy fuck. I'm gonna faint. 2889? Is this an addition-subtraction equation? Using the above established answers to do addition and subtraction. Let me check which two figures when subtracted would give 2889. That's not right. There's no way to do add or subtract with those numbers to get 2889 at all. Question 4. This was a picture-based problem. In the first row, the images below are aliens followed by 4 pictures of organisms. In the second row, the images below are not aliens followed by 4 pictures of organisms. The question came at the third row where 5 pictures of organisms were shown. Please circle which of the following are aliens. None of these pictures are the same. How can we deduce anything like that? In my opinion, these are all fucking aliens. Finally, Zhang Yi said, "Alright, it's just these 4 questions for now, so everyone please give them a try. There are still 40 minutes left. If you can answer all of them correctly, there will be a prize. There are no rules, you may copy other people's answers too. Just collate all of the answers and comment with a Weibo account and that is enough." Finally, I would like to assure everyone that these are really just elementary math problems for primary school students. I won't set a question for everyone if it exceeds the level of 5th grade students. When everyone saw this, they went even crazier. I'm so shocked that I have pissed my pants. Heavens. Is the world of a primary school student really so terrible and scary? Primary school students. You guys win. I kneel to you. Kneeling as well. I've knelt. Firmly kneeling down. I'll no longer look down on primary school students. Those Weibo users who were still confidently trying to show Zhongyi earlier what they could do were now all either dumbfounded or vomiting blood. Only at this moment did they realize just how much of a bastard Zhongyi could be. How wondrous and terrifying could Zhongyi's math problems get? They were basically more wondrous and more terrifying than the most wondrous and most terrifying math questions. No way, I need to give this some thought. There has to be a way to answer these. Let's put our heads together, everyone. Who has the magical being known as a primary school student in their homes? Quickly bring them out to help solve these questions. Right, find a primary school student. PFFT, you guys are too cute. I give up. I've already fried my brains thinking. I finally realized that we're not going to be able to enjoy ourselves seeing Zhongyi lose. This person is a fucking psycho. He's a psycho and so are his questions. Plus 10,000. Zhongyi, you cheat. I've totally never seen such wondrous questions before. Chapter 626, The Peking University Math Teacher Also genuflects. Evening, 8 p.m. Chunchen put down her pencil and held her workbook, then said, Zhongyi, I've finished my homework. I want to watch TV. Zhongyi, who had been browsing Weibo all this while with a smile on his face, looked over when he heard her voice. He said, Did you really finish your homework? Alright then, go and watch for a while. Chunchen grabbed the remote control and then went to turn on the television and sat down on the sofa. She switched channels until she found the channel airing a recent, popular local cartoon and sat there watching expressionlessly. This cartoon was not about some big bad wolf or little white bunny type of child-oriented cartoon. It was one that was targeted more at male teenagers and even men in their 20s. Because the premise of the cartoon was about wuxia, there were fighting and romance spun into it. So even for someone at Zhongyi's age, if he wasn't too picky about it, he could watch it if he wanted to give it a try. Zhongyi. What now? The new episode has finished airing. Then that's all you get to watch today. I want to watch it from the start. Help me to do that. Do it yourself. I don't know how, Zhongyi. Do it for me. Zhongyi could not take the nagging and forced himself to get out of bed to take the remote control to play back the episode from the beginning. Task completed. Chunchen started watching her cartoon and did not bother Zhongyi anymore. Zhongyi was happy and continued to nonchalantly interact with the netizens on Weibo. In a short period of time, those questions of his had also gone viral like the wondrous math problem from the afternoon. More and more Weibo users had gathered wave after wave to try the question, not believing that they could not solve it, vowing that they had to do so to differentiate their IQs from the primary school students. I'm here. How many more minutes are there? There's still about 5 minutes left, hurry up. I've solved one of the questions, but I don't know if it's the right answer. Hurry, 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 we're almost out of time. Everyone, don't give up, let's draw on the wisdom of the masses and try together. If not, we can just copy that Peking University math teacher's answer, but we must not let Zhongyi have the last laugh. Agreed. Brothers and sisters, let's attack. Slay teacher Zhong. Zhongyi thought that this was really fun, and on top of that, his objectives were also met. He had started Zhongyi's classroom, first, due to everyone's request. Second, for fun. Third, it was because Zhongyi noticed the situation was just right, so he used this chance to increase his popularity as well. He took every opportunity he saw that could help him increase his popularity as a celebrity. After all, you could never have enough and there was really no need to nitpick on how to get more. He had already risen up to B-list celebrity now, but to put it plainly, he was just the last place celebrity in the B-list rankings, the weakest one of all. Together with the person chasing him, Central TV's Spring Festival Gala host Chen Yi, who was in the top spot of the C-list ranking, still eyeing to get his position back with a lot of news and updates, it showed that he was not letting Zhongyi have it easy. And so, Zhongyi's online math class this time would definitely play an important role in helping him pull away from Chen Yi in the popularity rankings. He had to firmly grab hold of his position in the B-list celebrity rankings. In this world, the Celebrity Rankings Index was an aggregation of data from many outlets, like the search rankings of a celebrity on various websites, number of Weibo followers, number of screen appearances, comments, and reviews of works, etc. Combining all those data, a popularity score would be derived and thus rank the celebrities accordingly. Whether it was really an objective way of collecting data, Zhongyi did not know, but he knew that the people of this world all depended and watched this Celebrity Rankings Index very closely and recognized it as the authoritative aggregator. As for why each tier of celebrity rankings had limited spots in them, Zhang Yi had already read up on the explanation given by the official website, which said that people follow a limited number of public figures, as each person's attention span was limited. For example, Xiaoming might like 20 celebrities, and to him, they all had a different ranking, some higher, others lower, some that he liked more than the others and also some that he would soon forget about. This was what was meant by a person's attention span was limited. So when he suddenly notices and likes a new celebrity, then the celebrity that was ranked last in his mind would probably be forgotten. Unless there were some new works or news about them, Xiaoming was unlikely to ever pay attention to them anymore. The people's attention span was limited, there was only so much of the pie that celebrities could get. This was the official reason why the spots in the celebrity rankings index were limited. Of course, if the market expanded in the future, be it due to rural urbanization, a rise in living standards, or increased spiritual fulfillment of people leading to an increase of people who used to be unconcerned with celebrities from the entertainment circle becoming concerned, then the pie would become bigger as well. When that happened, the authorities would also take it into consideration and update the design of the celebrity rankings index. They would likely increase the number of spots available in each tier accordingly. However, such occurrences were rare, not even likely to happen once in 2 years, so it was pointless to depend on such events. Rather, it was safe to depend on yourself. Zhang Yi understood very clearly his plan and knew that it was a priority for him to stabilize his popularity score at this moment. As long as he could do that, then he could consider his next step to chase after the other big shots in the B list. Otherwise, all that he had done so far would be for naught. But looking at the current situation, it seemed that the effects were far-reaching and had even over-fulfilled his objective. It was time, the deadline was over. It was time to announce the answers. Zhang Yi posted on Weibo, "Okay, question time is over. Those who have not submitted their answers yet, you have 1 more minute to do so." It's already been an hour? Ah. Wait. I'm almost done. Just wait for a while more. Let me do a few more calculations. Zhang Yi's colleague, the Peking University math teacher, also submitted his answer at the last moment. Suddenly, countless netizens went to look and copy his answers and used it as their own. When Zhang Yi saw this, he dismissed it with a laugh. Then he began to give out the answers to the question one by one. Of course, he had to also include the explanation and solving process, as all these questions he had set were very tricky. If he did not do that and just gave an answer, the people who could not understand would not know why it would be the correct answer. They would not take it just like that, so Zhang Yi would have to help them to the end by giving the answer along with explanation. The first question. The second question. The third question. One by one the answers were revealed. After everyone saw them, they fell over like 9 pins. PFFT. Oh God. So that's how it is. It really turned out to be elementary math problems? The question that needed us to count the closed loops has left me kneeling. Damn, how could this question turn out to be so simple? I even fucking thought it has to do with permutations and combinations. What a ripoff. Teacher Zhang, you're really too much of a ripoff. I finally understand why Teacher Zhang has made so many enemies. Teacher Zhang, if you keep scamming people this way, you won't be left with any friends soon. I'm gonna cry. Fuck. All the questions are such scams. They're all so deceptive. When they saw the questions an hour ago, they were already cursing at their mothers, but when they saw the answers now and realized it was so simple, they felt even more aggrieved. They started throwing a tantrum as one by one everyone started cursing at Zhang Yi, hoping that he would get constipation or step on a banana peel and slip. How on earth did he come up with so many extremely wondrous questions? Who got them right? Let's see who got them right. I got them wrong. I got them wrong too. The questions are really not difficult, but it was really too tricky. Many of those who had copied the Peking University math teacher's answer had realized now that he had also gotten one of his answers wrong. It was the answer for the second question that asked to explain the pattern that the numbers were separated by 1, 3, 7, 8 first tone, 10 second tone, 5, 9 third tone, 2, 4, 6 fourth tone. This was a question that combined the testing of language and math. The netizens were utterly defeated. Even a Peking University math teacher could not get them all right. We were totally defeated with no survivors? It really seems like no one got them all right at all. We were really wiped out? Oh my God. Those Peking University math department scholars were also downed. None of them got all 4 questions correct. The most they had were 3 questions correct. Yao Jiankai said, I think it's better that I just go to bed. When the answers were released, I realized that I could not even understand what 2 of the questions were asking when faced with the answers. Peking University Suna, I didn't even get one. Big Saber Bro was the same. Fan Yin'an had only gotten 1 question correct. Zhang Yi knew about Big Saber Bro's math standard. As a world-renowned hacker and someone who was proficient in programming and code cracking, her math standards shouldn't be bad at all. With things like 010101, they often deal with binary. However, having a good standard in math did not mean that they would be good at math problems. When it came to answering math questions, what was most important was the way they interpreted the question. This was an outcome that Zhang Yi had predicted. The first question had already filtered out 90% of the people who took part. The second question continued to attack them, while those who could do the third question were already considered non-existent. Back in Zhang Yi's previous world, when people saw these questions, they would be able to answer them almost immediately. But that was because most of those people had already seen the answers before, or had encountered the questions before, so they knew the trick to answering them. As such, a small group of people could solve the questions. However, it was different in this world. Everyone's learning and mindset of testing over here were all considerably more traditional and rigid. They had never encountered such questions before, so they did not have the fundamentals or flexibility of thought to deal with them. Being wholly wiped out this way was not an unexpected outcome at all. The people were utterly defeated. Zhang Yi took home a flawless victory. The Peking University math teacher stood forward to humbly say, "When I saw these questions, together with this afternoon's question, I suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but think about something. It's lucky that the primary school test, secondary school exams, or even the national college entrance exams did not have Professor Zhang Yi taking part in the setting of papers. If that were the case, then without a doubt, it would be a total nightmare for those test and exam candidates. That's right. Damn, I'm taking my national college entrance exam this year, please don't scare me like that. Surely that won't happen, right? Please don't ever look for Zhang Yi to set the exam papers. If this person set a paper, then the straight-A students from Peking University and Tsinghua University might not get more than 20 points. They might even end up with 0. The netizens were also shocked by this. Many of them were students. If someday they faced such questions in their exams, then it would really be unimaginable. And besides, not to forget that Zhang Yi had only posed these elementary math problems. If he really set a few junior high, high school, or university level questions, then wouldn't that make everyone unable to do anything? Who would dare thump their chests and say for sure that they could answer Zhang Yi's questions? No one would dare do that. Look at how the Peking University math teacher was left genuflecting in the face of these questions. Hueco, an authoritative person in the field of education, was also attracted by these elementary math problems. He appeared and said, after the answers to these questions were revealed, it showed that they were really not difficult at all in the first place, but the people who could really answer them correctly were just too few and far between. Zhang Yi's brain is truly a treasure of the mathematics world. These exciting and wondrous questions have also taught the education world something today. I have a feeling that in future exams and tests, we might be headed towards this new direction of development. In the past, our tests and exams were too corrupt and obsoletely structured. They're no longer able to keep up with the times. But Zhang Yi has now shown us a new direction that we could head towards. Chapter 627, Playing the Lottery Draw Again. A few professionals and industry insiders had very high praises as well. These few math problems were widely discussed among the netizens. A few forums even stick-eyed a post that included Zhang Yi's elementary math problems onto their front page, letting forum participants who did not know about the Weibo class that Zhang Yi had held earlier to try it out for themselves as well. All of them also fell for the trap of the questions and were complaining in frustration, sending mentions to Zhang Yi and denouncing him for the nth time today. I'm so angry right now that I could cry. These problems are really too frustrating. It's not the questions that are frustrating, it is Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, show yourself. We promise that we won't beat you to death. You can't cheat us like this. Zhang Yi had enraged the masses, and his crimes were too numerous to mention. However, when Zhang Yi saw this, he was already laughing and getting off Weibo. It was time to go. He looked at his watch and saw that it was already 9:50 p.m. Having had some fun with the netizens, he did not know that it was already this late, so he turned back and had a look at Chen, only to see her sitting on the sofa and still watching the cartoon, not blinking at all. Switch it off, now. Zhang Yi got out of bed and said. Chen did not move but just said, let me watch a little more. Zhang Yi said with a straight face, we already agreed that you'd go to bed at 10 p.m. Don't think that just because your aunt is not around, no one will make sure of that. Quickly, go wash your face and then go to bed. Chen continued staring at the television screen and said, okay. Zhang Yi simply turned off the TV and then carried her, saying, let's go. Chen's little face showed her unhappiness. Zhang Yi carried her and walked casually to the bathroom. Chen was too short, so Zhang Yi turned on the tap for warm water for her to wash her face and got a new toothbrush and put on some toothpaste for her to brush her teeth. He told her, there, brush your teeth. Hey, look at me, do you think I have it easy taking care of you? When your aunt gets back, I'm going to make sure she gives me a year of rental for free. Chen, who was brushing her teeth, gave a faint hurt to that. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said, do you want to go back to your aunt's place to sleep or do you want to sleep here? Chen spat out the toothpaste and said, sleep here. Alright then, I'll let you have the bed temporarily while I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhang Yi was still very considerate like an adult should be and did not make Chen sleep on the sofa. When she was done washing up, Zhang Yi also washed his own face. When he came out, Chen had already crept into bed, pulling the blanket over herself with both hands and lying down, looking rather cute while doing that. Do you feel comfortable with that pillow? Yes. Is it cold? Not cold. Okay, go to sleep then, good night. Okay. Zhang Yi conveniently turned off the lights and only left a desk lamp on since he was not intending to rest so early anyway. In recent days, as he did not have any work, the time he went to sleep was also getting later and later, so he was still feeling quite awake at the moment as he lay on a sofa. What should he do? Without landing a job first, it felt quite meaningless to do anything else. What Zhang Yi needed urgently right now was a stable television program that could let him shine on stage. His initial goal of turning into a B-list celebrity this year had already been achieved before the middle of the year, so needless to say, his next goal was definitely to aim for the A-list rankings. To this end, he definitely needed a stable program that could let him achieve a large increase in popularity. However, a good job would be great to have but unable to be sought. Zhang Yi knew that this was not a matter that could be rushed, all he could do was increase his capability to compete and raise his level. When that happened, even if his potential employer felt that his character had shortcomings, his flaws would not belittle his potential. For example, Zhang Yi's recent hard work was all for that moment. Filming a movie, selling a program, throwing out wondrous math problems and rising into the B-list rankings, all of these made him feel that a job wasn't that far away anymore and a lot of television stations were probably already assessing and measuring his worth. It's not that he was blindly confident about himself. In fact, he was being very objective in his own assessment, knowing that a B-list professional host like him with a large and stable fan base would surely move a lot of television stations. You should know that in the current industry the number of hosts able to reach the level of a B-list celebrity were readily countable with the fingers of both hands, probably numbering at around 8 or 9 only. Anyone in this group of hosts could easily be considered in the class of being pillars for their employers. Well, it was time for a lottery draw then. He was going to try his luck and also do it in preparation for his new job. As no one but him could see the game ring's virtual screen, he wasn't afraid that Chen would discover it, so he brought it up directly there to check how many reputation points he had available to use. 31 million reputation points. Just some days ago when he was trying to look for some work, Zhang Yi had activated his upgraded Lucky Halo and spent all of his reputation points, so these 31 million points were all gained after that. Come to think of it, his reputation points had gone up really quickly. As Zhang Yi was not the host for Do You Remember and also did not make an appearance on that show, the reputation points he would gain from it were definitely quite limited. Most of these 31 million reputation points were probably gained from the movie Grandmasters. As a supporting cast member and taking on the antagonist role, Zhang Yi felt quite satisfied that he was able to gain so many reputation points from the job. If he ever took on a lead role someday in a movie that could surpass 300 million in box office earnings, wouldn't he be able to gain a crazy amount of reputation points? Hi, I guess there's no point in thinking that far. Just concentrate on what's in front of my eyes. Zhang Yi knew that he should not bite off more than he could chew. Whatever was in the future, he could talk about that later. What mattered most was what was before him. Come on. He opened up the lottery draw, too, interface. This was the lottery draw that was unlocked after the system update, with each attempt at the slot machine costing 10 million reputation points. Zhang Yi did not hesitate at all here and just went ahead to purchase a pull. It began. The icons on the slot machine windows spun at a very fast speed. Stats category. IPT. IPT. Consumption category. IPT. Skills category. The icons kept changing as it rolled by in a dazzling blur. In the past, it was possible to predict where the needle would land as the needle spin was coming to a stop in Lottery Draw 1. But Lottery Draw 2 was not the same, as it employed the sliding icon movement encased in a window and was much more precise, thus not allowing the player to predict where it would land. As he saw that the slot machine was slowing down, Zhang Yi did not blink at all and just kept staring hard for the outcome. Body A. Body A. The icons slid past one at a time. Suddenly, one of the icons looked as though it still had some momentum and was about to continue sliding downwards, but without a warning, it seemingly lost all that energy. With a DA, it came to a stop. Zhang Yi's eyes went blank. The final icon indicated was empty. The 10 million reputation points were flushed down the drain. He did not receive any prizes. Zhang Yi felt a great pain and clenched his teeth disgruntled. He ran to the bathroom to wash his hands and then came back immediately to spend another 10 million to play the lottery draw, too, again. I won't believe this. The slot machine began rolling again, spinning as the icons slid down very quickly, looking like a blur at first, before slowing down after a while. Body consumption category. Body special category. Zhang Yi was calling out repeatedly in his mind, asking for it to stop right there. Ultimately, the slot machine did not follow his will as it went body again and slid down once more and stopped. Empty. It was empty again. Zhang Yi's face turned green. Fuck, what's with this bro's luck today? It was 20 million. And he had just thrown it out like that? Without getting anything in return? He hated this to the core and was already cursing the lottery draw, too, all the way to its 18 generations of ancestors. What a scam. A big fat scam. The update system's new lottery draw, 2, was different from lottery draw, 1. For lottery draw, 1, although there were chances that he would receive empty treasure chests, but in the 1 year of playing lottery draw, 1, he had only received those treasure chests once or twice. However, for lottery draw, 2, it could be seen just from the previous draws that the empty icon would appear once after every consumption and stats category icons. There were even some cases where 2 empty icons appeared twice in a row. Based on what was observed, the chances of getting an empty reward was really too large. Just like today, with his luck, he had done everything in vain. A good 20 million worth of reputation points were gone just like that. In the past, whenever Zhang Yi played the lottery draw, even though there were cases when he had failed to get anything, overall, his luck was still on the better side. For example, he had gotten the rarer special category items which allowed him to purchase items from the merchant shop quite a few times. The chances of landing on the special category was only a few percentage points. On top of that, even though he had not received any good prizes at the beginning, it would usually end up with him getting something that wasn't too bad. But today, Zhang Yi had finally made a huge loss, as luck did not seem to be with him at all. It was time to stop. This experience left him with too much apprehension. Zhang Yi clicked on the screen and went to Lottery Draw, 1's menu instead. Although the prizes here were not as good as Lottery Draw, 2's items and were miles apart in quality, Lottery Draw, 1, was much safer. The chances of not getting a prize was very low, so he could still get something from here and not just waste his reputation points. In times of poor luck, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and chose a lower grade Lottery Draw instead. It cost 100,000 per play. Soon, the needle on the wheel started spinning. 1 round. 5 rounds. 10 rounds. It started slowing down and the likely outcome was also getting clearer. When Zhang Yi saw the needle was slowing down at the stats category, which was quite a large area, he considered for a moment, thinking about how he had hardly ever increased stakes for this category of prizes. His reputation points were mainly spent on the skills category of prizes and he had neglected the stats category all this while. Wanting to balance out his stats with the previous items like the Fruit of Charm or Fruit of Growth, which weren't bad items, he decided and immediately put in the additional stakes. How much should he add? Why not 100 stakes? He confirmed his additional stakes and spent another 10 million reputation points. Finally, the needle continued spinning at a very slow pace and eventually stopped in the stats category area. A rush of 101 treasure chests, small, spilled out from the interface for him. Zhang Yi was not too interested to know what he had received as he felt that anything would be good enough for him, as long as it wasn't empty. Open. Opening up the treasure chest, a glow emitted out from within. Fruit of Agility, X101, takes effect after consumption, increases agility of user. It was this again? The Fruit of Agility again? Zhang Yi remembered that he had received this item previously just before he had decided to do the system upgrade. He had gotten 20 of it at that time, so if he ate the ones he got today, he would have increased his agility by 121 fruits. This item was not exactly useless, but it didn't seem to mean much either. Zhang Yi nearly cried. How terrible. Today's lottery draws were all really terrible, but what could he do about it? It's not like he could ask for a refund after playing it, so he just held back his tears and ate all of the fruits of agility one by one. He had tested this item before after eating it the last time. To be clear, this item did not really increase agility in the traditional sense of the word, but mainly increased a person's reaction speed instead. As it turned out, after eating these 101 fruits of agility, Zhang Yi moved his arm and felt that he was much more agile than before. His movements seemed lighter as his body completed a move almost immediately after the brain had issued the command. Compared to a normal person, he was really much quicker, though the increase in speed was so minute that it wouldn't be noticeable to the naked eye. Forget it. Every little thing mattered. Besides, who knew if this agility would help him sometime in the future? Based on his experience and real-world situations, every time after he had received an item in the lottery draw, no matter how trashy an item it would always turn out to be helpful and practical for him. It was only a matter of knowing when to use it or whether it was used in the right situation or not. Zhang Yi consoled himself and ended the lottery draw. Right now, he was only left with a miserable 1 million reputation points, so he decided he would probably keep it just in case of an emergency. Chapter 628, The Olive Branch Held Out by Central TV. It was pretty late. On a moonless night. Bored, Zhang Yi was busily clicking the mouse as he read the news online. He was feeling a bit unusual because he had eaten 100+ fruit of agility. In the past, he was used to his old body's natural reaction speed, but now his reflexes had increased by manifold. In the split second after his brain gave orders, his body made the movements. The results were such that when Zhang Yi was probably just thinking of moving the mouse cursor, his hand already moved. He was still not used to the speed as it was much too fast and caught him off guard. Around him, Zhang Yi felt that there were a few people who could reach this kind of fast reaction speed. For example, Big Saber Bro, Fan Yinian, the world-class hacker. Zhang Yi had witnessed Big Saber Bro's reflexes before during the battle between her and the enemy hacker, so she could also likely achieve such fast reaction speeds. And then there was Rao Aizen, the Chinese martial arts expert. She could probably do it too. However, this was only Zhang Yi's assumption since he had not really seen Rao Aizen using her actual martial arts. Normally, old Rao only caused a small ruckus and did not really reveal her true ability in front of outsiders. That was why Zhang Yi did not know what old Rao's true abilities were, so he could only make a guess. No matter what, the reaction speed of the two of them definitely surpassed many average people, but they were used to their reaction speeds as they were naturally gifted or probably trained bit by bit in later days. But Zhang Yi was not like that. The agility skill that he learned in the blink of an eye needed some time to be digested. There was movement on the bed. Zhang Yi. Chen suddenly sat up sleepily. Zhang Yi looked over and said, "What's the matter? Why aren't you asleep yet?" After he finished speaking, he was a little stunned as even though he spoke like he usually did, his reaction speed had increased multiple times. His speech also became faster just like his movements. He only used less than a second, or the blink of an eye, to finish his sentence. It was so fast that even he could not clearly hear what he had just said. How inconvenient. His mouth was moving way too fast. His thoughts almost could not keep up with his mouth. Zhang Yi tried very hard to slow down his speech. "What's the matter? What are you calling me for?" Chen said as she fought her droopy eyelids. "Zhang Yi, go to sleep." Zhang Yi acknowledged, "I'm not tired or in a rush to sleep yet. Let me read some more news for now." Chen repeated, "Zhang Yi, go to sleep." Zhang Yi said, "Just go to sleep. I didn't switch on any sound so it won't disturb you at all. Hurry up and go to sleep. You still have to go to school tomorrow." Gradually, his talking speed increased again. Zhang Yi felt helpless at this and purposely tried to slow it down a bit. "Don't bother me. I'll sleep after midnight." A moment later, Chen went back to bed and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi continued to read the news and think about his own matters. After a while, as he was thinking hard about his career plans from here, he suddenly noticed a small figure walking wobbly toward him. It was Chen. Zhang Yi was surprised. Zhang Yi saw Chen holding his down-filled pillow walking clumsily to the front of his computer desk. Her eyes were almost closed and she looked very drowsy. After that, she pulled a small chair over and climbed onto it to sit down. Then she placed the pillow just beside the laptop and fell asleep after putting her head down. Zhang Yi was speechless. "What are you doing?" Sleep-talking Chen let out a mutter. "Hey, you should go and sleep on the bed." Zhang Yi said, "I've given you such a nice bed to sleep on, but you still want to come here and lie on the desk? Get up, don't sleep like that. When tomorrow comes, you'll suffer from back pains due to stiff neck." Saying that, he gave Chen a few nudges to wake her. Chen sat up holding her pillow. Zhang Yi said helplessly, "Take it that I succumb to you." All right, will it be fine if I turn off the computer? I'll also sleep now." He stretched out his hands and carried Chen over to the bed, then covered her with a blanket and said, "Go to sleep now." He grabbed some blankets and coverlets, went to the sofa, and lay down on it. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Just as Zhang Yi was falling asleep, he felt the cushion beneath his legs moving and he sat up in shock. Then he realized Chen, who was hugging the pillow, had moved slowly towards him again. Zhang Yi had already occupied the whole length of the sofa as it was not big enough, and he could not even straighten his legs. Chen sat on the armrest of the sofa, and laid down while hugging the pillow with her back on the armrest. Her little head was like an eggplant dangling off the plant, and looked like it would fall off at any moment. Zhang Yi was totally defeated by this sight. "What are you trying to do?" Chen did not say anything as she was extremely sleepy. "Didn't I already switch off the computer?" Zhang Yi said. "Why are you squeezing in when there is hardly any space left? If you're not going to sleep in the bed, then I'll take it." Chen was still motionless. Zhang Yi glanced at her, coming to a realization, and said, "Do you need someone beside you so that you can fall asleep?" Although the little kid did not reply, Zhang Yi knew what to do. Hey, she should have said so. And here he was wondering why she kept asking him to go to bed or coming towards him, making Zhang Yi not know how to react. Previously, when Chen lived with her aunt, old Rao would sleep with Chen on the same bed. Now that her aunt went out of town, she was unused to having no one beside her. After all, she was still only an 8-year-old child. Zhang Yi carried her again and said, "Come, let's sleep on the bed. This time you should sleep properly and not wander around anymore." Walking towards the bedside, he pulled aside the blanket and covered Chen with it. Then Zhang Yi took off his slippers and laid down as well. He then muttered to himself, "Hey, the bed is the most comfortable place to sleep." Chen rolled over and said, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi yawned and asked, "What's the matter again?" Chen said sleepily, "Tell me a story." "Whoa, you acting like a lord now? Your Uncle Zhang is sleepy and almost falling asleep, and yet you still want me to tell a story? Besides, I thought you didn't like my types of stories and even said that they were childish before?" Zhang Yi grunted. Chen said, "Zhang Yi, tell me a story." Zhang Yi said, "I don't care." Zhang Yi. "Fine, stop calling. What do you want to hear?" "Anything. I'm scared when people say anything. Let me think a little." "Never mind, I'll tell you a news story." Zhang Yi patted Chen's small head and then said, "The story is called Cinderella. A long time ago, there was a wife of a rich man. She had a serious illness. During her last moments, she asked for her only daughter to be by her side and told her, 'Dear daughter, when I die, I will protect and bless you from the 9 springs.' Saying that, she closed her eyes and passed away." He didn't know if she was asleep or listening. Zhang Yi gradually slowed down his storytelling, and then fell asleep at some point in time as well. The next day, early in the morning, Chen's voice sounded in his ears, "Zhang Yi, wake up, I'm hungry." Zhang Yi pulled her away and said, "Don't disturb me, let me sleep a while longer." Chen continued to push at him and said, "Zhang Yi, I'm hungry." Zhang Yi forced his eyes open and looked at his watch impatiently. Seeing that it was only 6:30 a.m., he closed his eyes and covered himself with the blanket immediately and said, "Let me sleep for another 10 minutes. Chen shouted at him in her childish voice, "Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi ignored her and continued sleeping soundly. When he opened his eyes again, it was almost 7 a.m. His nose caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma. He could make out that it was composed of 2 aromas with a quick analysis. It was the fragrance of soup dumplings and something else that smelled like egg drop soup. Yes, that must be it. Gururu, a sound rumbled from his stomach. He got up and saw Chen standing on a wooden stool, in the process of cooking in the open kitchen. She was stirring something in the pot with a pair of chopsticks and adding what seemed like message into it. Zhang Yi got out from bed and exclaimed, "Yo, so it's really egg drop soup? Did I still have eggs in my house? Good. Not bad, you did well. Oh right, there's still soup dumplings on the table? Where did you buy them?" Chen said unhappily, "Outside of the district." Zhang Yi asked, "Where did you get the money?" Chen said with a sullen face, "I got it from your wallet." Zhang Yi hurriedly went forward to help out and said, "Look at that sullen face of yours. Are you angry?" After turning off the heat, Chen took a towel and wiped her hands clean like a small adult. She started to serve the soup, and although her movement was clumsy, there were no spills. After serving her own portion, she ignored Zhang Yi's portion and jumped right off the small wooden stool. She said angrily, "Zhang Yi, you don't have the bearings of an adult at all." Zhang Yi found an excuse and said, "Isn't it quite nice that we can share the chores like this? Generally, Uncle Zhang will take care of you, but when I'm tired, you will take care of me." Chen shot a glance at him. Her. "Hey, this soup smells nice, let me have a bowl too." Zhang Yi did not stand on ceremony and ladled some soup for himself. Chen had previously cooked once before, so Zhang Yi knew that she could cook. Although she was still not good at it and even needed a stool to reach the stove, this little kid's cooking skills were still good enough. At least it was much better than Zhang Yi's, and could be considered that she had inherited Rao Aiman's cooking skills. "Come on, let's eat." However, Chen was already helping herself to all those soup dumplings. In the blink of an eye, 3 soup dumplings were already gone. Zhang Yi anxiously said, "Leave some for me." Chen ignored him and continued stuffing the food into her mouth, saying, I bought it. That was my money. Zhang Yi also moved his chopsticks forward to snatch, but when he realized he was going to fail, he even resorted to using his hands to grab the last 3 soup dumplings. Chen was ready to fight him for them. Zhang Yi, give them to me. Haha. Zhang Yi chuckled heartily. Such a big commotion during breakfast, as both of them nearly end up fighting each other for the food, was still considerably very fun and enjoyable on the whole. After the meal, Zhang Yi was humming a song as he sent Chen to school. He parked his car on the road across from the school and said, Alright, go to school now. Chen opened the car door with a struggle and got out of the car. Zhang Yi reminded her, Don't be naughty, listen to the teachers. Chen turned around and asked, Will you come to pick me up in the afternoon? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Yes, I'll be coming. When Chen turned around, she saw 2 of her classmates and followed them. Together they crossed the road and went beyond the school gates. The little one's popularity was also getting better with each passing day. When Chen's figure vanished from his sight, Zhang Yi suddenly had the thought that it was actually quite interesting to have a child at home. Time to go home then. It was time to go back home to continue this morning's sleep again. When he was about to drive off, even before he could step on the accelerator, there was a dong 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 sound. A middle-aged man was standing outside and knocking on the glass window with a smile. Zhang Yi lowered the car window and asked, What's the matter? The middle-aged man asked, Are you Zhang Yi? Yes, I am. Zhang Yi thought he was just someone who wanted his signature. But it turned out that the middle-aged man had taken out a business card to give to him. He said, My child is also studying in No. 2 experimental primary school but he is in 6th grade. I heard about the matter at school from my child yesterday, and thought that you would be sending yours to school today as well. So I actually waited out here and indeed saw you sending your child to school as I had expected. So, initially I was supposed to give you a call this morning during work, but it's even better that I managed to meet you here instead. That would save us a lot of time in coordinating a meeting together. Zhang Yi took the business card to have a look. Zhang Yuan, Deputy Director, Central TV Department 1. This person was one of the leaders of Central TV? Zhang Yi was stunned with surprise as he opened the door and got out of the car. He formally shook hands with him and said, So it's Deputy Director Zhang. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Then I'll get straight to the point. Central TV Department 1 intends to invite you to join our television station. I wonder if you would be interested in joining us? Huh? Central TV Department 1 inviting me to join them. The first thought that came to Zhang Yi's mind was one of disbelief. Chapter 629, Signing the Contract with Central TV. Beside the primary school. A small coffee house along Naxinhua Avenue. At this time, the coffee house was not in operation yet as their opening time was a little later in the morning. The staff were doing the accounts inside, but the door was left unlocked. Zhang Yuan pushed open the door and asked, Are you open? A waitress said, Sorry, we're not open yet. Zhang Yi followed from behind and went inside, saying, We just need to borrow a place to sit and discuss something. That won't do, where the waitress didn't finish. The coffee house owner who was behind her immediately recognized him and said, Ayo, isn't that Zhang Yi? To what do we owe the honor? We're open, please have a seat inside with your friend. Okay, thanks so much, boss, Zhang Yi said with a smile. The boss answered with a big smile, Don't need to thank me. You've already graced our little shop with your presence. May we take a picture with you later? So that I can put it up on our wall and have a chance to brag to other people. Zhang Yi said happily, Sure, no problem. The coffee was served very quickly. The coffee house owner said, I won't bother the 2 of you then. The boss left. Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuan were seated at a quiet corner in the coffee house. Zhang Yuan smiled as he drank his coffee and said, Well, the coffee tastes rather good. If not for you, we wouldn't have had a chance to have coffee here today. Then he quickly changed the topic. So how about it? Are you interested in the matter that I brought up earlier? Zhang Yi did not answer directly but instead asked, Why did you ask me? Zhang Yuan also asked, Why not you? Zhang Yi said, Being invited to join your television station is an honor and of course I would be interested. Who hasn't heard of Central TV Department 1's name before? It is the big brother of the domestic television station industry and whether in terms of audience coverage, qualifications, or experience, it is the number 1 in the country, the mothership of all television stations, so why would I not be interested? But in the past, I created some issues at the crosstalk competition and caused my relationship with Central TV to become quite bad. I don't suppose there are too many people there who have good impressions of me? Back then, Zhang Yi had created a storm at Central TV Department 11 where the crosstalk competition was held and caused a big mess of things. The Central TV staff should understand that matter the most, so why would they invite him to join them this time? Zhang Yi was desperate for a job this time and was hoping that a good television station would look for him to join them, but out of all the satellite channel television stations that he had considered as a possibility, it was the one he didn't that came to look for him. The thought and idea of it never once crossed his mind, as he had already identified an impossible situation early on. However, no one could predict the unpredictable, and with most matters being so uncertain, the television station that Zhang Yi had not expected to make the move for him turned out to be the one that was offering him the olive branch now. When Zhang Yuan heard this, he laughed a little and answered, "I've heard about the crosstalk competition at Department 11 before, but I'm not too sure of the details, as Department 1 is independent of Department 11. We do not share the same team, and even our office locations are different, so we basically do not have any direct contact with them. As a result, how they view you is totally not of any concern to us at Department 1. That is the first point. Second, the reason we want to invite you to join us is not because of anything other than that you're popular and capable. With those qualities, of course we would like to bring you into our ranks. It's really that simple, though honestly, your promotion into the B-list celebrity rankings and the Do You Remember program that you sold to Beijing Television were the key reasons for it. We are confident of your program planning abilities." Zhang Yi gave a non-committal nod at that. Zhang Yuan said to him, "I don't know whether there are other satellite channels in contact with you at the moment, but if there are, then I urge you to seriously consider Central TV. Everyone who can see will know that satellite channels are definitely the best out there, especially on the forefront of variety and entertainment programs. The viewership ratings are all considerably very high, and if you just compare based on these ratings alone, then the ones who lead these statistics are all the satellite channels. But as that is only data on the superficial level, you should know this as an industry insider as well. Even if we do not look at the viewership ratings of those variety programs, if we judge them based on their influence and comprehensive strengths of one channel per television station, then our Central TV Department 1 is clearly the leader in our domestic market. That is without a question." Zhang Yi did not doubt this. He too knew that it was true. Central TV Department 1 had a monopoly of the viewership ratings just with news simulcast alone. Its viewer rating was not something that could simply be described with a 0-point rating. When it got a high enough viewership rating, it could even soar into a 10-point rating or more. Even if the viewership ratings of some of the satellite channels' programs were added up together, they still couldn't outperform the ratings of news simulcast. As all the other satellite channels were required to broadcast news simulcast as well, the program would be shown with the logo of Central TV Department 1 in the top right corner. From a certain perspective, Central TV Department 1 was just like an unresolved bug living on in the system of all the other satellite channels. It even had ownership over the terrifying program that had the craziest viewership ratings, the Central TV Spring Festival Gala, which could easily hit crazy viewership ratings of over 20 to 30%. And then, Central TV Department 1 also had the most outstanding and one of the top-ranked interview programs in the industry, together with the most excellent team, resources, and the widest area coverage reaching to faraway places in the remote mountains that even Beijing Television or Hunan Television could not cover. As long as there was some sort of television signal, even if there were very few channels or a place with only one television set, the channel that would reach such places could only be Central TV Department 1. This was the effect of an overwhelming and superior policy making from the government, something that all the other satellite channels would never be able to compete on in their lifetimes. Yes. Even though Central TV had been going downhill in the past 2 years as it gradually lost some of the interest of viewers. But the Big Brother would always be the Big Brother, it was something that no one could change, even after 100 years. Why? There was no why, it was just so because its name was Central TV Department 1. Zhang Yuan said, "Central TV is the largest platform in the industry and also your best choice. I believe you know that without needing me to explain further. Recently, in the past few years, Central TV Department 1's market share in the area of variety programs has been on a decline. The response to the programs has been tepid, so we would like for you to join us to help us create a program on Central TV that would recover its lost ground from the past few years. The program that you casually created for Beijing Television without much of your handling has already reached a viewership rating between 0.7% and 0.8%. Our team believes that if we give you a bigger platform to showcase your works on, then your new program will be sure to get a better reputation than Do You Remember, which is already very well received by the audiences." When Zhang Yi finished listening to him, he said, "Can I ask about something else? Did you all look for me to only handle the program planning?" "Of course not." Zhang Yuan gave a wave of his hands at that and continued, "Although we have a lot of talented and elite hosts in Central TV, for example, the Spring Festival Gala hosts, every one of them are considered to be the top in the industry. Some are less popular than you while there are also others who are more well known than you, but our central TV hosts are generally more inclined towards galas, news, or interview programs, meaning that their style of hosting is more serious and formal. So if we wanted them to host in a funny and entertaining manner, it would not be done perfect or well at all. The audience's image of them has already been fixed, so not many of them can cross over to this style of hosting. But you're different. You can handle serious programs like Lecture Room or funny programs like Zhang Yi's talk show. This is your ability that we identified as what we liked. And you don't have any shortcomings when it comes to the switching of hosting styles either. That's why we not only wish for you to handle planning for a new program, but we would also like you to be the host or a guest celebrity on it. Zhang Yi was actually already quite moved by the offer. It wasn't anything that was explainable, but just based on the name of the satellite channel itself. Central TV Department 1-inch was basically just too attractive. Zhang Yuan continued, Central TV Department 1 will soon have a program slot free for broadcast every Thursday at 9 p.m. Thursdays? Zhang Yi repeated the key word. Zhang Yuan said, perhaps Thursday can no longer be considered a primetime slot in the traditional sense, but the Thursday evening variety slot still has a very large market and the audience space is still there. Zhang Yi understood this. Central TV was just like a large ship with treasures, but that would naturally mean that they would not give a newcomer like Zhang Yi a share of it without seeing his performance. It was unlikely that they would give the Friday and weekend time slots to him as that would be too much of a risk. However, a Thursday evening slot was still considerably good. After all, this was not some small-time television station but Central TV they were talking about. A Thursday evening slot would still be better than a weekend primetime slot at Beijing television, so Zhang Yi would surely still be very satisfied with such an offer. Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, I believe you can see our sincerity in this offer. If you have any thoughts or requests, you can bring them up too and we can discuss them. Zhang Yi nodded and said, I do actually have 2 requests. The first is, if I join Central TV Department 1, then for this new program, I must be the executive director and have the final say on the operations and production of the entire program. Zhang Yuan ruminated for a moment then said, that would be fine, but we would want to have an executive producer from our side. Is that okay? That shouldn't be a problem. Zhang Yi then brought up his second request, saying, second, I must be able to retain the copyright for the program that I create, including its name and format. Zhang Yuan gave him a look and asked, why do you want the copyright? If the program's viewer ratings are good, then the program team would get bonus payouts too. We will put that into the contract, so how much are you looking at? Or perhaps we could bundle it together with your salary, that's fine too. However, Zhang Yi said, I don't require a bonus payout clause. It's just like a program production company selling their programs to a television station. I'm sure you can understand that I want our deal to be done in this manner too, except that I will be using Central TV's resources and facilities to do the program, which is why I am willing to give this program to your station free of charge and not ask for a copyright fee. We will carry out the other aspects of the program like any other program without any additional differences in the handling, but the copyright must remain in my control. If there is a decision to do a second or third season, or if a foreign television station wants to buy its copyrights, then I will be the one to decide whether to sell or not. Zhang Yuan was rendered quite speechless by this, so he said, this is the first time I've heard of such a request. Zhang Yi laughed and said, this is always how I've been doing my programs. Since I planned the program, then naturally the copyright would belong to me. This is the most important priority for me, above other things like salary, bonus, whatever. As long as those aren't too little, I'm generally fine with it. Since I retain control of the copyright, I know that I will have to take a step back on the salary. His programs were all very precious to him, as using one now would mean one less resource for him in the future. Zhang Yi would not accept it if he worked hard on replicating a successful program from his previous world and brought it to this world, and ended up being kicked off from the television station after they had gotten the copyrights to the format and went on to do the next few seasons without him. So he knew that he had to be clear about this from the beginning like he did with his Zhang Yi's talk show which worked on a similar contractual agreement. This was the reason why Hueco online television station did not get another host to continue working on the same show as that was impossible without the copyright. This was a program that only Zhang Yi could use, unless they bought it from him for a sum of money or if Zhang Yi allowed them to use it for free on the basis of friendship and past relationships. As for Lecture Room, that was an exception since the program was first proposed by the people at BTV Arts channel. Zhang Yi had only used their framework and modified it a little, so there was no talk of any copyright beforehand and neither could he talk about it. That was why BTV Arts channel had still continued making Lecture Room even though the show was essentially already a dead one. Zhang Yuan said, please give it some consideration again. Our Central TV Department 1 has never signed this sort of a contract with a host before. It's impossible that the copyright would given to anyone other than the station itself. Zhang Yi said, since I am the program planner, executive director, and host, this program can be considered as fully my work after it is completed, and so, the copyright should rightfully belong to me. Therefore, it's also impossible that I would give the ownership of the copyright to anyone else. Zhang Yuan frowned and said, but the production team is made up entirely of our staff, and besides the marketing and broadcasting fees also contribute to a part of the costs. Which is why I am providing the program for free, without charging anything for the production and planning fees, Zhang Yi stated. On this issue, the two of them had a disagreement. Zhang Yuan wanted to have a one-time settlement with Zhang Yi on the program planning fees, but Zhang Yi did not want it except to retain his copyrights for the program. Then, Zhang Yuan stood up and suggested, how about this? Let me call my management first, since this is the first time something like this has been brought up. I'm unable to make a decision regarding this by myself. Sure. Zhang Yi nodded. Zhang Yuan walked out of the coffee house. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Finally, Zhang Yuan returned, sat down, and took a sip of coffee before saying, the management has agreed, but have some requests too. The copyright can be yours, but any profits and generated benefits that the program makes during its course at Central TV, such as advertising fees, among others, will be retained by Central TV and not paid out to you. Since we will be using our resources, facilities, and funds to promote the show, we will surely need to get some form of compensation. This would include any types of benefits that occur as a result from its run on Central TV. Zhang Yi considered for a moment and then raised up his head to say, that will be fine. Zhang Yuan also revealed a smile as he stood up, putting his hand out. So we have a deal then? Yes. It's a deal. Zhang Yi also put out his and shook his hand. Zhang Yuan said, welcome aboard Central TV Department 1. We'll all be looking forward to your contributions. Same day. Central TV had quickly written up the contract. This contract could be considered one of the most complicated ones that Central TV Department 1 had with a host before, and also one of the lesser-seen types in the industry. Within, it not only included the terms for a 1-year duration, planning and production responsibilities, it also included a list of the copyright and restrictions outside of the copyright, etc. It was not that Zhang Yi wanted to be arrogant. But it was better to be clear now than having disagreements later. After all, Zhang Yi had been through quite a lot of troublesome situations in the past, so he felt that it was better to be blunt up front to prevent unnecessary issues in the future. After Zhang Yi went through the contract several times to check for any discrepancies, he finally put pen to paper and signed it. At the moment of signing, Zhang Yi had now officially joined Central TV Department 1. Chapter 630, Return of the Jinx. Later that afternoon, Zhang Yi was waiting at Nangxinhua Avenue for Chen Chen to out of school. On the internet, a picture of Zhang Yi and Zhang Yuan taken in the morning at the coffee house where the two of them had their meeting and were seen shaking hands was leaked. Almost immediately, it caught people's attention. Several social media news blogs started to report about it as others picked up the news and reported a constant stream of updates. Secret meeting between Central TV Department 1's deputy director and Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi to join Central TV? Shocking. Central TV Department 1's ruthless move, joining hands with Zhang Yi. Central TV's big move. Is Zhang Yi going to join? Central TV, being the big brother of all domestic television stations, operated in a way that was traditional in style. Zhang Yi was an oddity of the entertainment industry whose style did not abide by the rules. This cooperation between the two, who vastly differed in styles, akin to heaven and earth, had obviously left many citizens unable to imagine it, so when a photo and speculation of rumors came out, it immediately caught countless people by surprise. It can't be. They can still work together in that kind of situation? Didn't Zhang Yi offend Central TV Department 11 in the past? After the recent annual crosstalk competition was wrecked by Zhang Yi and Yao Jiankei, I heard that many of the major satellite channels already blacklisted Zhang Yi from the industry and labeled him a troublemaking master. He can accomplish many things and exceed expectations, but at the same time also create trouble that is too much to handle. Central TV Department 1 is not the same as Department 11. I'm dumbfounded. That can't be true, right? The picture doesn't look like it's been photoshopped. Is Central TV really so gutsy? They dare to use Zhang Yi? I feel it's very good. Central TV has made an extremely wise move. Likewise, I also think that way. Although Zhang Yi's reputation isn't too good within the industry, he is really capable and has real abilities too. Central TV's variety programs have gradually grown worse beginning more than 10 years ago just because they were too old-fashioned and refused to develop with the times like some other satellite channels. They even refuse to follow those satellite channels that bought program copyrights from overseas at high prices to refresh the market. That is why they're getting increasingly out of touch with the market trends and losing their viewers. If Zhang Yi really joins Central TV Department 1, it will surely be a breath of fresh air. And he can bring an outstanding program to them. At the very least, it should be similar to Do You Remember, right? As long as it can get a nationwide viewership ratings of about 1%, or maybe even less than that, maybe around 0.9%, Central TV Department 1 would surely be satisfied. How many variety programs these days can even exceed 1% viewer ratings? The market share is shrinking with all the television stations pitted against each other. The viewership share in the modern context is no longer as glorious as a decade ago. Waiting for Zhang Yi's joining. I think Teacher Zhang doesn't have a job currently, right? For him, there should be no better choice than Central TV Department 1. There's no other platform bigger than this. The main issue now is whether this news is real or fake. Rumors were flying everywhere, as many people and industry insiders paid close attention to this matter. Zhang Yi was no longer the nameless rookie without any experience. He was now a B-list celebrity and someone who had the ability to affect the pattern of a television station's viewership ratings. His job movements were surely being looked at closely by countless pairs of eyes now, and even more so now that there was a rumor of him joining Central TV Department 1 where the quality of the hosts was the highest in the industry. The alarm bell for the end of classes had still not yet rung. But Zhang Yi's cell phone was already ringing in the car. It was Zhang Yi's old colleague from Beijing radio station and the current Central radio station's DJ, Tian Bin. He was the first person to call him. Zhang Yi, what's your current situation? Zhang Yi laughed and said, Old Tian. Tian Bin exclaimed, is the news that's being spread online real? Did Deputy Director Zhang go to look for you? As there was nothing to keep under wraps, Zhang Yi acknowledged, yeah, he came to find me this morning. I've already signed the contract too, so I'll be starting work formally tomorrow. Tian Bin said, so it's true? Zhang Yi said, yeah. Tian Bin said, whoa, I'll have to congratulate you then. Zhang Yi replied, from tomorrow onwards, we will be colleagues again. Tian Bin said, come on, I'm just a host at the radio station. You're the host of Central TV, and even a host at Central TV Department 1. So how can we even be considered colleagues? At most we can say that we worked for the same corporation. Hey, seems like you have gotten some good success in this past half a year. You're getting more and more popular. I'm really happy for you. Zhang Yi gratefully said, all thanks to you, old Tian. If not for the fact that we kept getting into arguments at Beijing radio station, I'd probably not have resigned yet and still be struggling at the radio station. Tian Bin laughed, don't mention those trivial matters of the past. If we did not get into arguments like we did, we would not have this kind of a relationship now. This is called from an exchange of blows friendship grows. Zhang Yi exclaimed and said sarcastically, it's not considered from an exchange of blows friendship grows because you're the one who's always taking the beating. When did you ever beat me in an argument? Hearing those words, Tian Bin nearly vomited blood. He said, how have I never beat you? I can't pretend that I didn't hear your words. Since you brought it up, we must talk about this thoroughly. Ha ha ha. The two of them bantered for a while more before finally hanging up. After that, his mom called next. His mother said, son, are you joining Central TV Department 1? Zhang Yi acknowledged, I've just signed the contract and was about to inform you and Dad about it. Good. 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 His mother exclaimed consecutively 3 times. Like I said, there are surely people who know what's good for them. Look at this, Central TV Department 1 has even come looking for my son now. It's the biggest TV channel in the country. Alright, you go and do your own things, I won't disturb you. I'll quickly give your dad a call to give him something to cheer about. The moment that call disconnected, the third call came. This time it was Yao Jiankei, you're going to Central TV? Zhang Yi said, you know about it too? I've just heard some news about it, have you signed the contract yet? Yao Jiankei asked. Zhang Yi said, I did. Yao Jiankei said, what are the terms? Zhang Yi said, just the usual conditions but the contract is rather short. It's only for a year. Yao Jiankei said, that's already very good. I was wondering why you didn't choose to join Beijing Television. So it turned out that you've already found a better place. Beijing Television really does not compare with Central TV in any way. Zhang Yi said, I didn't have an offer before that. It was only today that someone from Central TV approached me. Since I felt that the platform wasn't too bad and they were also willing to give me quite a good extent of authority, I accepted it. Yao Jiankei said, the platform isn't too bad. What? It's better than not bad. Zhang Yi, haha, it's passable. After hanging up from old Yao's call, Zhang Yi thought for a while and simply decided to call up some of his close friends to inform them about this. For example, Dong Shanshan, Hoof, not to mention Wu Zeking as well. Now that he had joined Central TV, he was considered to be back in old Wu's territory as Central TV's direct higher authority was the Sarft. Hey, strictly speaking, as long as Zhang Yi was in the entertainment industry, then he would be under the overseeing authority of Sarft's deputy chief, Old Wu. Because the Sarft basically encompassed all areas of the entertainment industry. A bunch of phone calls were made and time passed very quickly. The alarm bells for the end of classes rang out from the school. Shortly after, the main gates of number 2 experimental primary school opened and the children gradually walked out as the parents piled forward to receive their children. There were too many people and Zhang Yi certainly did not go forward immediately. He only wore his sunglasses and got out from the car, waiting by the side of the road. Suddenly, he saw Chenchen's figure and motioned for her to come over. He opened the door on the other side of the car. When the little kid came over, he lifted her onto the passenger seat, then said, "Fasten your seatbelt." Chenchen fastened her seatbelt. Zhang Yi walked back to his side of the car and drove away. While driving, he said, "How was your performance today? Did you get criticized by the teachers?" Chenchen said with a straight face, "No." "Then your performance wasn't too bad." It wasn't known what metric Zhang Yi was measuring this by. Chenchen. Zhang Yi recalled something and said, "By the way, I'm starting work at Central TV tomorrow. There's no school for you tomorrow, right? Don't you go running around by yourself at home." Chenchen said nothing. Zhang Yi looked at her and asked, "Are you going to be fine by yourself?" Chenchen said, "Cook for me. I still have to go to work." "Don't you already know how to cook?" Zhang Yi said. Chenchen said, "My aunt told you to take care of me, so you have to cook for me, Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi blinked and said, "Why don't I order delivery for you instead? You can open the door when the delivery person comes. That won't do, it's not safe for you as a child. Then I'll get a neighbor to take care of the meals for you. You can go to the house across the way, Sister Sun's place, tomorrow afternoon to eat. It will be fine since she is also renting your aunt's place. If not, I'll get my parents take care of you for a few days." Chenchen made a sullen face and said nothing. Zhang Yi knew this little kid was getting angry at him, so he said, "Must I always be by your side?" Chenchen said, "Yes. Hi, let's see how it goes tomorrow." Zhang Yi was also feeling very helpless. Chenchen suddenly said, "Zhang Yi, I will go to work with you." Zhang Yi turned the steering wheel as the car swung greatly to one side. I have to bring a child with me to work on my first day at Central TV? Won't the people there surely be gossiping about this then?" No, that won't do." Chenchen immediately said, "Then you will stay at home to accompany me." "But I have to work." Zhang Yi stared at her. Chenchen replied, "Then you will bring me along to work." Zhang Yi didn't know how to react and said, "Good lord, you're totally putting the blame on me now. Alright, I'll consider it when I get back home and we'll talk about it tomorrow." He drove them both home. After entering the house, Zhang Yi carried Chenchen and gave her soap to wash her hands. After that, he made a call for delivery to be delivered. When Chenchen said that her school bag was dirtied today, Zhang Yi unwillingly took it into the bathroom to clean it for her. He was just like a full-time nanny now. At night, Central TV's official website has officially released the good news confirming that the famous host, Zhang Yi, had joined Central TV Department 1. Central TV Department 1's new program would be planned by Zhang Yi and was in the preparation and production stages, ready to take over Thursday's 9 p.m. slot soon. The moment this news was released, it caused an uproar everywhere. So it's true. Holy shit. This really isn't a rumor? Central TV has really invited teacher Zhang Yi to join them. Central TV takes a traditional position while Zhang Yi has always had a different way of thinking compared to normal people. Can he display his abilities over there? Or will he not be accustomed to the new place? Chen Yi is also a pillar of Central TV Department 1. Are they going to come face to face with each other soon? They're going to have a real competition with their viewership ratings? That is Chen Yi's territory. With teacher Zhang still a newcomer to the station, his program's viewer rating will surely not be able to outperform Chen Yi's. Besides, Zhang Yi only has the Thursday evening slot and not some primetime slot. It will sure be incomparable to Chen Yi, who is a senior at Central TV. Chen Yi has everything laid out for him already and has the advantage between the two of them. That may not be the case. Right, this is Zhang Yi we're talking about, and that name of his already represents miracles. Really looking forward to teacher Zhang Yi's new program. You're finally making a comeback. You've made us fans wait for such a long time. Congratulations to teacher Zhang for advancing to Central TV. Tossing flowers. It's the return of the Jinx. I've got a strong feeling that something interesting will happen soon. Ha ha ha, There will always be drama wherever Teacher Zhang goes. Let's see how big a commotion Zhang Yi will cause at Central TV Department 1 this time. Chapter 631, Executive Director Zhang Yi. Saturday. At Central TV Tower. As this place was next to Uiyu and Dan Park, which was also known as Bai Lake, the air here was noticeably much cooler and refreshing than other places. When the breeze was blowing, it felt most relaxing. Many tourists were buying tickets from the main entrance to go into the park. Some brought their children, some were here as a couple, and there was also many children from primary and secondary schools here for their field trips. The park was packed with people. The television station tower here was also a popular tourist spot in Beijing, as well as allowing tourists to tour it. But of course, the central TV office area where the staff worked at and the visitors area did not overlap. The entrances for these places were also different, such as the places where programs were recorded and the smaller recording studios which were located underground beside the tower area and were not open to public. In the tower, a staff-only elevator was slowly ascending. Because the tower was constructed very early on and was considered a high-rise, the elevator's speed was also comparatively slower. In Beijing slang, this elevator was meatier than the common and smaller Beijing district buildings' elevators. There were only 2 people in the elevator, a child and an adult. Zhang Yi repeatedly badgered and asked, "Do you remember what I told you?" "Repeat it again." Chen said impatiently, "No running around, no nonsense, listen to you, don't give you trouble, and greet others when I see them." Zhang Yi nodded at this and said, "Today is Uncle's first day at work, be sure to earn some brownie points for me. Don't make me lose face. If you do well today, then Sunday tomorrow I can still bring you to work. We can see the whole of the city of Beijing and even further from the observation deck upstairs. But if you're not obedient and cause trouble for me, I will leave you at home alone tomorrow." Chen curled her lips and said, "I know. Zhang Yi, you nag even more than my aunt." If Zhang Yi wasn't worried about leaving Chen alone at home, he would never have brought her to the workplace for sure. "Alright, we've reached our floor," Zhang Yi said as he put out his hand in front of Chen. Chen looked at his hand and then put her little hand in his. When the elevator door opened, Zhang Yi pulled Chen by the hand and walked out. He proceeded to the HR department to handle the joining formalities and saw Central TV Department 1's Deputy Director Zhang Yuan already waiting there for him. Zhang Yi smiled and greeted, "Director Zhang." Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "You're here?" A few people working at the HR department looked toward him. So this was the legendary Zhang Yi? Indeed, he was just like he looked on TV, really ordinary after all. If this person was seen on the streets, no one would have batted an eyelid at him, nor would anyone think that this person would have the potential to become a celebrity. However, that couldn't be further from the truth, as this person standing before them right now was not just a celebrity, he was a B-list celebrity of the entertainment circle who was ranked a little higher than one of the pillars of Central TV, Chen Yi. This was exactly what people meant by not judging a book by its cover. Why is there a child beside? A few of the HR department staff members were a bit taken aback when they saw Zhang Yi holding the hand of a little girl. Whoa, whose child is that? Why is she so pretty? Zhang Yuan also noticed her and asked, "This is?" Chen automatically moved her mouth and greeted, "Uncle." She seemed to have taken Zhang Yi's instruction to heart. Zhang Yi was a little embarrassed. He explained, "So, one of my relatives went out of town to settle some business and the little girl had no one to take care of her, so the task fell to my hands. As the child is still young, I am quite worried about leaving her at home alone." Zhang Yuan acknowledged and said, "Oh, alright then." The HR department staff were all a little bemused by this. Bringing a child to work on your very first day? This was truly something they'd never seen before. If it wasn't a case of the talented being bolder, then this was surely something that only Zhang Yi, a wonder of the entertainment industry, would dare do. He was truly worthy of the reputation for taking the path off the beaten track. Very quickly, the formalities were completed. Zhang Yuan called for Zhang Yi to go to his office and then asked him to have a seat. He said, "Teacher Zhang, the paperwork is all completed. As of today, you're a part of Central TV Department 1. So let's skip the formalities and I'll talk about the new program first for you to have a little reference." Zhang Yi told Chen to go sit outside on the guest sofa. Then he said, "Alright, please speak." Zhang Yuan said, "I've already told you about taking over the current program slot, so you have a general idea of that already. What we need to discuss now are the details of the new program proposal. As you know, it's not easy to make something new in the variety program market now, as all of the other satellite channels are also doing the same thing and churning out similar types of programs without any creativity. Even though there are several standouts, those are all programs that have been adapted from foreign programs brought in by the other satellite channels, especially the variety programs from Korea. But as Central TV, we cannot do that, as our station's theme comes from here, after all. There are some political factors as well. Generally, we are more restricted as we cannot buy the copyright of good foreign variety programs, but we are still looking for something innovative, not blind innovation or innovation for the sake of innovation, but innovation that fits the current market trends and practices. Zhang Yi said, I understand. Zhang Yuan acknowledged that and said, among the number of innovative program producers in the country now, you are one of the better ones. In this matter, you're the professional and know better than me, so I will not go over the technicalities, but I will touch on our requirements. The station does not have any restrictions on the program, whether it is a traditional style variety program or reality television program or talent show program. We're fine with any of that. As long as the program is something new and has a market, we will do it. Zhang Yi asked, how about the funding? Zhang Yuan said, let me first hear how much you need. Zhang Yi spoke honestly, I want however much you can give. But, to be honest, I will not think it is too much no matter how much you are going to approve, because in making a good program good funding is a must. The station does not have a lack of funds, but surely we won't be able to give all that funding to you, am I right? There must be a limit. Zhang Yuan said, let's talk about the funding at a later time. I need to see your program proposal before I can decide. If it really is a good program, then it will definitely get the funding it deserves. Even if it exceeds our budget, I don't have a problem, as long as it doesn't exceed it by too much. The station urgently needs to claw its lost market share back and have a good program that can compete with the other satellite channels. It's easy to talk things over, anything can be negotiated. Zhang Yi smiled and said, with your promise, I feel reassured now. Zhang Yuan also laughed, I have to see your program proposal to feel reassured as well. Sure. I'll get it done before leaving work today, Zhang Yi bragged. Zhang Yuan was taken aback at this, so quickly? You don't need to rush as there's still some time before you take over the broadcast slot. Just give the proposal to me within the next few days and it should be fine. Haste makes waste. What we want is still the quality of the program. Zhang Yi said, don't worry, I understand. Hearing that, Zhang Yuan didn't say anything further. Alright, then I'll await your project proposal. The new programs team has already been set up. They're all Central TV Department 1's elites and there's nothing to complain about in regards to their working capabilities. Well then, I still have a meeting later, so I won't join you there. Let me hook you up with one of the team's personnel, Fu Sai-hong. Old Fu is a veteran of our Central TV station and is very dependable. As your new program's executive producer, he is definitely the most suitable man for the job. When you meet him, take the chance to get to know him and then have a discussion with him regarding the new program. After that, he made a call. Soon after, a slightly plump middle-aged man knocked on the office door and came inside. Zhang Yuan introduced the both of them, saying, Old Fu, this is Zhang Yi. Fu Sai-hong looked at him and reached out his hand, saying, hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi shook his hand and said, hello, just call me Little Zhang. Zhang Yuan needed to go as he had work to take care of, so Fu Sai-hong and Zhang Yi also left the office together. He heard Fu Sai-hong tell him, let's first go to the program team's office to have a look. I will introduce the team members to you. Sure. Zhang Yi turned around and called for Chen. Let's go. Chen was still leaning on the glass window and looking down at the outside, as though she did not hear a thing. Zhang Yi called out again, Chen, hurry up. We're leaving. Chen acknowledged him and followed him unwillingly. They took the elevator down. Downstairs, at the office area. When Fu Sai-hong pushed open a door that was emblazoned with the word Central 1 Thursday 9 p.m. slot, program to be confirmed, a bright light greeted them immediately as a warm ray of sun shone on them through a row of windows inside the office. The entirety of Beijing could be seen from here as they stood at a high place looking out, with a view that would no doubt infuse people with excitement. The office area was not small either, with just the tables alone numbering around 50 to 60. There were also quite a few standalone rooms which were clearly prepared for the program team's leaders. Each of these rooms were labeled with titles such as executive producer, executive director, host, etc. There was even a lounge, a small meeting room, as well as a nursing room, breastfeeding room. It was completely kitted out. There no need to scrutinize the environment and facilities. There were not many people in the office area, just 7 or 8 people. Some of them were still busy packing and arranging things at their desks, clearly showing that it was their first day operating from this office as well. Producer Fu. Brother Fu. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang Yi. Director Zhang. Everyone started greeting them, addressing them by all kinds of titles. Fu Sai-hong was not young, probably in his 40s or 50s. He looked very calm and did not wear much of a smile either. He said, this is Zhang Yi, But I don't think I really need to do any introductions about him here. Then he started to introduce the staff to Zhang Yi. This is Zhang Zuo, an assistant director. A thin man around 30 years of age. This is Hakiki, also an assistant director. A woman in her 30s. This is Hu Yi, the technical director. He was a bespectacled man. This is. One by one, he made the introductions to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi shook hands with them one by one as well, smiling and saying a few words to them. In a big unit, at a big television station, the roles and responsibilities were more clearly defined. There were also more rules and regulations here, unlike when Zhang Yi was working at BTV Arts channel or the online television station. Overall, as the program team was just formed and meeting for the first time, although the roles of the team had not been fully filled yet and would have to wait until the program details were solidified, the main leadership roles of the program team had already been set. Fu Sai-hong was the executive producer appointed by Central TV Department 1 and would oversee the general administration of the team. Zhang Yi was the second in command as the executive director and would oversee the program planning, production, and other technical works. Chapter 632, The Troublesome Little Chen. After the introductions, there were two staff members that even producer Fu Sai-hong did not know too well, probably because they were only transferred here today as well, and so they introduced themselves when it came to their turn. Seeing all the new colleagues, looking at the view outside the windows and the well-equipped office, Zhang Yi was feeling extremely satisfied with everything. Central TV Department 1 was just as its name suggested. The way they spent their finances was shown clearly by the resources littering the office and work area. The workplace's environment could be said to be the best in the industry and also the largest. Standing here, Zhang Yi could not find any faults at all. Other than satisfied, there was still satisfaction. Compared to this place, his previous departments at his old workplaces were basically just kennels. Fu Sai-hong said, "Teacher Zhang, why don't you familiarize yourself with the team first? I will go out to bring a few more people over. Some of them are still not here yet." Zhang Yi turned around and said, "Sure, please do what you need to." Fu Sai-hong turned around to leave the office. When he left, several of the team also livened up. From that, it seemed that Fu Sai-hong wasn't really a person anyone could easily talk to. Assistant Director Zhang Zuo said, "Teacher Zhang, I've always liked your programs. When I heard from the leader yesterday that you would be doing the program planning for our new Thursday evening program, I was the first one to register to transfer over." Assistant Director Hakiki also said cheerfully, "If we're talking about who was the first one to be confirmed for this new program team, then it has to be me. Even before the program team had been formed, my name was already on the list, but it was just a normal transfer for me as my previous program has already stopped airing. I really hadn't expected that Teacher Zhang would join us, but as long as we follow Teacher Zhang's command, then nothing will go wrong for sure." Didn't all of Teacher Zhang's past program productions all get popular wherever he went? Technical Director Wu Yi nodded and said, "I think we won't even need to use our brains to work anymore. As long as we follow Teacher Zhang's commands, everything should go smoothly and the ratings will surely be great." As they were all meeting for just the first time, they did not really know what to say, nor did they know how Zhang Yi was like as a person. To be on the safe side, they simply said some words that would suck up to Zhang Yi and that would ensure nothing was said wrong. Zhang Yi was enjoying it too. "Well said, really well said." Chen glanced at them, then glanced at Zhang Yi and smirked a little. Her. Zhang Yi. Everyone. Hakiki asked, "Who might this beautiful little girl be?" Zhang Yi said, "She's my relative. I will be taking care of her for a few days as there's no one available to look after her." Hakiki smiled and squatted down, saying, "This little one is really too cute. I've never seen such a beautiful child before." These words of hers sounded more sincere compared to earlier. "Chen, greet her," Zhang Yi said. Chen listlessly greeted her, "Auntie." Hakiki said, "What a good girl." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "What's so good about her? This kid is always so troublesome." Being criticized in front of so many people, Chen did not like it, so she said, "Zhang Yi, you're the one who's troublesome. There are always news reports of you fighting with others. PFFT." When Hakiki heard that, she nearly burst out laughing. The others were also trying to hold in their laughter, not daring to laugh at all. The kid was indeed right. When it came to being troublesome, who could be more troublesome than the famous face-smacking Zhang of the entertainment circle? Zhang Yi was very embarrassed by this. "Damned kid, why was she so disobedient? It's only my first day at work and you're already dragging me down?" He snapped at her, Shoo. Go and play somewhere by yourself." Chen, who was waiting exactly for this opportunity, immediately slipped away to the row of windows in the office and stuck her neck out to look down. When she got tired of standing, She found a chair for herself and sat there beside the windows. Zhang Yi told his colleagues, "This kid is a little different from other children. Don't judge her by 7 or 8-year-old age. She's really more like a little adult and doesn't like to talk much or play. I don't even understand what she's thinking of all day. In any case, I will be bringing her around for these 2 days, so if she offends you guys in any way, please accept my apologies in advance. Don't take it up with her, and if possible, could everyone also keep an eye on her and keep her from running around?" A young male staff member quickly said, "Teacher Zhang, look at you. Why do you need to be so polite with us? Children are all like this. It's normal." Wu Yi said, "Yes, it will be fine." Hakiki, seemingly going with the flow, said, "When you're not around, I'll help you look after the child. Leave it all to me." Zhang Yi said, "Is that really alright, Sister Qi?" Hakiki happily said, "Since you're already addressing me as Sister Qi, even if it's not okay, it has now become okay." With just a few exchange of words, she had already observed Zhang Yi as someone easy to get along with. Indeed, Zhang Yi did not have any airs about him and was very polite when speaking. As a result, Hakiki also opened up a lot more and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of her." Zhang Yi quickly said, "Then I give you my thanks." He knew that he couldn't possibly keep an eye on Chen all day. With someone like Hakiki helping him, Zhang Yi was also less worried now. For the next half hour, Zhang Yi continued conversing with his colleagues, as other than chatting, there was no work to do at the moment. They talked about everything under the sky, but the conversation still mainly revolved around Zhang Yi. For example, they asked him for the meanings behind certain poems, the truth behind the Peking University incident, or the reason why he beat up Li Anson after the Spring Festival Gala this year. After all, many of them had only known about Zhang Yi from the news and media. They didn't know the details or the insider's point of view. Since they did not know, or to better phrase it, did not know the full story, they were naturally more curious as well. Seeing how Zhang Yi was such a easy person to talk to, they started asking one by one, not knowing that Zhang Yi would really answer them and do it all. With these conversations, their relationships were also pulled closer together. Not only did Zhang Yi's relationship with them get closer, even the relationship between themselves got better. As this group of people were all from different departments, even if they had seen each other before in the past, today was their first day as a new unit, so they surely had to slowly build up their trust and relationships with each other. A good conversation was often one of the best ways to pull people closer together. Eventually, they only stopped talking when Fu Saihong arrived back at the office with 2 new colleagues. They got to know these 2 newcomers a little before getting ready to unpack and arrange their things again. Things like the Wi-Fi password and internet login details all needed to be reconfigured again, and there were still many other things that they had to do. Zhang Yi called out to Chen again, "Come here." Chen did not go over. She said, "But I'm looking at the buildings." Zhang Yi said, "Then don't you run around carelessly in the office. When you get bored, came to my office and look for me. Right, remember to do your homework. Didn't your teacher give you some for the weekend? Where did you put your bag?" Chen patted on the bag she had put on the windowsill. "I know." Hakiki laughed and said, "Teacher Zhang, leave it to me, don't bother yourself anymore." "Sure, then I'll leave it to you." Zhang Yi then went into his new office. Once he entered the room, Zhang Yi immediately liked the place. There was a genuine leather sofa set, a genuine leather swivel chair, as well as an abstract piece of art hanging on the wall that he did not understand. He took a seat behind the large office desk and felt really comfortable there. In the past, Zhang Yi had worked at quite a number of places, but strictly speaking, he had never before had a standalone office for himself. This was a first for him. As Zhang Yi climbed up the social ladder, his status and recognizability also increased. This fellow's situation was becoming better and better. Not bad. Not bad at all. He switched on his computer and messed around with it for a while, then looked through some books at the bookshelf as well. After trying out everything for a while, Zhang Yi calmed down and started arranging his stuff too. He took out his stationery such as a notebook and a fountain pen, as well as some tea leaves, and placed them in a spot he could easily reach. Of other miscellaneous items, he did not bother with them as the unit would be sure to provide them. After sitting there for a moment, Zhang Yi pushed the door open to go outside, hoping to familiarize himself with the situation around the office and the other departments. When he had just stepped out of the office, Zhang Yi saw something that left him vomiting blood. He saw Chen holding her small bag and walking past the staff members one by one, handing out something to them. "Chen, uncle, help me with my Chinese homework." The young man smiled and said, "Sure, pass it to me." "Chen, Andy, help me do my composition." Hakiki didn't know whether to laugh or cry but said, "Let me give it a try then." "Chen, uncle, help me do my math homework." Zhang Zuo cleared his throat and nodded. Alright, let me take a look. In a short moment, Chen had already delegated all of her homework. Finally, she even instructed, don't tell Zhang Yi about this. He doesn't let me to get other people to help me with my homework. Zhang Yi was furious. He shouted, Rao Chen. Chen turned around and saw him, then sighed like a little adult and turned back around. She walked to the front of the aunties and uncles, very consciously taking back the workbooks one at a time from them. Everyone was tickled by the look on Chen's face. Only Zhang Yi could not find any fun in this. He said, you're even commanding people to do things now? They're all busy and yet you want them to do your homework for you? What did I tell you before we came here? Chen did not say a word. A female staff member said, Teacher Zhang, it's just a small matter. Hakiki also said, yes, the child is just playing around with us. Many of the staff in the office were speaking up for Chen. It seemed that she was rather popular with the people here. Zhang Yi said to Chen, this is your last chance. If I find you doing that again, I will leave you at home alone. Saying that, he finally stepped out of the office and went outside to take a look around. After about 20 minutes, when Zhang Yi returned, he discovered Hakiki speaking to Chen. An empty desk that Chen had occupied was now littered with all sorts of snacks, chips, chocolate, soda, milk candy, etc. He didn't know who gave them to her, but the kid was basically just hugging the soda bottle and drinking from it, holding the chips and munching on them. What a harvest she had. Zhang Yi said, how much do you intend to eat? Hakiki smiled and said, it's given to her by our female colleagues, just let her have some if she likes it. Have you thanked the sisters and aunties? Zhang Yi looked at Chen and asked. A female colleague laughed and said, she's already thanked us. Chen put down a cola and jumped down from the chair. She said, Zhang Yi, I need to go to the bathroom. Hakiki stood up and said, it's not so convenient for Teacher Zhang to bring you. Come with me, let Auntie take you instead. Chen hesitated a little but still went over to Zhang Yi's side. She tugged at Zhang Yi's arm and urged him, Zhang Yi, I need to go to the bathroom. Get Auntie Chi to go with you? Zhang Yi asked her. Chen said, you take me. Zhang Yi said, you're still shy around strangers. Hakiki said, the child is really sticking to you. Zhang Yi said, she only thinks of me when there's a problem. He pulled Chen's hand and said, come along, I've just familiarized myself around here. There's a separate restroom over there. I will bring you this once, but you go there by yourself after that. Chen nodded. Sigh. Looks like the whole morning would be wasted on looking after this child. Chapter 633, Entirely New Program Birthed. Afternoon. After lunch. The morning was spent taking the child around, unpacking personal belongings, and familiarizing himself around the place. After getting lunch at Central TV's cafeteria, he went back to the program team's new office. Today's main work was finally going to be officially started. The first round of transfers to the new staff of this program team were all finally here. In the meeting room, more than a dozen people were seated, and fully filled the room. Fu Sai-han kicked off the meeting first and said, from today onward, our new program team has been officially formed. Many of you were transferred here from the other departments of Central TV Department 1, while some others came here from the other channels. We also have 2 new members of Central TV who have many years of experience at their previous job. Some of you know each other from before while some of you are meeting for the first time, but overall, our new program team is still quite young and there is a lot to work on together to deepen your mutual understanding. I hope that in the course of our work from now on, with the guidance of Teacher Zhang and me, everyone can get along well and work seriously so that our new program will flourish and be good. Ba ba ba. Everyone clapped softly. Fu Sai-hong looked to his side and said, Teacher Zhang, why don't you say a few words as well? In this newly set up program team, the core leaders were in fact made up of just 2 people. One was Fu Sai-hong, the other was Zhang Yi. As for the others, like the assistant directors and assistant producers, they were not considered to be leaders in the team yet. Even though the positions were only different in that one had the word executive in it, the differences were as wide as the distance between the sky and the earth. Whether it be at a television station or in a film crew, an assistant director had little authority and would be managed like they were just a clerk or assistant handling administrative duties. Zhang Yi nodded and gave his first speech as a leader. Since I am in charge of the production, let me talk about the program. The station has given us a direction already and we are allowed to do any type of variety program without restriction. The station head has very high expectations of us and is willing to provide us with very good funding for the program too, so I would like to hear about everyone's opinions and discuss the kind of a program we should be making. Zhang Zuo said, according to the market trend, the audience still leans toward the singing shows. At the very least, if we did that, we would not have to worry about the viewership ratings at all. It is definitely a safe choice. Hakiki said, but the viewership ratings won't be high either. Zhang Zuo nodded and said, that's true. That is a difficulty facing new programs nowadays. The genres of shows that have already been acknowledged by the market and audience are all highly sought after by the various larger television stations. The competition is tough and the audience base is also scattered as a result of this. But even if we do some other type of lesser-known program, the audience would not really accept it. Wu Yi said, the singing shows are really getting more and more difficult to make. A female staff member said, but the program that teacher Zhang planned, that Do You Remember, has received very favorable ratings. It has always been the first or second place program in the same time slot for nationwide viewership ratings. Hakiki nodded and said, I've watched Do You Remember before and it's really good. It's something innovative and has entertained the audiences to its best potential. If we could get the copyright for that program, then we could also do a similar type of show. Similar type. This was obviously not what Zhang Yi was going after. Zhang Yi said, is there anything else that anyone wants to bring up? Everyone freely spoke their minds. The overall consensus was more inclined towards a singing program. However, they were also very wary and hesitant of the potential pitfalls of such a show, so there was also quite a lot of disagreement over it. They were unable to come to a conclusion about it at this moment. Actually, what many of them had on their minds was how Central TV should have signed Zhang Yi earlier. If that were the case, then Zhang Yi would not have sold Do You Remember to Beijing Television and it would end up as a program on their own Central TV Department 1's channel instead. However, they didn't know that even if Zhang Yi had joined Central TV Department 1 earlier he would not have gone on to produce Do You Remember. But if he did, he would not have made himself the host of the show or treated it as a hit program. Because to Zhang Yi, although Do You Remember was a rather good program with rather good viewership ratings, it was still at best described as rather good only. What Zhang Yi was chasing after was not to be rather good but to be the best. He wanted to make a successful program that would break the viewership ratings, something that would be a blockbuster type of a program. Do You Remember did not qualify as that to him. Zhang Yi had a limited amount of energy and time. His year also consisted of 365 days like any other person, so if he wanted to replicate every idea of a program that he had in his mind into this world, that was obviously impossible. If Zhang Yi wanted to produce and host a program all by himself, he would surely use the most successful and blockbuster type of program from his previous world and produce it for this world's audience. The meeting ended. Zhang Yi and Fu Saihong were walking together, discussing the meeting and the new program. It could be determined from their conversation that Fu Saihong was also inclined to do a singing show as the market demand of variety programs in current times was quite poor, with the viewer ratings often averaging quite low. It was no longer like 5 to 10 years ago when the genre was enjoying its peak with high viewer ratings. So if they were forced to pick the best out of whatever was given to them, they would surely end up choosing a singing show that was also the biggest slice of the pie left, followed by reality television programs, and other types. Gathering everyone's opinions and viewpoints, Zhang Yi had formed a general idea in his mind. They all preferred a singing show? Alright, let's make one of those then. Difficult to innovate. This was clearly not a hurdle that would trouble Zhang Yi. After Zhang Yi came out from Fu Saihong's office, he announced to those outside, who can help me with a few surveys. I would like to know about the other satellite channels' singing programs' viewership ratings and market share, from their first episode to their latest one. It would be best if we could do up concise research on this. Oh, yes, I'll also need information about their celebrity guests and key contestants, or champions and runner-ups. Best case would be video clips of them. Hakiki was a little taken aback. She said, you're sure that you want to do a singing program? Zhang Yi smiled and said, tentatively, yes. Hakiki said, alright then, I'll go and prepare the data. Wu Yi said, I'll help you, Sister Qi. Zhang Zuo said, then I'll get the others to search for the information about the celebrity guests and competitors. Zhang Yi said, great, thanks for the trouble, please get them as soon as possible. This program was very important to Zhang Yi and he also placed a good deal of focus on it. He couldn't just handle this program proposal like he did for Do You Remember. Since that was meant to be sold to others, he did not put too much attention into it and could naturally leave all the work to the people at Beijing Television Station and not do anything himself. But this new program was meant to be done by himself with him as the host, so he definitely had to make the best preparations he could. This was the debut show of Zhang Yi at Central TV Department 1, he could not afford to slack or take it too lightly. That was the reason why he wanted to gather information and news on all the other television stations' singing programs. He needed to know in detail the overall setup of this world's singing shows so that he could make the necessary adjustments to his program proposal. As the proverb goes, know yourself as well as you know the enemy. In the executive director's office, Zhang Yi came back in and saw Chen Chen sitting in the genuine leather swivel chair. As she was still quite short, She had trouble holding the mouse and was awkwardly controlling and clicking it. Zhang Yi went around behind her to have a look and saw that she was playing games. It was some sort of a puzzle game, one that required the player to clear the bubbles from the game screen. Whatever it was, Zhang Yi did not really understand. "Go away, I have work to do," Zhang Yi said, trying to chase her off. Chen did not look away from the computer screen and said, "Let me play a little while more." Zhang Yi rushed her and said, "Hurry up, I have serious work to do here." Chen did not want to listen and said, "Zhang Yi, I'm going to play for a bit more. I've already finished my homework." "Are you serious? Let me have a look." Zhang Yi saw the workbooks beside her and picked them up, flipping through them. She had really finished them, so he said, "Okay then, you did well. Alright, I'll let you play for a while longer." He could only go over to the guest sofa beside the door and sit there, taking out his fountain pen to work on the program proposal. A while later, Hakiki came into the office and reported, "The data has all been gathered." Zhang Zuo had also finished his task and come into the office. "The information you needed from me has also been collected." Zhang Yi took it from them and said, "That's good, let me have a look." When Hakiki and Zhang Zuo both noticed that Chen had already occupied and taken over the office desk, leaving Zhang Yi sitting in a corner, they couldn't help but look at each other and laugh a little. From this alone, they could see that even though Zhang Yi kept complaining about Chen, he was actually also very generous to her. After looking through the data and research, Zhang Yi's heart was set. Having gotten to know this world's singing programs better now, he knew that the singing show's development here was indeed quite different from his previous worlds. If he wanted to say who was doing it better, then there was really no way to give an answer to that, since both worlds had their positives. Zhang Yi's previous world did better in that they had a better diversification of presentation and style. The same types of programs were all done differently by tweaking the sequence and formats. For this world, it stood out in terms of the audience numbers and their fervent support for singing programs. Even if there were 4 or 5 program slots a week that were packed with singing shows, no one got sick of them and continued watching. However, each program's viewer ratings were not really high and were only at around 0.5% to 0.6%. But when all the singing programs' market shares were added together, it became a frightening figure. Overall, this world's singing programs' market and audience were considered to be enormous, with many people doing such shows as well. Inadvertently, the market share was also spread that way accordingly as its viewership ratings showed. This was what led to the embarrassing situation of having such average viewership ratings now. Which was a big if there were an incredibly outstanding singing program that could put to shame all of the other satellite channel singing programs, then that huge audience base would definitely come together and be reflected on this outstanding program's viewership ratings. But was there anyone who could achieve this? The unification of all singing programs? This was actually what Zhang Yi was aiming for. If he wanted to launch a singing program in this world, but was not bold enough, then the program would definitely be smothered and killed by all the other singing shows of the other satellite channels. Besides, just because others could not achieve it did not mean he could not achieve it. This market did not lack an audience space. In fact, the audience space was very large, but what it lacked was a program that would shine in the eyes of everyone watching it. While back at Zhang Yi's previous world, due to the critical tastes of the audience, there was a lack of audience space, but no shortage of wonderful programs. If he had the program, and there was an existence of a good audience space in this world, then these two worlds were surely made for each other. And the matchmaker for the two of them was naturally going to be Zhang Yi. His debut program on Central TV this time was going to be broadcast nationwide. It was a totally different platform compared to his previous platforms. This was Zhang Yi's important step towards the A-list celebrity rankings, so then what sort of a program should he bring out this time? What sort of a singing program would be most suitable for this situation? Not only must the show have a good reputation and viewer ratings, at the same time, it also had to showcase Zhang Yi as a host. For most talent shows like that, the role of the host was usually minimal and negligible. The main focus would usually be on the contestants and celebrity guests, so that would mean Zhang Yi's program of choice was even more limited now. Which should he choose? Which was the better option? Suddenly, Zhang Yi looked towards Chen and said, "Chen, stop playing already. How long has it been since you've started? Don't overdo it. Uncle still has work to do." Due to the fruit of agility's effects, as Zhang Yi did not control it well due to a lack of concentration, the signals from his brain were fired too quickly, which accelerated his speech, like a trace would be left behind. Even though he spoke extremely quickly, each of his words could be heard and were also enunciated very clearly. Chen looked at him and asked, "Zhang Yi, why have you been talking so quickly for the past 2 days?" When Zhang Yi heard this, he pondered for a moment and then suddenly slapped his thigh with a loud laugh. "I got it. It's gotta be you. The voice of China." Chapter 634, The speed of Zhang Yi's write-up of the program proposal. A classic singing program? Must have a good reputation? Must have a ridiculous viewer rating? The host must not act as just a supporting role? There was only one answer, and it was probably the only program that could meet the criteria. If this was the past, Zhang Yi would seriously not dare to use this program because he was afraid that he would do it badly, since he did not think he could do justice to the details in the program. To destroy such a classic program from his previous world, which was so popular across the country. No, it should be said that it was so popular around the world instead. So if it were destroyed in the hands of Zhang Yi, then he would surely have become a sinner by spoiling something so great. But now, Zhang Yi dared to do it, not because of anything except the reason of having eaten those 100+ fruits of agility he had gotten from the lottery draw. When he received the fruit of agility prize from the lottery draw the first time, he felt that this item was useless to him. When he won it again in the latest lottery draw, Zhang Yi still did not make much of it until today, when he realized that it had another effect. The fruit of agility could affect his talking and reaction speed. As Zhang Yi had majored in broadcasting, his talking speed was not slow to begin with. At the very least, he was still a bit faster than the average person, but that was not good enough. Compared to his previous world's host of The Voice of China, Hueco, he was still way behind him. It wasn't even unfair to say that he was not comparable to some of those crosstalk actors who could do speed recital well. Because talking speed was more dependent on talent and genes than on training, there was nothing anyone could really do about it. If your reaction speed was already slow to start with, even if your brain fired countless of signals at once, your body would still be restricted to its reaction speed. If you wanted to increase your speed by 1% more, it was already very difficult, not to mention if you wanted to suddenly increase it by 50 to 70%. This was not something that could be trained. But now, Zhang Yi could do it. His reaction speed had already increased multiple times and his talking speed was no longer the same as before, so why would he still have any doubts about it now? For him, The Voice was definitely the best option. There were no other programs which were suitable for the current situation and condition. It's settled. He proceeded to write the program proposal quickly. Even without the help of the memory search capsules, Zhang Yi could write the proposal in detail. He couldn't help it, this program was way too popular. Zhang Yi had even watched it many times over. Chen asked, Zhang Yi, do you need to use the computer? No, no need. Zhang Yi was busily writing something. Hearing that, Chen continued holding the mouse and said, then I will continue playing. Zhang Yi did not forget to remind her, don't place your head too close to the monitor screen, and try to protect your eyesight. If in the future you become nearsighted, you will suffer. Chen said, Zhang Yi, you nag so much. Zhang Yi grunted, then why are you always making people worry? I'm almost your dad at this point. 1 page. 2 pages. 3 pages. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. He was not getting excited over the writing of the proposal, rather because of the anticipation that this extremely reputable program would soon be produced by his hands. He could not wait any longer. In the past, whether it was for Lecture Room or any inspired talk show like Tonight 80s Talk Show and Mr. Zhu Live Show, compared to the viewership ratings of The Voice, they were leagues apart. That was why Zhang Yi's expectations and drive were also very different. Later that afternoon, 1:30 p.m. Director Zhang Yuan of Central TV Department 1 came over to inspect the progress. Actually, it couldn't be considered as inspecting the progress as the new program team had just been established, so he only came to have a look around. This program team was under Director Zhang Yuan's charge and he was very concerned about the team's transition and whether the viewership ratings of new program could achieve the desired results. Director Zhang. Director. Director Zhang. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Fu Saihong also came out of his office. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, everyone's busy? Getting used to the new environment yet? Hakiki said, yes, we're getting used to it. This new office is much better than the Variety Channel's office. It's definitely much better to work with Director Zhang. She hadn't been working at Central TV Department 1 but with Central TV's Variety Channel before being transferred over here. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, you have such a glib tongue? Then he looked around and asked, where's little Zhang? Zhang Zuo answered, Teacher Zhang is in his office studying and researching the singing programs of other satellite channels. Zhang Yuan asked with interest, oh? Singing programs? Fu Saihong said, we still don't know what the final concept will be. Should I call him over? There's no need to. Zhang Yuan stopped him and said, let little Zhang continue with his studying. When he gets a good grasp of the other similar programs, he will be able to draw up a better program, so there's no need to rush him. Additionally, he also reminded them, these next few days, I hope everyone will put in more effort to help little Zhang finalize the program proposal. Once we have the proposal and after I approve it, the funding will be released to the team. Since this program will be made in-house and not bought from a production company, the funding will be relatively better too, so don't have any worries in that regard. Zhang Zuo said immediately, you can rest assured too, Director Zhang. We will definitely cooperate well to get things done. Fu Saihong also said, we already have some general direction and will try our best to quickly finish the first draft of the proposal. Normally, there would be several drafts for a television program proposal. If the first one did not work, they would do it a second time, and if that also could not work out, then they would do it a third time. The possibility in getting an approval after the first attempt was close to zero as it needed to be altered several times according to new inputs and restrictions before the final proposal would be completed. It was sometimes possible that a proposal which started as a singing program would end up becoming an interview program. Fu Saihong added, give us 3 days, we will submit it to you in 3 days at the latest. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, alright, work hard on it, all of you. As they were talking, the executive director's office door opened and Zhang Yi came out holding some handwritten papers. He said, Director Zhang? Did you came to inspect our work? Zhang Yuan nodded, I came to take a look. Zhang Yi smiled and said, then your timing is perfect? Waving the papers in his hands, he continued, I've already written the new program's proposal. Upon hearing this, Fu Saihong was stunned. Zhang Yuan was also stunned. Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the rest were also quite dumbfounded at this. What did you say? It's already completed? You took such a short time to write it all down? Just a while ago, executive producer Fu was still assuring Director Zhang that the program proposal would be completed within 3 days, but you only took less than an hour to do it? That's even faster than a spaceship. Regardless of whether it was other television stations or Central TV, a proposal for such a major variety program would surely have needed a minimum of 3 to 5 days to complete, right? That was already accounting for the best-case scenario. For those with a much more detailed program proposal, it would be common to take up to half a month to write out. But you? You completed it in less than an hour? How could you come up with a good program proposal if you did it so hastily? Everyone was at a loss for words. Zhang Yuan remained silent for a very long time before he was finally unable to hold back and said, aren't you being too efficient? Zhang Yi took it as a praise and said, that's right, I've always done my program proposals quickly since I'm never indecisive about my ideas. I will just write when I've given it enough thought, so that doesn't take too much time to do. Fu Saihong said in disbelief, you have really finished it? I can't possibly be lying, right? Zhang Yi called for an administrative staff member and passed the papers to her. He said to her, Little Wang, go make some copies of this and distribute them to everyone. Little Wang replied clearly, okay. The copier sounded noisily as the copies were made. A short while later, the copies were completed. Little Wang passed a copy to Zhang Yuan first, then to Fu Saihong, and finally to the rest of the colleagues. Everyone quickly took it and had a look. Their first reaction was how stunning. It was not the content that was stunning, they did not have enough time to read through it yet, but on first glance, they saw neatly lined up words written with fountain pen ink on paper. That harmonious feeling even seemingly gave life to the paper. Looking at the program proposal was literally an enjoyment as the words were too beautiful. There was no one else at Central TV who could write with such beautiful handwriting. Hakiki could not help complimenting him, what nice handwriting. Zhang Yi smiled and said, thank you. Zhang Zuo, Wu Yi, and the others all looked in the direction of Zhang Yi in surprise. They could not understand how such a careless person who always went around scolding and fighting with others, creating fear in others of the entertainment industry, could have such a beautiful handwriting. It was rumored before that Zhang Yi had a high level of accomplishment in calligraphy. Now, it looked like those rumors were not fake. They could tell that just from the handwriting. Chapter 635, No Optimism for the Voice? Everyone read the proposal. Beside them, Zhang Yi explained, this name of this program will be tentatively titled The Voice of China, or simply just The Voice. This is a large-scale singing talent show. The competition format is the same as other traditional singing programs, starting from the preliminary auditions, then letting the coaches choose their contestant students before proceeding to the group stages, and the finals after that. That's the general process of the program. Zhang Yuan raised his head. Fu Saihong and the others all looked at him as well. They no longer read from the proposal and were just listening to Zhang Yi explain it directly. Zhang Yi explained fervently, but if you all think that the program is just going to be this simple, then you've got it wrong. The program's format might be the same as the traditional singing show format, but its core and selling point are different. When we do the studio setup, the seats of the 4 coaches are the key. During the auditions, the coaches' seats are all facing with backs to the stage. They won't see the contestant and won't know their gender, height, or looks. They will only be able to hear their voice and singing talent, using these factors to decide if the contestant will pass or fail. This is also why the program's name is The Voice. How does that sound? Everyone must be stunned? Everyone must be shocked? Right? After Zhang Yi explained his proposal, he looked at them in satisfaction and waited for their reactions. He had predicted that everyone would feel shocked and clap or bow in amazement, but contrary to his expectations, the outcome was very different from how it played out in his mind. Everyone was shocked all right, but they were shocked from being horrified. Zhang Zuo. Fu Saihong was badly shocked. Are you serious? Zhang Yi said, of course. Hakiki also drew a gasp and said, how can this work? Zhang Yi asked, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Is this program's proposal so difficult to understand? Fu Saihong said, although you claim that it is different, but to me, it sounds just the same as any other singing program that the other television stations are doing. At most you have an additional segment where the chairs turn around? Zhang Yi said, the turning around of the chairs is just a means and strategy of the show. But with this additional segment, it would give the audience a totally different feel and experience while they watch the show. We're basically telling them that The Voice chooses the contestants based not on their backgrounds, their stories, their height, and especially not their looks. As long as they have a good voice and can sing well, they can show themselves to the world on the stage of The Voice. Essentially, this program's aim is to go back to the basics of singing. We do not care about looks or stories, we will only listen to the voice. Zhang Zuo said in a stunned manner, only listen to the voice, this. Fu Saihong had a different view from him as he shook his head vigorously, saying, but have you thought about this? If the stage will be adorned by only short, fat, or not good-looking contestants, then it would greatly affect the quality of the program. The image and effect would be totally shattered, so why would the audience want to watch that? In this industry, a competition-based program's bottom line, if I may put it honestly, is the requirement of the contestant being a talking point. We need them to have outstanding appearances and great singing ability so that they can hold the stage and attention of the audience. If we're talking about the program that you did earlier, that do you remember, then maybe this can be overlooked, since it isn't a talent show program. But as long as it is one, then we can never escape that. A singing competition that does not have handsome guys or pretty women taking part, one do not see why the audience would want to watch something like that on their TVs. That is why I find this proposal to have very serious problems, as it goes against the rules of a variety program. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, why can't a talent show escape association with handsome guys and pretty women? That is only the mindset of the industry professionals, it's a cage that they've placed themselves in. This program of mine precisely wants to target that mindset by not following those rules. It will be precisely because of this that the audience will want to watch, and like to watch, the program. Besides, I have never stated that the stage for The Voice will not have any good-looking people gracing its stage, did I? If the contestant can really sing, and also look good at the same time, then naturally it would be fine. But the only thing about the stage for The Voice is that the proportion of good-looking people might be smaller, since the contestants would mostly still be fairly average-looking people. Fu Saihong insisted, I feel that this program will not do well. Zhang Yi did not get angry at this but said, the singing shows these days are unable to bring excitement simply because every other such program is doing exactly the same thing, being trapped by their traditional mindset. How I judge whether a program will be successful is not to see how the industry insiders analyze it with their performance indicators or experience. What I am looking for is the viewpoint of an audience on such a program. Fu Saihong retorted, for a program producer, experience is the most valuable asset that they can fall back on. Zhang Yi looked at him and said, experience is molded from learning and references and is limited to this moment, while the pace of innovation and the wisdom of humans are the only things that are limitless. If the ancient people based everything on their experiences, then they would never have believed that there would be a day when humanity would go to the moon. Do you think that what their experiences told them was correct then? The two of them wrangled over the matter, both making a stand for their own side of the argument. But it was clear that after a few exchange of words, Fu Saihong had succumbed and could not outtalk Zhang Yi. When Zhang Zuo, Hakiki, and the others saw this, they simply decided not to retort at all. They knew very well that they were not as eloquent as someone who was a professional host like Zhang Yi and would not be able to outtalk him even if they combined their efforts together. Honestly, Zhang Yi could not understand their concerns either. Why would anyone feel that such an innovative idea like The Voice would be bad? Wasn't that an international joke? It seemed to him that, even if they felt at the proposal stage that the talk show was not be good enough, it would be acceptable. After all, there was no precedent of an entertainment program like a talk show in this world. If they also felt that Do You Remember was not going to be good, that was also acceptable, since this world did not have a low-barrier entry variety program for citizens to join and compete in an all-out park match with other people. But that was not the case for The Voice at all. This program had such mass appeal and the features of the show could be clearly seen too. So why would a bunch of television industry professionals not understand that? How odd. Were their standards really that low? Zhang Yi pondered over this for a very long time before finally coming to a conclusion. In Zhang Yi's previous world, when he was considered an audience member and outsider of the television industry, he immediately started looking forward to The Voice of China when its trailers began airing. Thinking about it now, it was probably not because his standard was higher than Fu Sai Hong, Hakiki, and everyone else's, but more likely had to do with the understanding of his previous world's people's understanding of singing programs compared to the people here. In Zhang Yi's previous world, The Voice was already very famous before it started its broadcast in China. This program was also shown on Dutch and American television where it did very well. When the television station in China purchased the rights to do The Voice, the local audience base was already built up due to foreign influence. Zhang Yi was also one of those people who already knew the format of the program, and as a result, anticipated its airing in China. Another point was that the singers from Zhang Yi's previous world came in the form of good-looking people as well as not good-looking people. Even those top singers, whether they looked good or ugly, were not too different in popularity from each other. Was Han Hong good-looking? Was Sun Nan good-looking? Was Wang Feng good-looking? Was Hu Yanbin good-looking? Was Huang Qishan good-looking? Was Zhao Huangkai good-looking? Was Zhao Chuan good-looking? Was Li Zongshan good-looking? Some of them had very average looks, some of them were really not too good-looking at all, yet they all got very popular based on their talent and vocals, even though there was an element of luck at times too. However, in this world, those A or B-list singers were basically all good-looking men and women, among whom were scattered some who were not pretty or handsome, but couldn't be considered ugly either and were above average looking. If it really had to be insisted that there were ugly singers, it was also true, but such singers were really few and rare. Those were the differences between the two worlds. The perception of singers was different to the people of both worlds. In this world, whether it be the programs or the media, they had always been advocating that you should have good looks if you wanted to be a celebrity. That was the bottom line before the focus would shift to whether you could sing or not. There was just such an unhealthy tone in the overall environment of the industry. Their understanding of a singer was different and Zhang Yi could understand this deeply, since he had also experienced being judged on his looks in his first interview back at Beijing radio station and was deemed unsuitable for the role. But if you thought about it, what was the point of a radio host being so good-looking? Shouldn't it be fine as long as he wasn't bad-looking? But that was not how they saw it. That was just how their perception in this world was, and thus resulted in the current state of the entertainment industry. Fu Sai Hong and the others believed that a talent show had to be judged on looks first and foremost. The contestants' vocals were secondary, so if the proposal stated that the program would only care about the vocals and not the looks, they felt that it was just asking for it to fail since this concept itself was basically challenging the cognitive mindsets of how singing program should be. But was it really asking to fail? Would the audience really dismiss it? Only Zhang Yi knew that this would definitely not be the case. It was just because the industry professionals believed that the audience would not accept it. Yet back in Zhang Yi's previous world, this had already been proven that the audience were accepting of such changes. Not only did they accept it, they even praised and recognized such types of shows. There were many people who specifically liked a show which portrayed the average-looking contestants in a competition since it more closely related to them. Zhang Yi wanted to tell Fu Sai Hong and the others that the audience was not as fragile and simple-minded as they thought. All those other singing programs were in themselves unhealthy existences in the entertainment industry. However, whether the voice would be accepted by the audience in this world was still unknown to Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi was also an example himself. Didn't he look very ordinary? Wasn't he also not a handsome guy or pretty boy? But look at him now. He could still stand on the national stage and be recognized and loved by many people in the country. That of itself already explained something. The environment and history of this world might have changed, but the hearts of the people remained. There was silence in the office. Nobody knew what to say. Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the others were all looking at each other. This type of program was indeed controversial. If you said it was good, it was too extreme and would break all the rules of a talent show. But if you said it was bad, it sounded like a very innovative way of doing a show by basing it only on the voice, where the coaches would not be to see the contestants. This idea was totally unheard of in all singing programs at television stations all over the world. Finally, Zhang Yuan spoke. He looked at Zhang Yi for a long time before he said, "In this industry, everyone says that you're bold, daring to do the things that no one else dares even think about. I can say that I've finally seen that boldness for myself today." But Zhang Yi said, "To be honest, I've never had much courage. The reason why I dare to say that and want to do it is because I have 100% certain that it will work out." Fu Sai Hong said in a speechless manner, "Why can you be so sure? You're being too absolute." Zhang Yuan looked at Zhang Yi and said, I've already mentioned to you our expectations when the television station invited you to join us. What we need is a program that will receive high viewership ratings consistently. Although you're the executive director and we've also agreed that the program production will be fully dictated by you, there is a clear disagreement right now about this proposal, which also shows that there is a problem with it. Why don't I do it this way instead? I will bring a copy of the proposal back to discuss with the other leaders before I give you an answer. But it's for the best that you also prepare another new proposal if the voice does not pass the management's approval, so then at least we can still have a backup. From the sound of it, it also seemed like he did not have much confidence in the proposal. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, there's no need to prepare another proposal. The voice will not have any problems, that I guarantee. As for the quality of the program, everyone can judge it once it has finished recorded. Director Zhang, although I am a host, I am also a professional program planner and producer. Whether it be the programs or advertisements that I have done up before, I have never disappointed. You have to believe my most basic judgment as a professional. Having listened to all of this, Zhang Yuan could only say, alright, I'll see what I can do. Chapter 636, the show is approved. Zhang Yuan left. Fu Saihong also went back to his own office. Hakiki suddenly said, Teacher Zhang, are you really serious about making this program? Of course I'm serious, Zhang Yi said in frustration. Do I look like I'm joking? Zhang Zuo proposed an idea. I have a suggestion, but don't take it in the wrong way, Teacher Zhang. Actually, we can modify the format of the voice a little so that it looks to the audience that the gimmick of not seeing the contestants is real, but we will continue doing it the way we would for similar talent shows. We would still invite only the better-looking contestants to join the competition and secretly let the coaches know so that they have some idea of the contestants before choosing them, so that the ones who are chosen are the ones picked for their looks, attractability, and have a good talking point to them. That way, we would still be able to achieve our objectives. Wu Yi snapped his fingers and said, that's a very good idea. However, without even thinking, Zhang Yi immediately said, when the television station does a program, we're doing it to catch the hearts of the audience. We do that by leading them step by step into liking our program to achieve our objectives, but leading them in does not mean lying to them. Don't think that the ways and means you believe are great would definitely be able to lead the audience in a certain direction. They are not fools and you should never look down on the wisdom and judgment of the masses. I should make myself very clear here, the singing programs now, and even the singing industry, are all not developing in a healthy way. My reason for doing this new program is not to make a statement, nor is it to lie to the audience by superficially reforming the industry. What I want to do is to make a program that will topple the traditional singing show and talent shows of the past. As their mindsets were too deeply ingrained in traditional thinking, Zhang Yi could not get it through to them even after explaining forever, so he decided to leave it at that and walked back to his office. He still had a lot of work to do, like planning the program trailers, making the designs of the set, and many other things, all of which he wanted to plan in advance. There was no time to waste on nonsense. When he left, Zhang Zuo asked, do you think it's feasible? Hakiki shook her head and said, I don't know. Another director said, this program is very dangerous to do. Wu Yi sighed and said, yeah, it's too radical of a change, so I suppose it's really risky as well. But it's possible that we cannot see what Zhang Yi sees. Hakiki added, no matter what, Teacher Zhang is still a specialist at program production, so he's surely looking at something bigger than we are. If Teacher Zhang can propose such a program and say that it is good, then he surely has his reasons and considerations. Zhang Zuo pessimistically said, hopefully. Hakiki said, let's wait and see how the leaders decide. Because this new show also determined the futures and careers of the program team staff, they were definitely worried about it and did not want it to be done sloppily. At another place. In a meeting room. After Zhang Yuan went back to his office, he got his secretary to gather the planning team and related staff for a meeting. Everyone who was there were all veterans of Central TV Department 1 and were all very experienced, having done countless programs between them. They were all considered the core members of Central TV Department 1's production team. Zhang Yuan got his secretary to pass out Zhang Yi's program proposal to each one of them and said, take a look. This is the program proposal written up by Zhang Yi. Let's discuss it. Everyone started reading it in detail, and gradually, in succession, their faces formed some sort of startled expression. What is this nonsense? It's very innovative, but this is too radical. Other than the vocals, this singing talent show does not consider any other factors? Just what kind of bold person would dare to write up a proposal like that? This would subvert the entire singing industry and related singing shows. How audacious. Only Zhang Yi would dare to do something like this. The talented are bolder. I think this idea is worth a try. What's there to try? This is obviously not going to work. It is completely out of line with the market trends and practices. Do you think that just basing the show on vocals alone would attract the viewers? The gimmick of judging a contestant based on just their vocals would be able to prop up the entire talent show? This is not a variety program that would last 1 or 2 episodes, it's a competition that stretches over at least 2 months. I won't say that using vocals as an attraction is not innovative, but it is not strong enough to carry the show. The audiences might not be able to accept it either. We know that just by looking at the other singing shows. The hotly discussed champions and runner-ups always do well in the looks department. That has clearly shown where the audience's taste lie at. How the other satellite channels are doing it does not reflect the problems at all. If the idea of only focusing on the vocals of the contestants were conveyed to the audience beforehand, the mindset of the audience would also be different when they watch the show, and they might accept Zhang Yi's selling point for the program. But of course, there's no guarantee for that since there isn't any precedent of something like this. I don't think it will work. I feel that it might just be a thin line between failure and success. As there's no way to predict this based on our experiences without any precedent to fall back on, if there's something that we can learn from and judge upon, then it has to be that regardless of Zhang Yi's character and temper, he really is a very capable person. The programs he handled previously have had no precedent of failure yet and have even gone on to do quite well. So from those examples, I have to admit that Zhang Yi's vision is surely better than most people's. That's true. If it were any other program producer who submitted this proposal, I would surely reject it. But because this proposal was written up by Zhang Yi, I am unable to make any judgment on it. Most of us here are professional program producers too, but if we compare the results of the programs that we've all worked on, then our results and qualifications are truly unable to match Zhang Yi's. I've also heard that there are some foreign television stations who have shown interest in the copyrights for Zhang Yi's talk show. I've heard about that too. I think those foreigners are really interested in it, but then I don't know if they have approached Zhang Yi regarding the copyrights yet. If he is really able to sell it to them, then this will be a historical first for foreign television stations buying our Chinese television copyrights. We would finally have foreigners approaching us to learn from us. How uplifting. This would also give our Chinese television and variety industry a boost, since we'd finally have a world-class program. But The Voice and Zhang Yi's talk show are different. The talk show cuts a figure of being Zhang Yi's creative whim, but singing shows have already been heavily produced and are very well established in our industry. Now that Zhang Yi is intending to defy the market trends and go against everything that we've known, will it work? Everyone here was also having their disagreements, some suggesting to give it a try while others rejected it outright. Zhang Yuan looked at the program proposal and lowered his head in silence too. His viewpoint was the same as what someone had mentioned just now. If the proposal was submitted by anyone else, he would have rejected it directly without a thought. However, the problem here was that this proposal was submitted by Zhang Yi, who was known as the man who repeatedly created viewership miracles. At around 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan returned to the new program's office. He called out, "Little Zhang?" Hearing that, Zhang Yi came out from his office. Fu Saihong, Hakiki, and the others were also beside him, knowing that the decision was probably made at the meeting. Zhang Yuan's first words to Zhang Yi were, "Are you very sure that this program will work out?" "I am sure. In fact, I guarantee it," Zhang Yi said without any sign of hesitation. Zhang Yuan nodded and said, "You have been given the go-ahead to do the voice, but if the average ratings fall below 0.8%, what would you say to that?" Zhang Yi said, 0.8%? Zhang Yuan said, "Yes." Zhang Yi was amused at this question, so he said, "Then I will pack up and leave." That was exactly what Zhang Yuan wanted to hear. He said, "All right then, from today onward, The Voice of China will formally begin its production. I hope that the final product that you all come up with will be something satisfactory." Zhang Yi laughed, "Just wait and see." Fu Saihong interrupted, "Director Zhang." Zhang Yuan stopped him and said, "Don't bother saying any more. It's been decided." Thinking how Zhang Yi had already put his job on the line, Fu Saihong also did not say anything more. From his point of view, he believed that Zhang Yuan was also likely to not have too much confidence in this new program. Zhang Yuan said, "I want you guys to come up with an application documentation later so that I can bring it to finance and inform them. For the initial funding, I will be setting aside 20 million RMB for your team." When Zhang Yi heard this, he couldn't accept it. He said, "Director Zhang, 20 million is definitely not enough. In fact, it's far from enough and won't be enough to support this program." Zhang Yuan said, "I've already pushed very hard for the go-ahead for this program at the meeting earlier. The disagreements over this new program proposal were raised by many people, so you must know that I'm also facing a great deal of pressure." Zhang Yi said, 20 million is not enough to invite a few proper guest celebrities as coaches, not to mention that we still need a budget for the set, stage facilities, and a live band for the show. Director Jong, didn't you say earlier that you have plenty of funding for us? Jong Yuan said non-committally, that is all I can give for now. If you need additional funding in the future, we'll talk about it again. What I need now is a promotional trailer for the show so that we can release it to the public and get some feedback. If it gets a warm reception, then we can discuss the additional funding. Only when he said that did Zhang Yi stop talking. 20 million? It's not too much even if it's 200 million. Forget it, it's better to take it slow. If you were to ask for 200 million from the station now, the whole of Central TV Department 1 would probably vomit blood and treat him as a madman. After all, according to what Zhang Yi knew, the Central TV Department 1 of this world had never ever invested so much funding into a program before. 20 million was already considered to be a large investment into a program. Some of the other Central TV Department 1 programs only had a budget of several million RMB. For some interview programs, if not taking into account the host's salary or not inviting any big shot guests, then even if it aired 4 times a month, it would only have a budget of 1 million, which was really cheap. But variety shows were not the same, those were part of a genre that basically gobbled up money. No matter how much was spent, it was never enough. Zhang Yuan left. Zhang Zuo, Hakiki, and the rest were left in a predicament. Zhang Zuo was feeling a little dizzy. 0.8% for viewership ratings? Hakiki also did not look too good. She said, even the most outstanding and well-received singing program this year, do you remember, only received 0.8% for its highest-rated episode. When it was low, it only got 0.7% or less. To demand of our new program a viewership rating of 0.8% when it's just going to start? And it's even the average rating? Teacher Zhang, weren't you promising to leave too easily earlier? If they could not hit the requested viewership ratings, then Zhang Yi would automatically quit? Even though the team was supposedly led by Fu Saihong, everyone knew that the real leader was actually Zhang Yi. Everything revolved around Zhang Yi's existence. If he went, then the program would be cancelled as well. The team's members would all face an uncertain future from here on out. An average of 0.8%. There hadn't been any singing program this year that had hit that number yet. Even if the later episodes of Do You Remember finished airing, the average would surely not hit 0.8%. At most it would be 0.7% or so. Hakiki said, Teacher Zhang, you should have made a bargain just now. Wu Yi also added, yeah, a nationwide viewership rating of 0.6% was still possible to work toward, but 0.8% is really too difficult. If they really want a viewership rating of 0.8%, that would mean the program would have to place first in the same time period across the nation, and it's even going to have a large lead over second place. Can we accomplish such a task? Everyone was feeling extremely stressed. Fu Saihong also kept shaking his head. However, only Zhang Yi looked like he was not bothered by it and even appeared very relaxed. He kept his smile without seeming the least bit worried because he did not feel that a viewership rating of 0.8% was demanding at all. Instead, he even felt that this was low, so low that he nearly laughed at it. 0.8%? Can't hit that number? You guys are insulting me. You're all too looking down on me, Zhang Yi. If The Voice really gets a viewership rating of 0.8%, then would I still have wasted so much effort to try to do this program? If you used 0.8% and doubled it, that would be more like it. That's the figure that should be used as the estimate and goal. But of course, Zhang Yi would not tell them all this. Because only Zhang Yi knew of the logic-defying viewership ratings of The Voice back in his world. Even if he told people that, they would definitely not believe him. It was not a viewership rating that should be described with a 0-point rating. The Voice of his previous world was to be described with a viewership rating that broke past the 0 barrier. Let's wait and see. When the viewership ratings for The Voice come out, all of you will understand just how expansive the sky is. First place for the same time period? First place for the entire term of all variety programs. That was what Zhang Yi's expectation for The Voice was. Chapter 637, Public Outcry. Later that afternoon. It was time to leave from Central TV. Fu Saihong had gone home, but Zhang Yi stayed behind and also asked the others to stay as well and called them to a spacious performance studio. This was the studio that Central TV Department 1 had allocated for their new program and was pretty large in area. It was previously being used by a talent show program and the place has not been cleared out yet. There were still some light boxes lying around on the ground and in some corners. In terms of its size, Zhang Yi was quite satisfied with it. A station like Central TV did not have a lack of venues. Compared to those other satellite channels, at which some programs had to share a venue between themselves and 2 or 3 other programs. Central TV's standout points were that they had large places, a good policy, as well as many employees. I'm afraid that it will be too rushed tomorrow, so I want to delegate some tasks first. It probably won't take up more than 15 minutes of everyone's time. Zhang Yi asked, has the green light for the funding been given? Hakiki said, it's been given. We have 20 million. Zhang Yi nodded, then pointed around the venue and said, this is where our program will be filmed. The station still takes quite good care of us since they've allocated the largest performance studio to us. I won't do things like asking everyone to shout some team motto or whatever. There's no need for unnecessary stuff like that. Everything still boils down to what we show by our practical actions, and because I'm still unfamiliar with what every one of you here specializes in, I took the initiative to plan out the tasks first. If any one of you is responsible for the job I mention or think that you're up for it, please tell me. Okay. No problem. Just give us your instructions, Director Zhang. Everyone listened intently. Zhang Yi said, these tasks relate to the progress of the program's production, so I need everyone to do them well. The first thing is in regard to the website. Our new program will need to have a microsite on the website of Central TV Department 1 or have a standalone website of its own. Its purpose will be promoting and updating the latest news on our program and act as a platform to interact with the public. In the future, there will also be spontaneous polls for audiences to take part in, so I don't think I need to emphasize how important this is. I want 2 people to be in charge of the content for this and to network with the main Central TV website team to get it up and running. A female editor said, let me handle it, that's my specialty. A young male editor looked to his left and right before he raised his hand and said, count me in too. I was from the department that handled the official website before I came here, so I know quite a few people who I could get help from to code the microsite and prioritize it for us. Zhang Yi said, good, thank you then. The female and male editors said together at once, you're welcome. Zhang Yi continued, the next thing is in regard to the preparations for the preliminary auditions. Sister Chi, I leave this to you. Please approach the station first for some marketing and promotional resources, like the reservations for a television commercial slot or website advertisement banner position so that we can put out information like the registration contact number and application methods. After that, set aside a time and arrange for the applicants to come in waves for the preliminary auditions. Although the actual audition will be done in the studio and recorded, there is still a need to do a preliminary audition so we can pick out the contestants who fit the vocal requirements of show. Hakiki responded, sure, just leave that to me. Zhang Yi gave her a heads up on this and said, your task will be the most difficult one, but it's also the most important and critical part of the program. If you need more help, you can allocate more people to your team. Hakiki laughed and said, good, it's good timing since we're expecting more people to join our program team tomorrow. Then last but not least, the venue layout and equipment. Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Zhuo and said, Brother Zhang, I leave this recording studio's work to you, so please help us to take control of that. Assistant Director Zhang Zhuo said, sure, what requests do you have? Zhang Yi said, how is the quality of the audio equipment of our Central TV Department 1 as well as the studio equipment? Zhang Zhuo blinked a few times and said, it's pretty good. It won't be any lousier than the other satellite channels equipment at least. Most of what we have are professional-grade hardware, with some of it being internationally top-tier equipment. They were fitted just last year, but some others are a little older, though still considered higher-end equipment in the country. Overall, it's not too shabby. When Zhang Yi heard that, he shook his head, that's not going to cut it. The stage for our new program depends greatly on the audio quality, so even if just some of it is not too bad, that means it's still not good enough. If that's the case, then it would mean our setup is just so-so. My principles when it comes to making a program is to either make it the best in the industry or not do it at all. That's why, when it comes to the equipment and setup, we need it to be the very best. I won't accept any shortcomings, especially in the area of audio quality. If Central TV has the necessary hardware to support our requirements, then we will borrow them. If not, then we will have to find something we can rent, but if they aren't even available for rent, then we will buy them. Zhang Zhuo received a fright from this. Buy it ourselves? Hakiki also said nervously, but we don't have enough budget to buy them. Zhang Yi, who was also not too familiar with the market price, asked, how much do we need? You might not be aware of it. Zhang Zhuo said, if you really intend to get brand new, top-tier equipment, then the whole setup would cost over 10 million, minimum. That's already a very conservative estimate, and would include having already borrowed some items from the station. The kind of setup you're aiming for would burn a big hole in our pockets, so if you want something that is the very best, it could amount to several tens of millions. On top of that, There's also the troublesome portion of the technicalities. Since it would be a totally new setup, our staff would still need some time to pick up and learn how to operate it. With the 20 million in funding from our station, it's... Zhang Yi frowned. Even with the scenario of the program team borrowing most of the top-tier equipment from the station, it would still cost over 10 million? It was too expensive. It was too damn expensive. But Zhang Yi still said firmly, try to borrow first. If that doesn't work out, buy them. Zhang Zuo said, then wouldn't we have no money left over to do other things? Zhang Yi said, the equipment must be ready before everything else, so the pressure will be on your side. No matter what it takes, the props and equipment must be the best. Don't you all worry about the funding, I will think of a way. Let me handle whatever that needs to be handled on the back end. Okay, I understand. Zhang Zuo was also turning steadfast now that Zhang Yi had given his word to back them up. He did not have to bother about anything else anymore, so he said, I will communicate with the equipment department tonight and write a list of items we require. If Central TV does not have them, I'll get their purchasing manager to help quote a figure. Zhang Yi nodded and said, good, then that's about it. Since the tasks have been allocated, everyone, please go home and rest well. Starting tomorrow, we will have a tough battle to fight. Wu Yi was a little surprised. He said, Director Zhang. Yes. Zhang Yi was still quite unused to being addressed in that way. Wu Yi asked, is that all for the tasks? What about the promotional copy? Zhang Yi said, oh, I will handle that. Wu Yi said in surprise, the invitation for the coaches to join the program. Zhang Yi said, I will contact them. Wu Yi was becoming even more surprised now. So he said, then the advertising copy. Zhang Yi said, when the website is ready, I will write it. Wu Yi said, then would you also possibly be handling the participating and title sponsors? Zhang Yi said, leave that to me as well. Hakiki, looking a little embarrassed, said, how can you handle all that by yourself? Those tasks are too broad. Why don't you delegate some to me? I still have the capacity to handle a little more. The other members of the program team also scrambled to offer their help to Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi waved them off and said, there's no need for that, we'll talk about it again. For some of the more important and trickier to handle tasks, Zhang Yi decided that he would take them on himself. Even though he was already an executive director, he did not leave all the work to others. Why would he let others do all the dirty work while he sat in the office sipping tea and relaxing? If he did that, the others would not be convinced by him. So Zhang Yi decided that he would get down to work as well. Besides, he was not the type who could sit around doing nothing and not feel bored. With the Voice of China about to make its imminent premiere, he was also itching to do as much as he could. Even if he were forced to rest, he couldn't do it since he was well known for being a workaholic. The meeting ended. Most of the team staff left work, while some voluntarily stayed behind to clock some overtime, for instance the assistant directors, Zhang Zuo and Hakiki. Since Zhang Yi was already very clear with his instructions, they couldn't slack off either. A viewership rating of 0.8% was too great a goal. The pressure they were facing was enormous, so they knew that they had to try their very best this time. Zhang Yi did not work overtime because Chen was still with him at the television station. He didn't mind working late or staying behind in the office, but Chen couldn't, so after he prepared a simple advertising copy for the preliminary auditions for Hakiki, he took Chen home for dinner. That night, the official website of Central TV Department 1 started running a promotional ad for a new program. Central TV Department 1 joins hands with Zhang Yi. Auditions for a large-scale singing talent show are beginning. Below the title was an introduction for the program, regardless of looks, height, age, or occupation. As long as you're blessed with a good voice and hold a strong passion for music, come and register for the auditions immediately. What are you still waiting for? Registration hotline 1-400-8XXXXXXX. Registration hotline 2-400-8XXXXXXX. Liaison, the Voice of China program team. Actually, the ad was placed in a spot that wasn't too good. After all, this wasn't some television commercial. However, it was exactly this inconspicuous program ad that had created a stir online. Just 1 minute after the ad was posted, already a new thread had been created with an accompanying screenshot. Heavens! Zhang Yi has a new program. Oh my god. That's too fast. Yeah, didn't Zhang Yi just started work at Central TV Department 1 today? How could he already have news of a new program in the evening when he only started work in the morning? What kind of efficiency is that? Teacher Zhang is indeed the celebrated fastest draw in the industry. Whether it's in producing programs or advertisements, there's only one way to describe it: fast. But why is it a singing talent show? Zhang Yi is making yet another singing program? Damn it, I was still predicting that he would do a reality show. How did it turn into a singing talent show? Why did it turn out to be a singing talent show? It's a totally different genre from what I had expected. The Voice of China? What a terrible name. Fuck, could this really be Zhang Yi's new program? As the thread heated up, countless netizens rushed over to take a look. This included many television industry insiders as well. They were all very concerned about this topic. A verified industry insider from Beihai provincial television station said, regardless of looks? Regardless of occupation? Regardless of age? Can a talent show be done in such a way? What's the selling point of the program then? At first glance, it feels like this is a very innovative idea, but if this is a talent show, then the program would barely be watched by anyone. At most, it would be a program that would gain a cult following. I believe the viewer ratings won't pass 0.4%. Another industry insider also said, to be honest, I'm quite disappointed at this. Having seen Zhang Yi's previously proposed program Do You Remember, I ended up having great expectations for his new program to be another innovative work just like his Zhang Yi's talk show and Do You Remember, but what is the meaning of the Voice of China? Regardless of looks and age? That has to be some sort of a gimmick, right? It's impossible that a television station would dare to go against the market trends and practices like this. This program will surely end up just like any other traditional singing talent show that is no different from the others, therefore I cannot understand why Zhang Yi would still jump into such a genre when such programs are so abundantly broadcast with up to 4 or 5 such shows per month. Isn't the audience already getting sick of them? A third industry insider said, I don't get it either. For someone who is able to create such an innovative show like Do You Remember, why did Zhang Yi not choose to take another path and instead walk a road that is packed with countless other competitors? If this were the case, then why did he sell Do You Remember back then and not leave it for himself instead? Someone raised a doubt. Based on Zhang Yi's experience, it's impossible that he did not take that into consideration. Could it be just as they had advertised it, that the singing program will only be focused on vocals alone? That's quite impossible. Yeah, no one would dare to do such a thing. If it were really a talent show that only focuses on vocals alone, who would want to watch such a show? That would be worse than the current singing programs that we have, wouldn't it? The television industry insiders were generally quite pessimistic about the chances of this new program, similar to how those veterans at Central TV Department 1 felt earlier. The netizens' reactions were much more diverse. Zhang Yi's hardcore fans were supporting the new show without any hesitation. Supporting Teacher Zhang. It won't go wrong if it's Zhang Yi's production. Haha, looking forward to Teacher Zhang's new show. Experience tells us not to doubt Teacher Zhang's decision no matter what. Otherwise, once the dust clears, you'll find that your face has become swollen. Right, although I also do not understand where the profoundness of the Voice of China lies at, I will still support Teacher Zhang unconditionally. There's nothing else to say except to tune into the program on time. Teacher Zhang's show will definitely be a good watch. He has never disappointed us before in the past, present, and will not disappoint us in the future either. Well said. Zhang Yi's fan club has gathered. Let's help Teacher Zhang promote and forward it. However, there were also other netizens who were not optimistic about it. A talent show that only focus on vocals? That won't get much of an audience at all. That's right. If there's someone who looks terribly ugly with a height of 1.4 meters, even if he sings really well, no one could like him, right? Who wants to look at someone like that? If I watch that, I want it to be a pretty lady. Agreed. Just listening to the vocals is not too reliable, right? Although I would like to agree that a singer should have good vocals as a main attraction, looks are still very important. They are public personalities no matter what, so they need to look friendly to others at the very least, isn't that true? Is Zhang Yi intending to undermine the traditional singing talent show genre? I agree with what the industry insider said earlier. It's definitely a gimmick that they're claiming that only the voice will be used to judge the contestants. It's just a bluff that's being used to confuse everyone. The show will still be carried out in the old way. Then there's even less reason to watch it. Yeah, there are too many singing talent shows these days. What is Zhang Yi trying to do? What is Central TV Department 1 doing? Zhang Yi is indeed Zhang Yi. The way he does things has always left everyone unable to understand why he does them that way. Just a tiny banner out on the Central TV website had created such a big reaction from so many people on the internet. It was probably only Zhang Yi who could invoke such a reaction, as that guy's name itself already represented controversy. No matter how famous he was or how much he had achieved, just his personality that dared to do what no one else dared to was enough to put him in the same breath as controversy. Nothing could be done about this. After all, this was how the entertainment industry worked. Chapter 638, Pulling for Advertising Sponsorships. The next day. In the morning. Zhang Yi, wake up. Chen pushed him. Zhang Yi rolled over and said drowsily, don't disturb me. Chen pushed harder and said, Zhang Yi, get up. Zhang Yi, get up. Chen was like a little alarm clock and proved to be more effective than any other alarm clock. Zhang Yi was so affected that he could not sleep anymore and helplessly got out of the bed while yawning away. He then went out to buy breakfast for Chen without even washing his face. At a stall selling breakfast outside the district, many people were sitting in the open air area and enjoying their breakfast. Yo, little Zhang. Teacher Zhang, you're awake? Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Brother Zhang, you're here for breakfast? The old neighbors and the vendor of the breakfast stall greeted Zhang Yi in the way they always did. Some of the people who did not live around here or were just passing by and having breakfast here for the first time were clearly clueless about what was going on. When they saw Zhang Yi's sloppy image walking leisurely toward them, some of them nearly peed their pants from being shocked and dumbfounded. Fuck, wasn't that Zhang Yi? They could even bump into a B-list celebrity while having breakfast? Their first reaction was that they must have seen something wrong. How could a B-list celebrity dress so sloppily and come out onto the streets? Besides, who had ever encountered such a big-shot celebrity eating their breakfast at such a dirty, everyday stall? Were they shooting a TV drama or a movie? But why were there no director or cameras to be seen anywhere? There were all kinds of thoughts. Zhang Yi greeted the old neighbors and then said to the vendor, I'll have 3 fried dough sticks and 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Carry out. Then he took a seat listlessly. At this moment, a reporter who was lying in ambush at a nearby spot came running out towards him. Holding out a recording pen, he interviewed him, saying, Teacher Zhang, I'm from Entertainment Weekly magazine. Zhang Yi said as he fought his droopy eyelids, Oh, hello. The reporter said, I heard that after you joined Central TV Department 1, the new program The Voice of China is already undergoing production preparations, but many industry insiders and audience members do not seem to acknowledge it. They've raised many doubts and feel that it would be a mistake to subvert the concept of the talent shows and that it would conflict with the market trends. Zhang Yi said, Oh. The reporter immediately asked, What is your view on that? Zhang Yi said, Nothing much. The reporter exclaimed, Are you confident about your new program? Passable. Zhang Yi said. The reporter was shocked and said, What do you mean by passable? Are you not confident about it at all? So, Zhang Yi said. That reporter was puzzled. This shouldn't be Zhang Yi's style. Shouldn't he be more outraged? Wasn't he supposed to come up with a poem or two to scold those doubters? Wasn't he supposed to give a strong and spirited comeback at those people? What the heck was with this attitude? Why was he so dispirited today? This was not his style at all. As an entertainment reporter, he was not used to Zhang Yi's current indifferent attitude. After a barrage of questions, Zhang Yi was answering like he was still half asleep and had absolutely no fighting spirit. Doubts? Criticism? Zhang Yi was already numb to all of these. Not only him, as long as they were in the entertainment industry, no one could escape from it. Wasn't Zhang Yuanqi famous as well? Wasn't she reputable? Wasn't she popular? Those who scolded her would still scold her every day and those who doubted her would still continue to doubt her, let alone Zhang Yi. He was more interested in getting his breakfast and going back to sleep a while longer before heading to work. Later in the morning. At Central TV. When Zhang Yi led Chen into the office, they heard someone speaking in a loud voice. Fu Saihong said, We are spending all of the 20 million on this. Zhang Zuo grunted, Fu Saihong asked, Was it even necessary to use all of that 20 million to purchase the equipment? Zhang Zuo replied, It was instructed by Director Zhang. Zhang Yi also joined in and asked, Brother Fu, what's the matter? When Fu Saihong saw Zhang Yi, he had a face full of displeasure. Then he said, Teacher Zhang, you might be in charge of the program production but for such a big matter, but shouldn't you at least discuss it with me beforehand? If all of the 20 million was going to spend on equipment for the set, then what about the other expenses? How would we be able to invite the coaches? How can we pay for the contestants' transport, food, and accommodation? And as for all other miscellaneous expenses, how will we deal with those? Your decision this time was too rash. Zhang Yi said, Yesterday, I wanted to meet with you on this but you'd already left, so I intended to tell you about it this morning. We can't scrimp on what's essential and must spend on what's necessary. We cannot afford to be indecisive on such things as this is also a responsibility for the program and audience. Fu Saihong retorted with a question, How do we solve the lack of funding then? Zhang Yi said, I'm preparing to apply for more funding from Director Zhang. Zhang Yuan happened to be just outside the office and heard a little of their conversation, so he asked, What do you want to apply from me? It was a habit of his to make the rounds at the respective program teams every day before he started work. When Fu Saihong saw that the leader had arrived, he immediately reported to him about the situation. After hearing about the situation, Zhang Yuan was also very shocked. He said, You're going to spend 20 million on purchasing the equipment for the stage's set? Zhang Yi nodded and said, yes. Is there really such a need? Zhang Yuan could not understand his motivation. Zhang Yi said, this is a must if we want to guarantee a high viewer rating. We can't save on this amount of money because what we're selling is the quality of vocals. Zhang Yuan said, we already have the basic equipment in the station, are they really so different from those top-tier equipment? Most people would probably not be able to differentiate it, right? Zhang Yi shook his head and said, this was something I did some research into last night. During the television broadcast transmission, if the equipment used is different, the quality and performance of the sound and other aspects would not be as good. That is also the reason why those top-tier equipment are so expensive. Director Zhang, you have to trust me on this and leave the production of the program to me. Give me a little more funding for the program and I will surely return the trust with a program that exceeds all expectation in terms of the viewership ratings. Zhang Yuan immediately said, you've spent 20 million just like that, so no matter how much more is given to you, it won't be enough. Zhang Yi shouted, but you can't just make a horse constantly run without feeding it. The station has set a 0.8% viewership rating as a target. Everyone knows that this number will be difficult to hit, but if we want to reach this target, then we must invest proportionally. In fact, the amount invested now will be returned by multiple times that in the future. But if the investment now is discounted, then the future viewership ratings will also be discounted. Zhang Yuan spoke, the details of the new program and auditions were already released yesterday. You should have seen the response online. Other than your fans, everyone else did not have high expectations for this program. The overall market response was also quite negative. I know that the program is still in pre-production and the final product is not out yet, so no one knows how it will turn out. But the reaction of the audience and their expectations are also a kind of feedback, so me approving more funding to you really puts me in a very difficult situation. I'm unable to make the decision on my own. Zhang Yi wasn't too happy either. Oh, before he came here, he was promised to be given full control with complete support and extensive funding. But when he was ready to produce the program, he was given all sorts of excuses. Why was it so difficult just to get some things done? He knew that Central TV had its advantage in that it had a huge amount of resources. But similarly, it also had its disadvantage, the traditional thinking of the organization. They always sought stability in their projects and were afraid of bearing responsibility. With such a culture, it would be difficult to do anything and things would surely get delayed. Fu Saihong asked, how much do you still need? You have to at least give us an estimation. Zhang Yi honestly said, at least 60 million more. Zhang Yuan immediately responded, that's impossible. Even if the response from the audience is good, the station will still not grant 80 million RMB in production fees. Do you know the total budgeted production expenses for this year's Central TV Department 1's programs? So how can just you alone take up so much of it just like that? Unless you can sell the title of the program and get the money ahead of the broadcast, then with advertisement revenue injected, the funding you require will be met. But these days, singing programs are saturating the market, thus leading to a market downturn. In the eyes of those companies, it would not be wise to buy a title. For other similarly performing singing talent shows with good viewership ratings, the title money can only fetch around 20 million RMB or so, while many others can only price their titles like a cabbage at the market and sell it for less than 10 million RMB with the advertising rights fee even less. That is the current situation of the market, so even if you manage to land a 20 million title sponsorship, it is still not close to your requested amount and would not be enough for you to use. 10 or 20 million? The title sponsorships of this world were that low? That might also be true. If there were no good programs and with variety programs continuing to be in a downturn while the market shrank and the audience base dispersed, the title sponsorship rights would also naturally decline in value. But what if there was a good program? What if there was a television program that could sweep all the other programs off their feet in the variety world? Then the title sponsorship would definitely not be something that was worth just tens of millions. Zhang Yi believed, no, to be accurate, he knew that The Voice would be a world-class program which defied all logic. That was why he had high expectations of the title sponsorship and already had designs on this large piece of the pie. Zhang Yi immediately said, Director Zhang, so what you mean is that the title sponsorship can directly be injected into the program team's funding and be allocated freely by me? Zhang Yuan looked at him and said, your program hasn't even been finalized yet, so how could you find any sponsors? Fu Saihong looked at Zhang Yi as though he were a layman and said, normally, we would have to at least confirm the core team and guests for the television program before we contact the sponsors and advertisers. Right now, we only have a program plan and the coaches have also not been decided yet, so which company would dare buy the title sponsorship? That would be too hasty. Besides, if they bought the title sponsorship at this point, The price would also not be very high. At most it would work out to a base price. Zhang Yi probed, but it will be our funding, right? Zhang Yuan said, yes, as long as you can sell it, I can decide to give you the full sum of the title sponsorship. But as for the fees other than the title sponsorship, like the advertising rights fees, all of those must go to Central TV Department 1. You can't touch it, and neither can I. Zhang Yi smiled and said, alright then. That's just what he wanted to hear. If you aren't going to be supportive, then I will think of a way by myself. At this moment, Zhang Yi felt that it was time to work on his eloquence. The amount of money he needed to bring in would be dependent on how well he used his mouth. If he could really restore that world-renowned program, The Voice, from his previous world back as it was, and do it well, he definitely couldn't skimp on the production costs. Otherwise, he would be better off not doing it at all. Chapter 639, Would You Believe It? Day. The leader left. The program team's office of The Voice was filled with whisperings. Teacher Zhang is really eyeing the title sponsorship? But it hasn't even started production yet. Where's he going to get that from? Even if he could get some company to sponsor it, it wouldn't be much. It's definitely not going to be enough for Teacher Zhang's budget, so what's he going to do? The remaining money that we have is not even enough to sign a few B-list celebrities as the program's coaches, right? The station is also to blame. Why don't they just give us a little more? Actually, 20 million is already a lot. If not for the station giving us the green light, just look at the other program's production costs, they're not even close to 10 million, right? It's just because Teacher Zhang's ideal program requires too much money. I wonder what kind of coaches Teacher Zhang is intending to invite when he said that he wanted 80 million in total production money. Could he be thinking of getting some heavenly kings and queens to be the judges and coaches? Being able to sign those S-list celebrities. It would be difficult to invite them even if we had a lot of money, isn't that so? We definitely won't understand what Director Zhang is thinking. Teacher Zhang is really trying too hard to chase perfection. I just hope that the program will become popular, or else the money we spend will really all be lost. I guess we can only leave it to Zhang Yi from here. Hakiki, Zhang Zuo, and the others were still relatively calm in this situation. In contrast, the other editors and writers were unable to sit still any longer. In the executive director's office, Little Wang came in and asked, "Were you looking for me?" Chen Chen grabbed Zhang Yi's cell phone and went to the sofa to play some games. Zhang Yi said to Little Wang, "Yes, Little Wang. Help me to compile a list of big companies that we can contact, preferably those enterprise or corporation level companies, like the ones that sell herbal tea or milk. If you don't have their information, find the relevant Central TV department to request for a copy. I need to contact some of them regarding the title sponsorship matter, so please hurry on that." Little Wang responded, "Sure." About 20 minutes later, the list of companies and contact numbers was ready. Zhang Yi browsed through the company names, but as he was still quite unfamiliar with the companies of this world, he did not know which one was better, so he decided to just give them all a call. "Hello, is this Daily Milk?" "Yes. I'm calling from Central TV Department 1's The Voice of China. This is the executive director of the program team speaking." "Oh? We are currently preparing a new, large-scale singing talent show and the exclusive title sponsorship is still available, so I would like to ask if your company is interested. I can tell you more about our show. Sorry, we are currently not looking for any opportunities in this area." "Alright then, thank you. If we are interested, we will contact you again." "Okay." Then he made the next call. This time, Zhang Yi wised up. He began to speak persuasively with charm. "Hello, is this Amanti?" "Yes, and you?" "I am Zhang Yi from Central TV station." "Ah. You're Zhang Yi? Which Zhang Yi? I should be the Zhang Yi that you're thinking about." "Ayo, why did you call us for?" "Our new program has just started production on our new program. It's going to be on Central TV Department 1's Thursday evening slot, but the title sponsorship has not been confirmed yet. Although the competition between the corporations is getting quite heated, we are still not too satisfied with them as the product's image does not mirror our program's image. That is why someone recommended your company to us. And since I'm also a frequent customer of your product and find it quite delicious, I called to ask if your company would be interested." "Oh, I understand. Please wait a moment, I will check with my leader." "Okay. Sorry to have kept you waiting, Teacher Zhang. Our leader has informed me that our company has just taken an advertising deal with Central TV Department 1's Friday drama slot. We don't intend to do any advertising during a singing program for now since the market for variety programs isn't too good currently." "Oh, what a shame then." He made a continuous 7 or 8 calls. Zhang Yi only had one strategy, and that was to first tell them where he was calling from, then with a flurry of words, he would persuade them with praises first, such as saying how he felt that their company was the one who among others was the best, or telling them how this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that had arrived at their doorsteps and that they should really grab at the chance or else live to regret it. In any case, he just tried to sell them the title sponsorship using praises and talk of wasted opportunities. However, not one of them responded positively. When they heard that it was a variety program, everyone rejected his offer. In the end, when Zhang Yi got tired of making calls, he gulped down a few glasses of water. He was quite angry at this outcome, thinking of what the hell was going on. Did anyone even know what sort of a program this was? This was The Voice. The reputable and famous program worldwide that was called The Voice. Back in Zhang Yi's previous world, the title sponsorship for The Voice was a sky-high figure which did not even need anyone to go around begging others to buy it. Without stepping out of the television station's door, the advertisers would make their interest known and try to outbid each other for the rights to the title sponsorship. But now, Zhang Yi's mouth was already worn out from all those calls, but none of the companies were interested in buying the title sponsorship. Some of these companies even assumed Zhang Yi to be a scammer and hung up on the phone immediately. That made Zhang Yi not know whether to laugh or cry. You failed to see the great product. You people really don't consider the steamed bun stuffed with sweetened bean paste to be food. A program like The Voice that had conquered people's hearts all around the world was now in such a sorry state? But that was not surprising at all, since there was no precedent of a program like this in this world. It wasn't his fault that the values of this world's singing programs were totally different from his previous world. The emergence of a new product was always going to face doubt and resistance since no one understood it well enough. But what could be done now? Sell it for cheap? That's not possible. Even if everyone did not know the great value of being the title sponsor to The Voice, it did not mean that it had no value. Even if he had to hold it in his hands, Zhang Yi would not consider selling it for cheap. This would be disrespecting the hard work of his predecessors. But if he had to sell it for cheap, he would sell it to someone he knew. Someone he knew? Oh, right. Zhang Yi suddenly thought of a person. Wumo. Now that was really someone he knew well, what with Wumo being Wu Zeking's nephew as well as the CEO of the Brain Gold Company. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he immediately grabbed his phone back from Chenchen, saying, "Stop playing." Chenchen would not have any of it and said, "Zhang Yi, give it back. Uncle has some serious work to do now." Zhang Yi scrolled to Wumo's contact in his contacts and gave him a call. Do. It only took 3 rings before Wumo's spirited voice came from the other end. "Ha ha ha, brother Zhang. My benefactors has called." Zhang Yi laughed and said, "CEO Wu, what are you busy with?" Wumo said happily, "Nothing, I'm just lazing around at home." "Whoa, you're that free? That's good then. Let's go out for a drink, I have something that I need to discuss with you." As Zhang Yi was considerably close to him, it was also easy for him to talk to Wumo. Wumo did not hesitate and said, "Sure, I'll pick you up." Zhang Yi said, "But you're a tycoon worth billions. How would that be suitable?" Wumo said, "Brother Zhang, aren't you making me feel disgraceful now? Without your endorsement and advertisement, would your brother be here today? I will go pick you up, that is a must. It has been a while since we've met and I also intended to go look for you anyway." "Fine then. So shall we meet at the entrance of Central TV Tower?" Zhang Yi asked. "Oh, I just remembered. You've gone to work at Central TV now. Sure then, I'll be there in 20 minutes. Wumo ended the call after he said that. When Zhang Yi put down his cell phone, he was already preparing his speech for later. He should have really thought of Wumo earlier. Ever since that viral advertisement, Brain Gold's sales figures had risen like it was attached to the top of a launched rocket. It went from being an enterprise on the verge of bankruptcy to becoming the market leader of health products. It was rumored that the management of Wumo's company had an internal target to be listed at the end of 2 years. With the business developing at such a rapid pace, Wumo's net worth was now staggering, though Zhang Yi did not know what the exact figure was. If Wumo bought the title sponsorship, it would first solve Zhang Yi's pressing problems of getting additional funding, and second, ensure that the benefits of the deal would not be given to any other outsiders. It would allow Brain Gold to ride on the coattails of The Voice's imminent rise and certainly allow its sales to be increased several-fold more. As Wu Zeking's unpublicized boyfriend, there was no reason not to take care and look out for her nephew. After calming Chenchen down, Zhang Yi got Hakiki to help him look after her and went out to meet with Wumo. Underneath the tower, the two of them met up. "Brother Zhang. CEO Wu, it looks like you've been enjoying life?" "Hi, I've been eating too much lately. Come, let's get in the car to talk." "Sure, let's find a coffee house." After getting into Wumo's new luxury car he had swapped to recently, they drove off. Wumo spoke as he drove. "What did you want to tell me about?" "Well, let me be direct with you then." Zhang Yi laughed a little and continued, I don't know how familiar you are with the title sponsorship and related advertising opportunities on television programs. Wumo blinked and said, title sponsorship? How could I not know about that? Didn't the success of our Brain Gold product happen all because of the extensive advertising campaign? Zhang Yi said, then it will be easier to explain. Wumo heartily asked, what about it? Your new program is seeking a title sponsor? Then that won't be a problem at all. How much is it? I just need a word from you. My brother Zhang's program definitely won't go wrong. Zhang Yi laughed and said, don't promise me too soon. I suggest you listen to what I have to say first. Yes, I am thinking of roping you in to join as the title sponsor, but my program's title sponsorship won't be sold for anything less than 100 million RMB. Screech. The car came to a screeching halt by the side of the road. Wumo asked dumbfounded, what? Please say again? Zhang Yi cleared his throat and said, 100 million. Wumo was nearly close to tears when he spoke, Brother Zhang, I'm not well educated, so don't try to fool me. But what sort of program are you producing? Even if it's an advertisement during news simulcast, it shouldn't cost 100 million, right? I think I saw some news last night about the program that you're doing for Central TV Department 1. It's a singing program? I didn't remember incorrectly, right? Zhang Yi nodded and remarked, you're right. Wumo said, but the market for singing programs is in a downturn at the moment, isn't it? As far as I know, the exclusive title sponsorships are generally in the range of 10 to 20 million RMB at most. But of course, I know that your program will surely be different from theirs. They have got nothing on you, so I think that 30 million RMB should already be a ballpark figure. Zhang Yi shook his head and said, that's far from it. Wumo was still extremely trusting of Zhang Yi, so he stated, I'm sure you wouldn't say that without a reason. Why don't you tell me what the situation is like instead? Zhang Yi explained, I won't touch on the program's technicalities and the market trend issues for now since even industry insiders do not seem to grasp that fully, let alone you. But what I can tell you right now is that this program that no one has any expectations of will gain a viewership rating that you cannot even begin to imagine. If you become the title sponsor of this program, I can assure you that, even with 200 million, you would not be making a loss. Wumo asked, what sort of a viewership rating are we talking about? Zhang Yi said, think big. Wumo said, 0.9%. Zhang Yi said, even bigger. Wumo said, 1.3%. Zhang Yi said, you can up that a bit more. After holding it in for a long time, Wumo daringly said, could it be 1.6%? Zhang Yi laughed and said, if I told you that the figure of 1.6% is just for the start, would you believe it? Chapter 640, The Voice's Astronomical Title Sponsorship Fee. For a start? The 1.6% viewership ratings is just the starting figure. Wumo was stunned in astonishment. How can a singing talent show program have that high of a viewership rating? In the past 2 years alone, I believe that none of them has garnered more than 1% of the viewership ratings before? Zhang Yi shrugged and said, the key here is that my program has the potential to have such a high viewership rating. What you should be aware of here is that if a program can hit 1.6% and above, it will generate a different effect and discussion for its advertisers. Compared to those programs with only 0.5%, it is definitely not an effect that can be combined by stacking them together, but something that is exponentially better. So if we calculate it this way, based on 3 singing programs that have viewership ratings of 0.5% each, their total title sponsorship fees should be around the region of about 50 million RMB. With that, even if I were to double the final figure, I don't think I'm asking for too much, am I? Wumo nodded and said, if you calculate it that way, then it's really not a lot, but... Zhang Yi did not wait for him to finish, but added on, the problem right now is that the program has not even started airing yet, so there are no viewership ratings or market response data available. Even if I were to persuade you with all that I have, it is still only my words and perspective that you can take. Other people might perceive what I say to them as boasting or touting my own program's potential, so choose not to believe me. That's why it is useless for me to talk too much with them. If they don't wish to believe me, they will not believe me. This was also the current embarrassing state of Zhang Yi and the voice. If others did not believe him or chose not to buy the title sponsorship, what could he do about it? He couldn't possibly hold it and just wait for the program to start broadcasting first, right? But without the title sponsorship fee, how would he be able to produce the program? There was no way it would make it to broadcasting, so this was a dead-end situation. Everything depended on this. Wumo was silent. Zhang Yi smiled and stated, but CEO Wu, you should know what kind of a person I am. When it comes my work, I never boast about what I can achieve. If I claim that I can make the program hit that viewership rating, then I can definitely do so and it won't get any lower than that, only higher. Today's not the first day you've known me. We've even worked together for some time now, so whether or not there's any qualifications to my claims, I'm sure you know better than anyone. Wumo agreed. We did more than just work together. Everyone outside says that I had the vision and luck to have met Zhang Yi and was so brave to have used that brainwashing advertisement. But only myself and some of my company's internal staff know that I didn't have the courage or vision they claimed. If it were not for you assuring me at that time that this advertisement would surely save my company, if not for your constant persuasion to force me to use it and even offering to return the endorsement fees if it failed, then I wouldn't be here today enjoying the success of the Brain Gold product. That was why when a few people suggested in a recent company meeting to change the Brain Gold advertisement after it ran for some time, I only responded to them with this: Zhang Yi has said before that the Brain Gold advertisement could be used for another 10 years without change. When it comes to advertisements, I only believe in Zhang Yi and no one else. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you." Wumo glanced at him and asked, "Can I believe in you as well this time?" Zhang Yi explained, "You can rest assured. The core of the program is the voice, to allow singers to return to their basics in the music industry." Wumo said, "Don't explain to me the technicalities of the program. Just give me your word." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before saying firmly, "You can fully put your trust in me. On this matter, I would never cheat you. Even if I were to cheat someone else, I would not do it to you." He was speaking the truth, as after all, if he cheated Wu Zeking's nephew, his girlfriend would surely come looking for him. I will also be honest with you here because we're friends. The reason that the title sponsorship fee costs 100 million RMB is because our program team requires the money urgently to start production, while Central TV is being very conservative with the budget and did not approve of our request to increase the funding. It ended up with me having to find my own ways to get more production budget. If we did not lack any money, even if you offered us 50 million for the title sponsorship fee right now, I would not say anything about it. Of course, I'll add that if you really buy it from us at 100 million, this money would definitely still be worth it. With more money, we can increase the quality of the program and the viewership ratings will also be better, which would also serve your advertising much better too. On top of that, your company will surely claim this year's label of title sponsorship king, so that would benefit your group in terms of the advertising effect too." Having listened to everything, Wumo smiled and acknowledged, "All right then, I will listen to you on the matters of advertising. Not only are you my spokesman for the Brain Gold advertisement, you're also our company's advertising planner and consultant. If it's 100 million, so be it. When can we sign the contract? Why don't you go get it ready and I will sign it anytime?" Seeing him agree so readily, Zhang Yi began to feel a little embarrassed. He said, "Why don't you think about it some more first?" Wumo gave a wave of his hands and said, "There's no need to consider. To be honest, the money that the company has now was only earned because of your advertisement campaign. If I think of it that way, I don't feel any pinch at all no matter how much you want us to invest." Zhang Yi smiled cheerfully and stated, "In a month's time, not only will you not feel the pinch, you'll feel a cramp from your mouth instead." Wumo wondered, "Cramp from my mouth because?" Zhang Yi quipped, "Of smiling too much." Haha. Wumo laughed heartily and said, "Now that you've put it like that, I am rather looking forward to seeing the results. Honestly, with the explosion in sales for our Brain Gold product the past few months, it has really made us a lot of money without needing to do much and I have nothing to worry about at all. But it's also true that a few months have gone by now, and when we checked our market statistics, it showed that even though sales are still strong, the growth has already tapered off and are starting to slow. At most, during any holiday, the figures would increase a little more, so our company is also finding another way to increase our advertising efforts, which was why we had that meeting last time and discussed whether we wanted to change the Brain Gold advertisement, which I rejected. But now having bought the title sponsorship to your new program, although the price is truly still a big shock to me, after the shock wears off I have a sense of stability which I can't explain. I am sure my brother Zhang's program will be good, so after it gets broadcast, with the popularity of the program, it will surely let our Brain Gold product get even more popular again. Of all that, I'm pretty confident." Zhang Yi reached out his hand and said, "Then may I thank you for your trust in me and let's have a happy partnership?" To a happy partnership. Wumo also played along and reached out his hand to shake Zhang Yi's hand. With Zhang Yi's constantly rising popularity, the number of people who doubted him also increased as more people started to learn of him. But at the same time, the number of people who believed in him also rose, and at a greater rate than those who doubted him. Like this scene which had just played out, even when Wumo had only found out about the program called The Voice of China today, without knowing the specifics of it or asking about the production timeline, with just Zhang Yi's reputation and the hallmark of his name, Wumo dared to agree to such an astronomical sponsorship fee and sealed the deal with just a handshake. From this alone, it could be seen just how strong the brand of Zhang Yi had become. Chapter 641, Coaches Invited to Join. Midday. At a famous tripe shop in the city, Zhang Yi was wearing his sunglasses while Wu Mo was in his suit as the two of them walked out from the restaurant with their hands rubbing their bellies. Wu Mo laughed and said, "We've just sealed a 100 million RMB deal and yet we only had 45 RMB worth of tripe and flatbread for lunch. Isn't it better to have what you love to eat rather than what is good to eat?" Zhang Yi commented, feeling satisfied by the meal. "Now that's true," Wu Mo remarked, "this is exactly what I love eating." Zhang Yi said, "All right then, when I get back later, I will get someone to prepare the contract and send it over." Wu Mo opened his car door. "Sure, let's go then. Do you need me to send you back?" Zhang Yi waved him off. "I won't bother you, I still have some work to handle. This title sponsorship fee has given me some pressure now, so I will need to quickly settle the program's guest coaches and invite a few big shots over or else the show can't be carried. Only then will it do justice to your 100 million RMB title sponsorship fee." Wu Mo said just before he left, "Then I'll leave the advertisement copy to you as well?" "No problem." Zhang Yi agreed immediately. "I'll get it done before the recording of the show. At that time, all you need to do is to add a slogan placement like Drink Brain Gold, Support the Voice, in your advertisements. We will do a cross-promotion of the product and the show, but let's talk about the details at a later date." Wu Mo said, "Okay then." To know where a new program ranked, the most practical way to assess it was to take a look at the investment amount. If 10 million was invested, then it was just a normal-sized production. If 20 million was invested, it should be a mid-sized production. If 30 or 40 million was invested, then it would be a large-scale production. But if the investment was over 100 million, then surely it would be called a mega-scale production. In this world, much less singing talent shows, even other types of variety shows that had 100 million RMB in investments were unheard of. No television stations dared to play it so big and no teams would risk such an amount of money. After all, the common figure for title sponsorship fees were around the region of 10 to 20 million RMB. Any higher than that and the investment sum would not be earned back at all as the return on investment was not proportional. So for any television programs that had an investment of 30 to 40 million RMB, they would already be considered as having a large production budget. But as Zhang Yi was going for broke this time, he knew that the production costs for the voice would not be any less than 80 million RMB. Now that the title sponsor was settled, Zhang Yi anticipated the final product even more. He was prepared to spend all of the 120 million RMB budget so that the program would not fall short. He was going to place everything he had into it to create a mega-scale singing talent show. Equipment? They must be the top-tier ones. The stage? It must have the best design. Promotions? They needed the best time slots. Contestants? They would be given the best treatment and accommodations. As for the guest coaches, they had to be the most elite in the industry, of course. Wu Mo had just left when Zhang Yi's cell phone rang. The caller ID indicated it was from his own office. Needless to say, the only person who would dare to use the telephone in his office would be Chen. It wasn't like any of the staff would dare to do so. "Hello? Zhang Yi. Chen. When are you coming back?" "I'm working outside now, so I'll only be back afternoon." "Oh yes, I nearly forgot about you. Get Auntie Kiki to take you to the cafeteria for lunch. Don't wait for me." "Okay. Be obedient while you're at the office." "Understood." Having comforted Chen, Zhang Yi eagerly rubbed his hands together as several faces appeared in his mind. He was not prepared to go back to work yet. With a boost in the program's funds, he was much more emboldened and surely would have to get things done now. If he could settle the guest coaches and get them to join the show, then the pre-production tasks were more or less completed, and his mission would also basically be done. Who to find? Who was most suitable? An average celebrity would surely not do. If they were not professional singers, it wouldn't work either. On this front, Zhang Yi had really given it some thought. When he determined that he was going to do the voice, he had some ideas and thoughts about the guest coaches. But since they did not have enough funds earlier, he did not take any action yet. Now that he had so much more to work with, Zhang Yi could do what others did not dare, and even make it a reality. For example, inviting celebrities others could not convince or had no money to invite. In this way, he made the first call. Zhang Xia, the famous songstress of China who had been awarded the country's highest honor in singing. Many people grew up listening to Grandma Zhang Xia's songs as she was from the first generation of singers in China. Other than her reputation and qualifications, even though the youngsters these days did not consider her their favorite artist, there were no doubt about her status and ability in the singing industry. She has been singing all her life, and just comparing the basics of singing, Grandma Zhang could outdo all of those heavenly kings and queens. Regarding how to use her voice, tonal adjustment, and understanding of music, Grandma Zhang had the most experience. The key was that she could handle singing different genres other than bel canto, as shown when she performed The Woman Flower written for her at Zhang Yuanqi by Zhang Yi. Based on her relationship with Zhang Yi, and taking everything into consideration, it felt like Zhang Yi's The Voice of China would definitely need to reserve a place for Grandma Zhang. Dedu. Dedu. The call connected. Little Zhang? Zhang Zai answered the call. He could hear the sound of a fan, probably because she was cooking. She said, "Wait a minute, let me turn off the heat, I was just cooking." A moment later. Zhang Zai laughed. "What's the matter, little Zhang?" Zhang Yi said, "Why don't you have your meal first and I'll call back later?" "You can go ahead, I'm not in a rush to eat," Zhang Zai replied in a friendly tone. And so, Zhang Yi explained, "Grandma Zhang, I am currently working with Central TV Department 1 and making a program called The Voice of China. I've heard about that, I saw it on the news." Zhang Zai said, "I was still thinking of taking some time to call you these few days. Are you really serious about creating a talent show that is only focused on the contestants' voices?" "Yes, what do you think of it?" Zhang Yi asked. Zhang Zai laughed a little before responding, "I think it's a good idea. Disregarding the specific audience base and the viewership ratings, at least I think that this program should be quite meaningful. Compared to all those other singing talent shows, there's a much more positive energy in it and feels much healthier for the industry, so you should do it. I'll support you for sure. Don't listen to what others say." Zhang Yi was cheered up and said, "That was what I wanted to hear from you, Grandma Zhang, but don't just use your words to support me." Zhang Zai was a little taken aback as she was just casually remarking on the issue. She did not expect Zhang Yi to take it so seriously, so she asked, "Then how should I support you? Help you by posting on Hueco? Or help you to promote the program within the industry? Or have you laid eyes on one of my disciples? You would like me to get a few of them to appear on your program?" Zhang Yi said, "That's not it at all. What I wish for is for you to join The Voice of China as one of the 4 guest coaches. Are you able to fit it into your schedule?" Zhang Zai sounded very surprised at this. "Oh? Why are you inviting me? My reputation isn't that great and can't be compared to those younger singers these days. Their fans easily number in the tens of millions. Isn't the program that you're making meant to reach out to the younger crowd? The contestants would mainly be involved in pop music, right?" Zhang Yi said, "Your reputation isn't that great? How many people from our generation do not know about you? The parents and relatives of the people from our generation mostly grew up listening to your songs too. If you say your name is not well known, then I don't suppose that there are any big names at all in the whole of China. As for the music, our program is not only focused on pop music. The program welcomes all kinds of contestants who dabble in any kind of musical style. Besides, I've said that our program only focuses on the voice, so we naturally also need a coach who is very experienced with vocals and singing techniques on our side. You've been singing most of your life and I really can't think of anyone who is more suitable than you for this role." Zhang Zai forced a laugh. "But I'm already so old and my children have been asking me to retire. Right now, the only thing that I can't put down is singing, but I've already let go of all professional work schedules since a long time ago. I won't hide this from you. Just last month and at the end of last year, there were 2 singing programs that approached me to join them as well, but I rejected them. Regarding such television variety shows and talent shows, I have a certain resistance of them." Zhang Yi said, "Hey, Grandma Zhang, you're really not being true to your words. Didn't you just say that my new program is very meaningful and that you would support me? But now in the next instant, you're being resistant to the idea already? You told me you were unable to put down singing, and our program is made exactly to let people go back to the roots of singing. The direction of this program does not conflict with your beliefs. If you join us, you will be helping the newcomers by discovering and training a group of people who have been forgotten or ignored but have good singing abilities. This is a job that's benevolent beyond measure since you'll be grooming the future talents of the singing industry." Zhang Yi lauded, "If you don't take up this role, then we young ones will surely not be qualified either. In the field of music, your experience is the most valuable treasure to us. Without you paving the way for the later generation, they could easily take the wrong path or direction." Hearing that, Zhang Zai was indeed feeling rather flattered. "Child, you have quite the glib tongue," Zhang Yi declared. "Grandma Zhang, as the executive director of The Voice of China, I would like to once again formally invite you to join us." After pondering for a few seconds, Zhang Zai answered, "You've already laid it on me quite thick, so I don't think I can reject you, right? Alright then, I promise you that I will join your program as a guest coach." Zhang Yi happily replied, "That's really good news." Zhang Zai said, "But I want to say this beforehand. If there are any fixed results or a designated champion, I will not want to take part in it. I will just listen to the vocals and say whatever needs to be said. To be honest with you, Grandma Zhang, that is exactly what I want from you. I give you my word that, as long as I helm the program team, there will absolutely be no underhanded results fixing. If I find out that it happens, then I will deal with them one by one. There will be no room for discussion. Zhang Yi promised her. Zhang Zai was very satisfied with that. She said, that's better. Suddenly, Zhang Yi thought of something. Oh yes, we have yet to discuss the joining payment. I'll leave that to you. Zhang Zai sounded indifferent to this. But the more someone put it this way, the more Zhang Yi was unwilling to leave it unspoken. He said, how much did the two programs that approached you before offer to you? Zhang Zai replied, several million I guess, I'm not exactly sure either. Zhang Yi said, they wanted to invite you with just a few million? Then they were really insincere in their offer. How about this, Grandma Zhang, we will offer you a joining payment of 10 million RMB. What do you think? Zhang Zai said, are you taking me to be Yuanqi? Why would I need that much? Zhang Yi laughed and noted, you're being too modest. That won't do, that won't do. Because of their friendship from the song Woman Flower, Zhang Zai had never treated Zhang Yi as an outsider. A few million is enough. Even the other singing talent shows are only offering that amount for their joining payment, yet you are thinking of giving 10 million? I know that Central TV is notoriously stingy, so why are they being so generous this time? Zhang Yi said, they are them, I am me. The funding this time was provided by me. I'm also in charge of the program, so all the decisions will be made by me. It's settled then, 10 million will be your joining payment. I will get someone to prepare the contract later. Grandma Zhang, let's keep our personal relationship personal and business as business. That's that then. Chapter 642, Guest Coaches List. In the afternoon. After ending Grandma Zhang's call, Zhang Yi made a few calls in a row after that. Through the management agency, he found the agent before finally reaching the intended party after much trouble. After he made the intention of the call clear, Zhang Yi arranged to meet up with the person and drove over immediately. In a district. In a villa. He followed the address and found his way here. Upon arrival, he saw the doors to the villa already opened and the male and female owners had both spotted Zhang Yi approaching. They came out immediately to welcome him. Teacher Zhang. The man waved at him. The woman smiled and said, we were still thinking of suggesting a more centralized place to meet. Was it hard to find this place? Zhang Yi smiled and shook their hands. He said, it's best to discuss this in the privacy of your home since it is easier to speak there. There are people everywhere outside and it's not so convenient to talk about business. Once I had a meeting with someone at a coffee house and the staff and guests there were all busy taking pictures and creating a constant shutter sound with their cameras. Some of the young people were even more aggressive, coming up to our table to take photos of me up close. That really overwhelmed me, so how do you suppose we can talk about any business there at all? The man laughed and said, Teacher Zhang, please come in. The three of them went into the villa. The woman went to the kitchen and came out with some tea. Old Chen and I have both heard of Zhang Yi's reputable name so much and we've always been paying attention to your news. I really like the songs you wrote and have been hoping to meet you so that we could talk. Zhang Yi smiled and said, me too. The heroic couple of the singing industry, I've heard about the both of you for a long time now. The man was taken aback and asked, what is the heroic couple? The woman laughed, we even have such a nickname? Where did it come from? Zhang Yi got a little nervous, knowing that it was a slip of tongue. There was no such thing as the return of the Condor heroes in this world, so he quickly added, it's just a description for an ideal couple, haha. The man said with a smile, what ideal? We also argue on a daily basis. Zhang Yi said, oh, but that's not how they said it on television. The man laughed heartily and replied, if it's a television program, of course it will be slightly exaggerated to make us sound better. In our daily lives, which couple does not have their quarrels? The woman added, if the argument gets too heated, we might even get physical. If it were with other industry outsiders or the media, they would surely not say that much. However, since Zhang Yi was also an industry insider and the three of them were similar in popularity with all of them being B-listers, together with the fact that they had no conflict of interests, their conversation was naturally also much more light-hearted. The man was Qin Guang. He was in his early 30s. The woman was Fan Wenli. She was 30 years old exactly. They were both top singers in the country and were ranked a little higher than Zhang Yi on the Celebrity Rankings Index. One was in the middle of the B-list rankings while the other was in the lower half of the B-list rankings, making them look like they were just average celebrities. However, these two people were considered top singers in the singing industry. As comparison, When Heavenly Queen Zhang Yuanqi was at her lowest point in terms of record sales, she was estimated to be selling two-thirds of what Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were. Citing either one of them as an example, they could easily be labeled top singers in the singing industry. But of course, when they were at their lowest point in record sales, they also lagged far behind Zhang Yuanqi. After all, a Heavenly Queen was still a Heavenly Queen, and even at that lowest point, her fan base was still on a different level. This also clearly explained the problem here. Chen Guang and Fan Wenli were only focused on their music careers and hardly ever crossed over to the film and television drama industries. If the celebrity rankings index excluded those movies' stars and hosts, and the rankings were only based on the music industry alone, then the two of them would surely be ranked in the top 20. They could be considered as B-listers in the entertainment circle but A-listers in the music industry. This was also the reason why Zhang Yi was paying them a visit today after pondering for a long time. Because the two of them were the most professional of singers, their image also aligned with the voice. Actually, even if he found an A-lister celebrity who is primarily a movie actor and secondarily a singer, it would still be alright. But Zhang Yi felt that would make the selections a bit incomplete. A stage where vocals were the main feature would surely need to focus on that point. So whether it be the stage, the contestants, or the guest coaches, he knew he needed the most reputable singers from the music industry and not just someone who was highly rated in the overall entertainment industry. These two things were totally different. After chatting for a long while, Zhang Yi had gotten familiar with them. Only then did Zhang Yi touch on the topic. He said, "Regarding my invitation over the phone earlier, what do you think?" Chen Guang looked at his wife then said to Zhang Yi, "Actually, I specifically went online to do some research on it. A program that does not care about looks and only focuses on vocals. I get the feeling that it's just a gimmick, isn't it?" Zhang Yi said, "Yes, it is a gimmick, but not the type of gimmick you're thinking of. What I want is to make a most professional singing program. That's no lie. The contestants we want are also not limited only to those who have the looks or stage presence. As long as they can sing well, I want them all." Chen Guang sighed, "The concept of this program is good, at least. That's something I agree with." Beside them, Fan Wenli laughed and said, "Yes, if only you'd encountered such a program back then, you wouldn't have had to toil so hard for 5 full years. You would have gotten very popular early on." Fan Wenli was very beautiful and was a singer who overall had good looks, a good demeanor, and a good voice. However, Chen Guang's looks could only pass as so-so. He didn't look outstanding and even had some pockmarks on his lower left cheek from past acne. This was why Chen Guang had a very difficult time when he debuted. It wasn't until recently that his singing career took off due to his determination and some lucky opportunities, helping him get accepted by everyone. Now that his popularity was soaring, Chen Guang was finally able to reap the fruits of the labor he had put in all these years. Chen Guang was laughing and sighing at the same time. "My singing career path can only be described as extremely arduous. I've easily put in more effort than others by 10 or 100-fold before I was able to stand at the same level as some of them. Other people would find it difficult to relate to this experience of mine." Zhang Yi said, "I do understand it." Zhang Yi, too, was not someone who had good looks. Chen Guang took a look at him and said happily, "How can we be compared? You have the eloquence, literary, and math talent, and even musical talent, so don't compare yourself to me. With my looks, I had to walk this entertainment industry's career path with only one leg. Those who were blessed with good looks could be described as walking down it with 2 legs, but for you, Zhang Yi, you have been walking down it with 10 legs. Even those pretty boys from Korea could not compare to you, so your situation is totally different from mine." Zhang Yi said, "Brother Chen, you're really praising me too much. Usually, the strategy is to praise first before attacking, so does that mean that you're going to reject my invitation? If that's the case, then I won't have any other people I can approach. Sister Fan and you are the most suitable coach candidates I can think of." Fan Wenli said, "May I ask who else will be joining?" Zhang Yi answered, "I've already confirmed one coach, Grandma Zhang Xia." Chen Guang was stunned. "Grandma Zhang? She's a great artist and a veteran of the music scene. No one can match her soprano, but isn't Grandma Zhang already half retired? I've also never heard of Grandma Zhang ever participating in any variety programs. So how did you manage to invite her?" "Grandma Zhang and I have a bit of a friendship, so you could say that she gave me a little bit of face this time," Zhang Yi explained. Chen Guang thought about it for a moment and then looked at his wife. "What's your opinion about this?" Fan Wenli shrugged. "Whatever you decide, I'll go along with it." Chen Guang said, "I think this will be good opportunity and I'm really interested in such a program as well." "Then why don't we discuss the joining payment?" Fan Wenli looked at Zhang Yi and said. Zhang Yi immediately said, "It will be a general contract for a duration of up to 3 months. Of course, before the scheduled recording of the main program itself, We also need the both of you to accommodate our program team's promotional and other related activities as well as endorsements that are related to the program, all of which will be covered under the joining payment and not additionally payable. But if it has to do with endorsements outside of the program or extended promotional activities, then the relevant fees will also be paid out according to the clauses of the contract. We can always discuss that at a later time. Chen Guang grunted his understanding. As for the joining payment, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "What I can say is that it will surely be the highest in the industry, especially when it involves two heavyweight coaches like the two of you. It wouldn't be good if we paid too little." It was easy to speak to Grandma Zhang since they had a friendship, and more importantly, she did not really care too much for these contracts. But for others, the joining payment was surely the most important factor. Money always came first, so if it wasn't agreed upon, even if they felt that your program was good, it wouldn't matter at all. Besides, Zhang Yi already intended to produce such a mega-scale talent show, so he wasn't afraid to spend. He knew that however much he spent, it would surely be worth it. Zhang Yi paused for a moment, and then said, "For the two of you, what if I offered each one 10 million RMB as the joining payment?" Chen Guang's eyes moved. Fan Wenli was also surprised for a bit. Zhang Yi added, "How does that sound?" The couple looked at each other for a moment before Chen Guang said, "I'm really unable to reject an offer like that." He had only ever participated as a guest on a talent show once before 2 years ago, and that program had only paid him 4 million as the joining payment. Although back then, he wasn't as famous as he was now and inflation wasn't high either. But as an industry insider, Chen Guang knew that the current market was not as good as that time either. The market for talent shows was in a downturn with every television station lowering the guest joining pay, yet Zhang Yi offered the two of them a total of 20 million in joining pay. That was already a big show of sincerity. If it were any other program approaching them, he believed they wouldn't have even offered them half of what Zhang Yi had. Zhang Yi stood up and put his hand out. "So, let's have a happy partnership?" "To a happy partnership." Fan Wenli and Chen Guang both stuck out their hands to shake Zhang Yi's hand in response. With the agreements made, the only thing left was just to sign the contract at a later date. Leaving the villa, Zhang Yi did not have Chen Guang and his wife see him out. He casually strolled toward the district as he took out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Out of 4 coaches, 3 were already settled. He was finally down to looking for the last coach. But this last candidate was also the most difficult to convince. With such a huge reputation, it was someone that Zhang Yi had to convince no matter what, for the sake of the voice. But he knew that it would be very difficult as well, and did not hold out much hope. He left this candidate as the final one to contact as he was ready for a protracted battle. He knew of the importance of this person for the voice since a mega-scale singing talent show should unquestionably be fronted by an S-list, big-shot celebrity. Only then would the entire setup look grand, leaving the audience screaming and helping to drum up the promotions for the opener of the voice. This person would eventually serve as the main attraction for the program. Who would it be? Who could hold up the entire panel of coaches and represent them for the voice? There was already no suspense to the answer. It had to be the Heavenly Queen, Zhang Yuanqi. Perfect looks, a perfect body, a perfect voice, and she even had the largest fan base in the whole of China. Other than her, no one else could step up to this role. In Zhang Yi's previous world, the voice was lavishly decked out, from the stage to the equipment, contestants to the coaches. Zhang Yi was also aiming to achieve that right now. To avoid any accidents and a non-compliance situation when he brought over the program to this world, he needed to make sure that he laid out all the proper groundwork so that this world-class program would be restored in its full glory. That was the reason why he needed such a strong lineup for the program's coaches. It needed to at least be on par, or surpass, his previous world's version of the Voice of China. Old Zhang must definitely be convinced to join. But how should he do it? A Heavenly Queen was not simply invited with just a snap of the fingers. Right now, Zhang Yuanqi's focus was on releasing a music album, holding concerts, or taking parts in movie, and was basically not planning to participate in any recordings for television programs. As there was a market downturn presently, the programs did not pay well and tended to take too long to finish recording, only to end up getting very average viewership ratings, which could also be described as an unable to make ends meet situation. These were the reasons why any genuine heavenly kings and queens or even A-listers were taking part in fewer and fewer television talent shows. A normal variety or interview program was still alright since those would only take a day or just several hours to record. But a talent show was different. Beginning with the auditions and moving to the round of 16, then the quarterfinals and semi-finals, etc., the entire process was too lengthy. The big-shot celebrities who did not lack any job offers couldn't possibly want to waste their time on such shows. So how would he try to convince her? Zhang Yi typed and retyped his words before finally sending out a very long text message to her. He made an introduction of his program and briefly explained the mechanics and format to Old Zhang. "DD." Old Zhang replied, "Not interested." Zhang Yi was speechless but replied, "Consider it for a moment. You can also tell me the joining payment you're looking at." Old Zhang, "Too many activities, no time." Zhang Yi, "It's not like I need you to be here at Central TV every day for 24 hours to do the recording. It's only a few days and we're also willing to accommodate your schedule to record the program. If you have something on, then we can always record it later and we'll surely wait for you." Old Zhang, "Look for someone else." Zhang Yi replied angrily, "Old Zhang, you're really ungrateful. My new program has just started production and needs some support, so you should really try to help me out here no matter what. Hurry up and agree, otherwise, don't expect me to write any songs for you in the future." Old Zhang, "What good songs do you have? Send them over." Zhang Yi, "I don't have any now, so let's talk about the program first." Old Zhang, "Even if I did state a joining payment, Central TV would not be able to afford it." Zhang Yi, "If you don't state it, how would you know that I am unable to afford it?" After about 5 minutes or so, Zhang Yuanqi finally replied, "The lowest I can accept is 40 million, along with 2 songs from you." Zhang Yi, "1 song." Old Zhang, "2 songs." Zhang Yi, "1 means 1, I don't have more." Old Zhang, "Fine." Zhang Yi decisively said, "Deal. It's settled then." Old Zhang, "Are you sure that you can afford the joining payment of 40 million? Zhang Yi laughed loudly as he typed in his reply to her, "You don't have to worry about that. Just wait for your money." Old Zhang, "Okay, talk directly to my manager about the contract. Notify me in advance about the filming of the show and promotional trailers. Also, start thinking about the new song." "I won't forget. Do you think I would go back on my words for that?" Zhang Yi said. It was settled. He finally managed to get the Heavenly Queen to join the coaching panel for The Voice. Was 40 million RMB a lot? To others, this might look like it was an astronomical amount, but for Zhang Yi, as long as it could help the program do well, it didn't matter how much it was. Besides, based on Zhang Yuanqi's status and popularity, as the person on top of the food chain that was the entertainment circle, if 40 million RMB was able to convince her to join the show, then it should not be seen as a business loss at all. At the minimum, even if other television stations offered 40 million RMB to Zhang Yuanqi to join their program, she would not agree to it. Those television stations were unable to produce and offer what Zhang Yi was able to give, a song. Old Zhang was not someone who would be moved by just anyone. Everything was a-okay. It was all settled. The 4 generals have been fully assembled. Chapter 643, Dissolving the Program Team. Later that afternoon. It was almost time to leave work. At the program team office of The Voice, many of the staff who had been stationed at the recording site were back. They were gathered back here for a short meeting to update each other on the day's work and their progress. "How's your progress?" "The progress is a little slow and there aren't too many registrations from the public. I couldn't settle my task either. The main issue still hinges on our offer being too low." Assistant Director Zhang, "Are you able to spare us some funds from your side?" "I can't, I don't have enough to use either." Teacher Zhang specifically instructed that the equipment had to be the best, and after my discussion with the vendors today, I am still lacking some funds. One of the machines went over the budget. We're really too poor. I finally understand what money makes the world go round means now. I wonder if Teacher Zhang managed to pull in any sponsors over at his side. We're done for. Everyone has such bad opinions of our program and the stage isn't even set up yet. When we have nothing to show for at all, who would even dare to sponsor our program?" The colleagues were all sighing. At the beginning, when they arrived at this program team, they were all full of anticipation and looking forward to this Central TV Department 1's new program which would be helmed by the legendary Zhang Yi. But who would have thought that they would be regretful after just 1 day of work? The strong support from Central TV Department 1 was gradually becoming just average support. With the audience not thinking much of it and the program team running out of money, they all felt that there was no longer any future for this program. Darkness lay ahead of them and they felt that if they continued on like this, the program team might even get dissolved before the program could be made. Meanwhile, a rumor had started internally at Central TV Department 1. "Hey, did you hear? What's the matter? The program team for The Voice is going to be dissolved." Didn't they just form the team recently? They ran out of money, spending 20 million RMB on equipment purchases alone. That was all the station had given to them as funding, but now that they're out of it, they can only sit and watch. Would the station just leave them like that? Of course the station wanted to do something about it. They were already planning to make a strong return to the variety genre of programs and did so by risking it with Zhang Yi's employment. But I don't suppose they had expected Zhang Yi to be so risky. Not mentioning the controversy behind the proposed program, but when the 20 million RMB was spent just like that on those equipment, how do you expect the station to give them any more support? Who wouldn't be fazed by seeing money being spent like that? Even Central TV Department 1 would not have that much spare cash for Zhang Yi to burn through like that. 20 million RMB worth of production costs is already several times more than many of our other programs, so I'm sure the station was already hesitant to approve the initial sum. Oh, then this is going to be really interesting to watch. Will Zhang Yi be finished even before the ship sinks? The program really won't go on as planned then? Didn't I already say? If we got Zhang Yi to join us, then Central TV Department 1 would not have a day of peace anymore? Now do you all see why? He's only been here a day and such a situation has occurred. It's not a problem even if the audience is not too optimistic about the program. After all, he had so many programs that did not look promising before but still succeeded as a precedent, so even if the final product is not completed yet, it would still have been alright. But without money, the problem becomes real. If he can't even invite any celebrity guests or dress up the stage, how can he make any program at all? It can't even be produced and recorded for the audience to watch. Let's just see how the voice program team is going to solve this. Central TV Department 1's staff were all discussing fervently in secret, not knowing who had heard about this news or where its source was. It resulted in the rumor intensifying, not only within Central TV Department 1, but also spreading to the other departments housed in Central TV Tower. Half an hour later, Zhang Yi came back. He walked into the tower. Ding! The staff elevator door opened. By coincidence, Chen Yi, the host of Central TV's Spring Festival Gala who had been relegated from the B-list rankings by Zhang Yi, was just walking out of the elevator. He was going in the opposite direction of Zhang Yi. Chen Yi was a little stunned. Zhang Yi's expression did not change. He casually swept his eyes over him as he entered the elevator. To bring it up, although these two had a heated scolding battle on the internet, this was actually their first time seeing each other in person. Chen Yi had a more pronounced reaction as he was, after all, the one who had lost his position to Zhang Yi. Furthermore, the crossing half of China to sleep with you targeted at him by Zhang Yi and his fans had left him grossed out for several days, and became a joke that netizens laughed at for a while. Naturally, when he saw Zhang Yi, it stirred up his feelings quite a bit. But Zhang Yi did not feel anything. He saw Chen Yi? Then so be it. He still went about going where he needed to go and did not stop in his tracks for a moment. The reason for their different reactions was mainly down to their different experiences. As a Central TV host of this level, Chen Yi was one of the station's pillars and had hosted the Spring Festival Gala before, so he could be mentioned as someone close to the top of the hosting world. He had a high status and hardly ever got into quarrels with anyone, nor did he really have experience in such matters. As a result, after the previous fearsome scolding battle with Zhang Yi, it left a mark in his memory, especially since he did not win the battle. But for Zhang Yi, this person was someone who got into trouble so very often and always found the time to scold or beat up someone. For him, those were just part of his daily life, so you could say that he was very used to such situations. Now that he was seeing Chen Yi in person for the first time, Zhang Yi did not show any special reaction to him either. There were really too many people he had offended. They brushed past each other, but neither one bothered with the other. There were also a few other people in the elevator, possibly colleagues or staff who knew Chen Yi. When they saw the situation, they also had strange looks on their faces. They followed Chen Yi out of the elevator. One of them started speaking. I heard that the voice is going to be cancelled soon. I heard so too. The program team was only put together 2 days ago, and it's going to get cancelled so soon? They were too ambitious. For a program with a funding of 20 million, they wanted to make it into the standard of several tens of millions more. When the funding couldn't be increased and the advertising deals didn't sell, the only out was to cancel it totally. Oh right, Teacher Chen, I heard that your program's title sponsor increased their bid? Yes, it's a newly signed contract. Could you reveal to us what kind of a figure it is? Everyone's quite curious about it. Yay, Brother Chen, how much did you get? There's nothing confidential about it. It sold for 38 million RMB. Whoa, that's a new record. With the rise of the internet and the decline of the television market, there are fewer and fewer programs that can break 30 million RMB in title sponsorship fees, yet your program's sponsorship is almost at 40 million? Yes, the contract's already been signed. Congratulations, Teacher Chen. How awesome. The program team I'm working for only managed 12 million RMB for the same thing. 38 million RMB, now that's really an astronomical figure to us. Their conversation had inadvertently touched on that topic. Inside the elevator, Zhang Yi could still hear what they were talking about. Even though the elevator doors had closed and he was separated from them by a large metallic door, the sound insulation wasn't actually that good before the elevator started ascending. When Zhang Yi heard their conversation, he also wondered what they meant by the program team for the voice was dissolving. Dissolved for what reason? And that title sponsorship fee they were talking about? How could 38 million RMB be called an astronomical figure? Ding. He reached his floor. Zhang Yi walked back quickly to his own program team's office. Before he could step inside, he already saw some faces etched with worry, as several people gathered around each other looking stunned. Chen, sitting beside Hakiki and playing games, apparently became aware and raised her head to see Zhang Yi walking in. The little kid got off from her chair and said with a sunken expression, "Zhang Yi, why are you only back at this time?" Zhang Yi said, "Didn't I already say that I had something to do?" Chen was still not looking too happy, probably because she blamed Zhang Yi for not being around to take care of her. "What's the matter? You don't know how to go to the toilet by yourself? Didn't I tell you before that after you climb up onto the toilet, as long as you don't sit too far back, you won't fall in?" Zhang Yi went up to coax her a little and promised her that she would get more snacks and television time before she was satisfied and went back to playing her games. As Chen walked away, Hakiki and Zhang Zuo suddenly surrounded Zhang Yi all together. Zhang Zuo said, "Teacher Zhang, our program team is going to be dissolved." Hakiki also said, "I heard from many of my friends too. I think it might be true. Director Zhang, what should we do now?" Wu Yi was panicking. "Why don't you go look for the director and have a few words with him? Help us to fight against that decision? We went to look for Brother Fu just now, but he wasn't around." Zhang Yi said in a speechless manner, "Who did you all hear that from?" A female editor said, "Everyone's talking about it. There isn't smoke without fire, so it was definitely said by someone up top." Zhang Yi had heard about this as well when he was taking the elevator up. Actually, he already knew that this was just a rumor. No matter how conservative or unreliable Central TV Department 1 was, they wouldn't possibly cancel a program just 2 days after starting it. If the rumor were true, then that would truly have been most silly. Although Central TV Department 1 had some doubts about him, but with the program not produced yet and with his previous experience and results for all to see, even if Central TV Department 1 wanted to give up on him, they would only decide on that after seeing how the voice performed after broadcasting. To cut their losses before anything was implemented? That was impossible. Zhang Yi knew that this was surely just a rumor that spread after someone had made a wild guess. Everyone was just saying what they thought. Zhang Yi pressed his hands together and spoke reassuringly, "Stop talking everyone. I need all of you to calm your minds. This matter is just a rumor, so please ignore it." Everyone stopped talking, but their eyes still showed signs of uncertainty. If it were purely just a rumor, then it would be fine. But the problem now was also that their program was out of funding and the station was very unsatisfied with the program and Zhang Yi's handling of the funds. At this moment, when the staff were already very worried that the team would be dissolved, hearing such a rumor only made it feel more real. That was what led to this situation of panic now. Seeing them in this way, Zhang Yi was angry and tickled at the same time. Was this pro so lacking in prestige? Didn't I already say that I would find a way to settle the money issue? Zhang Yi laughed and said, "All right then. Let me give everyone a piece of good news. This afternoon I went out for a bit and managed to confirm an exclusive title sponsor for our The Voice of China program." When Hakiki heard this, she immediately beamed with delight and said, "You got a deal." Zhang Zuo also turned from worry to joy and said, "It's only been a few hours and you've already managed to pull in a title sponsor? Teacher Zhang really get things done. It must be because of your great reputation." A program that had not officially begun production and did not get much optimism from both industry insiders and the audience without having any production movements or promotions since it was announced was able to get a title sponsor? If this were anyone else or any other program team, that would surely be just as good as daydreaming. But Zhang Yi did it. This clearly showed the value of Teacher Zhang's face and reputation. No one else could do something like this. Highlighting this with an analogy, it was the same as shooting a movie. If you were an average director with an average screenplay, it would be difficult to pull in investments whomever you approached. But if you were a famous, big-shot director in the country with all of your previous films getting several hundred millions in box office earnings, and intended to shoot a new movie today, then even if you did not have a screenplay or proposal yet, as long as you announced that you wanted to make a movie, investors would still arrive in droves, offering to make investments into this project of yours. It was the same logic. The key question right now was, how much was Zhang Yi's reputation valued at? A male editor hurriedly asked, "Director Zhang, how much did we get?" A female administrative staff member asked, "Yeah, Teacher Zhang, how much did we manage to get?" Zhang Yi kept them in suspense. Guess. A female editor made a bold wild guess and said, 20 million? Zhang Yi shook his head. Guess higher. Higher than 20 million? Everyone was getting excited. Zhang Zuo immediately said, 30 million? Zhang Yi laughed and said again, even higher than that. Hakiki took a deep breath before saying, could it be 35 million then? Zhang Yi said, still higher. Wu Yi said, could it be that it's also 38 million? I heard that Teacher Chen Yi's program has finalized their title sponsorship contract with a renewed fee of 38 million. That is already this year's highest title sponsorship fee amount. Zhang Yi graciously said, you can still add to that amount. What? That's still not enough? Everyone was stunned. They said, could it be 40 million? When they mentioned the words 40 million, their hearts shuddered. They couldn't help it either, since in their minds, their knowledge and past experiences told them that a singing talent show's title sponsorship fees were only worth around this level. They had a limit, and if it crossed that line, it would probably be something that they could not begin to imagine. They did not try to make any more guesses, nor would they be able to guess correctly. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Yi was feeling extremely pleased with himself. Hakiki said, parched, Teacher Zhang, just tell us quickly. The female editor hounded him and asked, yes, Teacher Zhang, don't tease us like this anymore. Just how much did you get for the title sponsorship fee? Zhang Yi smiled and said, alright then, I won't keep you all guessing. For the title sponsorship of The Voice, I have already negotiated with the Brain Gold Company to purchase it at the amount of 100 million. When this figure rolled off Zhang Yi's tongue, everyone in the office was shocked into silence. Even Chen Chen, busy playing games, raised her head to look at him. 100 million? A title sponsorship fee of 100 million RMB? Huh? Ayo. Is this for real? How much? 100 million? Hakiki almost fainted. Zhang Zuo and all the other staff of The Voice were getting noisy from excitement. This happiness had arrived too suddenly and out of the blue. Everyone was taken by great surprise. Chapter 644, Zhang Yi's name is worth 100 million. Soon after, a piece of news began spreading inside of Central TV. Many of the staff who were just getting off work or already at the base of the tower heard an unexpected rumor. The title sponsorship of The Voice had been sold. And it was even sold for an astronomical figure of 100 million RMB. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, followed by more disbelief, and finally still only disbelief. Holy shit. Isn't The Voice defying all common sense now? Zhang Yi's reputation is worth 100 million? I won't believe it even if it kills me. That's right. While I agree that Zhang Yi is awesome, if you tell me that he can get 40 million for the title sponsorship, I can still somewhat accept it. After all, as such a big-shot celebrity, he must have some appeal to him, but 100 million? Are you kidding? Anyone with common sense will know that it's impossible. Due to the climate of the current market, if a singing talent show program can get 30 million RMB in title sponsorship fees, it would already be one of the highest-tier productions around, but you managed to get 100 million RMB for your title sponsorship? Are you taking blank pieces of paper as money? It must be a false rumor. That's right, this has to be a rumor. How can it be so high? Do you all really believe it? It's obviously a lie that someone is spreading. This is really a brag that has gone too far. In the history of Central TV, there haven't been any cases of a variety show getting more than 80 million RMB in title sponsorship fees, let alone your so-called 100 million RMB in title sponsorship fees. Not only Central TV, I don't think there's a single title sponsorship that has crossed the 100 million RMB mark at all out of the television stations across the country. If the title sponsorship was really sold for 100 million RMB, then when added with the other advertising rights fees, won't it be headed towards 150 million RMB in total? Even if you think with your feet, you should know that it can't possibly be that much. This amount has already exceeded the maximum possible for the industry. A 100 million RMB title sponsorship? Do you think this is the Spring Festival Gala? But the Spring Festival Gala doesn't even sell title sponsor rights. At the program team's office of The Voice, Fu Sai-hong, who was not in the around for the whole afternoon, appeared back at the office. At the same time, Zhang Yuan and a few managers of several related departments from Central TV Department 1 also appeared at the program team's office of The Voice. In the office, Zhang Yi was in the middle of a conversation. He said, hurry up and get the contracts ready. I need them by tonight. A female editor replied excitedly, understood, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Yi added, then get someone from the related department to prepare 4 sets of contracts for the guest coaches. Don't fill in the names or the amount yet. Just write it up according to the general contract template. A male editor said, I'll get someone to do it immediately. At this moment, a large group of people walked into the office. Little Zhang. Zhang Yuan immediately asked, What's the situation with your program now? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Director Zhang, you're here? Fu Saihong said, you managed to pull in the sponsor? Zhang Yi responded, yes, I have settled it. Zhang Yuan said, it's great that the title sponsorship was sold, but I heard that the title sponsor rights were sold at a price of 100 million RMB? Who spread such a piece of news? Was it you guys? If it is for the purposes of publicity and hype, you can just spread the news to the media and the audience instead. What's the use of releasing the fake news within Central TV itself? Fu Saihong asked, how much did you sell it for? Zhang Yi said happily, it's just as the rumors say, 100 million. Fu Saihong was rendered speechless. Zhang Yuan stared at him and said, tell me honestly, how much was it? He still did not quite believe it. Hakiki said on Zhang Yi's behalf, Director Zhang, it really sold for 100 million RMB. Just a while ago, the Brain Gold Company's manager of commercial title sponsorship rights called us to discuss the contract details. The manager also mentioned that we can sign the contract tonight and the money will be transferred to us in batches. They even said that they can include our name of the voice into their current advertising campaign that is already active in the market to help us promote our show and will not charge us any extra advertising fees. It will be considered a part of our cooperation together. Zhang Zuo and the rest of the staff were also very excited. If not for that call, they would still be quivering and be like Zhang Yuan and Fu Saihong whom didn't believe it. Brain Gold? The enterprise Zhang Yi was endorsing? The health product group that became successful overnight due to Zhang Yi's commercial? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, and looked at Zhang Yi in disbelief. He said, so that 100 million RMB is for real? It's not just some publicity stunt? Zhang Yi smiled and said, of course it's not a publicity stunt, that 100 million is the real deal. Fu Saihong was shocked. Zhang Yuan could only stick his thumb up and exclaim, good. 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 Zhang Yi said, I've endorsed CEO Wu's company and worked with him for some time now, so the discussions went quite smoothly. CEO Wu also gave me quite a bit of face. How was this even a case of showing face to him? If it were, then the face given was just too flattering. Just your name alone was already worth 100 million. Zhang Yuan and the others really could not imagine this outcome as their opinions of Zhang Yi changed. There were some television programs that received good reviews from the audience and industry insiders but ultimately could not make much of a profit and their title sponsorship fees were only in the region of 10 to 20 million. However, there are also some television programs that the audience and industry insiders were not so optimistic about.